And that's
Yeah,
4 dead.
I fear Sam Hubbard's reading that right now.
Deals with the second, and with that, Vegas
That's not the first one. I see someone.
Can he get anything on that end? Roxas gets the opener up top. Oh, Sell. You see it from the third-person perspective. He was tagged out for the first gunfight. Still deals with the second, and with that, Vegas will all fall. So now you got 125 to 50. Games at the top. Will land for Vegas. The next line of defense is
all right.
Enough to get out for another 3-man feed in Atlanta once more. Just sweep through the kill feed. And you can see on your mini-map, look what Selim is doing. He's just simply blocking spawns. Every time Sim decides to pass up through that bedroom area, Selim has to back up so they don't have a free pin spawn. So the fundamentals right now for Atlanta FaZe, they are showing. Because now Sim trying to strike onto the point, only able to take down one. The rest of Vegas just fly right on through. And will look to be a great hole for Atlanta FaZe for at least the first 45. Spawn slipping, now Vegas have an opportunity. Chance to possibly go for P1, P2, but Sim is already hitting her out. As we listen to the Atlanta FaZe comms, see how
This shit's like way behind. Holy. Alright. Be good now. Gonna tweet this out. FaZe ruined your pickups from yesterday? Or whatever day it was they played? I don't even remember at this point. My days are all mixed up. They couldn't have chalked him already, right? I would hope not. Alright, I'm just tweeting out the stream real quick. I'm probably going to put it in the Discord as well. And then I will be all locked in on the chat.
Well, Jay, FaZe have turned it up. 21 and 14 for Sip. Cell still on 5 in a row, and you said not everyone needs to drop 30, but they might, depending on how this game continues to go. Yeah, because they're winning some insane gunfights. You saw Selim with that double on the bottom side of Kitchen. They are making it look easy with either AR or the Jacko in hand, but you see Kex, he's also doing it on the opposing end. The only player currently positive for the Falcons. Trying to give this team a little bit of life to potentially fight their way back into this game, but Atlanta FaZe way too much pressure around the map. Another 3 make it all 4 dead. Spawn secured for the next. They're going to be rotated and set up at new. Yeah, Kix is going to need some help, man. He is throwing in the full effort, tell you that much. 21 and 20. Winning a lot of key gunfights, but his teammates just not there to follow up behind it. And now as they get wiped on the rotation over towards new, Atlanta has a chance to win the game here. This comes down to with Vegas.
All right. Sorry about that, Jesse. You just got to get the
Drawza picking up in the play over through old that Kitchen. Has an SMG.
I don't know the best way to like say that I'm live in the Discord either.
Looking to follow up, and he will get the double, leaving just now Vegas trying to hit from the front, and that has also been met with resistance from Atlanta. Yeah, they're all just getting cut down one by one. Abadi's able to win at least the gunfight in towards the hill, but Atlanta still with those back zones able to instantly put themselves back in position to close out the game here at P4. Final push going to come in for the Falcons. They open up at the double. Now the pressure's going to be here at bedroom. Zip off another 5 spree. Also gets a rebound to Kicks on the rotation through wardrobe. Can't quite collect, but it does at least force Atlanta off the hard point time, leading to what will be a hot tub hill. A BZ Drawza opened things up nicely, and this looks like it should be the finish line here for Atlanta. A team that, you know, on social media is starting to get a lot of criticism out of, you know, since all the Black Ops 6 events have happened, including the preseason events.
I feel like I should
4 hard points that they have been a 100-point club, and now they're looking to kind of return to sender here. They have a chance to put this one away with 10 more seconds of time, Jay. Yeah, it's going to be over here. Atlanta FaZe trying to right the wrong so far in their season, finally dominating in an opening hard point. Only need 4 to close it out. Looking good for it, although King Body up top. That's nicely done with Kicks.
They still cooked. I can see it now. It took them
right over the top to
play the Falcons to get a win. Oh yeah, 100%.
Point club. A mere consolation prize though, as the rotation to new is already pretty much afoot here for Atlanta. Kicks again. You know,
they're beating up on Vegas right now, but yeah, it took Vegas took them playing Vegas for them to be able to get a win, and they still haven't even closed it out yet.
2 squads matched up at EWC.
Falcons,
I mean,
they
it's
gave
pretty
them a
much
run
over.
for the money.
247.
Every single map was close, even though it ended up in a 3-0. And it was
I mean, if
excellent
they throw
antics.
this away,
That dynamic duo who were able to put them in a position to even contest it, but final kill gonna come in. Still the back spot.
I was gonna say that would be a generational throw if they lost that.
Map 1.
Yeah, this is the series that Atlanta needs. They need to have performances like this, kind of quell some of the doubts, because I think the thing about it, and like we kind of briefly touched on, since Black Ops 6 has hosted competitive events, there have been 4 hardpoint maps that Atlanta fans have been 100-point club, 2 in this CDL season, as young as it is. So when you already hard veto out red card, and you've been 100-point clubbed on Skyline, you've been 100-point clubbed on Vault, you're sitting there like, what is happening? So big bounce back match here for Atlanta, and they're starting it off very nicely with a convincing win at map number 1.
Yeah, and the thing that I loved about Atlanta's gameplay there is that when they needed to execute team pushes to find breaks, they were able to get it done. It wasn't relying on individual players to make those big-time plays. Everyone played a role. Even though Selling was sitting at 21 and 19 non-traded kills, still puts up 3K damage. He opens up with a double on a kill on the hill to allow his Tiny Terror, the SMG duo, and the Sip and the Beezy to roam the way that they were. But it was a lot tighter of setups. They were not allowing breaks to come in and spawns to get really hectic. They were in control of that map from start to finish. So you can already see Atlanta FaZe with the practice they've been putting in the back end, improving a lot in hardpoint here.
And I think it's just, again, zoom out from the fact that this is, a world championship caliber team versus a squad that is still getting their feet wet in the CDL. But the thing about it is the flow on the map just felt so much more like we would expect it for Atlanta. I mean, 64 and 40 combined for the double SMGs, the Tiny Terrors. But I think it's just more impressively so. You've got Cell, who's just continuing to either make early rotations happen, or he's locking down old time to make sure the exits for the Falcons are always tested. Draws is also in a good rotational position. He did well to kind of get himself on the hard point early and often. That felt more like what we would have expected from Atlanta from day one.
Yeah, because they used their raw talent to bombard their way through a majority of these hills here. Because if you think about the beginning of that game, Vegas put themselves in a position to win the rotation over towards P3, win the rotation over towards P4. But then when you come down, when you talk about the setups, and when you're relying on that one-on-one gunfight off the rotation,
trying to figure out how to post that I'm live on Discord, but I don't have like a bot like most Discords have.
Of the entire season in that map number 1. But now they're going into a bread and butter Skyline S&E where they at least do have one victory there.
Yeah, indeed the case.
I don't know if I want to just like straight up tag everybody in the Discord.
P1 to P2, big gap already opened up at the beginning of the game. You saw that again happen from 3 to 4 near the end of the game. So yeah, really good stuff from Atlanta. Kind of able to soak up and get a wealth of time from a number of different locations on Skyline.
Whatever.
That's going to be good to go back and VOD review for them to say, okay, this is good, this is bad. We can kind of polish up from here. But we're going to stay on Skyline here, Jay, and go to the Search and Destroy where, again, it's kind of a puzzling thing to say. Atlanta is currently, by the metrics, the worst search and destroy team in the game. Now, again, the caveat comes off of the fact that as we look at hindsight, their first
now we can be a little more locked into the matches here.
There's got to be some sort of a, all right, let's not, throw the red flag.
Yeah, yet. Destiny, I have a Discord.
Some of the best teams that we have in the search and destroy game mode. Like
I could put it in the chat. I had it just like an open invite, but then I started getting like a bunch of spam bots coming in and like trying to promote parlays and shit like that. So I had to close it down. But yes, we do have a Discord. I'm not as active in it as I probably should be. I'm trying to be better with it, but I feel like I'm kind of like slowly doing better with it. So
in the midst of even looking at their recent results, you go back to that LA Thieves matchup at the end of last weekend. You gotta remember that was around 11.
Here, I can try and
destroy losses. Yeah. So I mean, again, that was a closer series than I think maybe we're kind of keeping in mind, simply due to the fact that LA Thieves came out of the game swinging 250-77 on that full hard point that just had us all completely aghast. But again, like you mentioned, it does feel like a pathway that needs to win out if you want to try to reduce the damage that had been dealt early. But looking at, again, the numbers, it has not been particularly great, especially I think on the offensive side of the map. That's the peculiar thing. We just have not seen the same value from a BZ try to get that opening first blood for quick bomb.
I am so not used to streaming on YouTube.
It's kind of difficult on a map like Skyline where these rounds
so not used to
in the
it.
first 15 seconds because you know the pressure is going to be over towards the A site. You sending the terrors. They find the early 3.
I'm an idiot.
Now it's Kicks left in the 1v4.
I am throwing right now,
Kicks too.
chat. I am.
Yeah, okay, so
I am
everything was
torched.
said, just completely counteracted. And again, it does feel like one of those series where for FaZe, this is going to be one of those we can outgun them, we can outskill them, but at the same rate, you know, hopefully the work that's been done over the last couple of hours since they recently played up against Carolina will also show up here and they can feel good about their playbook.
And that was 100%
Never mind,
a 15
it's still not working.
round.
I'm
We're
doing
getting
literally exactly what Discord is
in the
telling me
back.
to do, and it's not working.
Atlanta FaZe are really setting the tone early
It says
on, and I
to
think that's not
it
gonna
says
play
to
into the
click
hand
the
of
copy
Falcons,
button. That's what I do, and then
if
it
you think about
copies
the time that Falcons
hidden
won this
message.
match,
That's what
was
it
about
shows.
slow and steady wins the race, catching these other
Like,
teams off guard,
how does
especially
that help
when
me,
they played
dude?
them. So, can they find early success on their attacks at that A site? Because they love to work that bomb quickly.
Well, Vegas are going to take a bit of a beat here, trying to see if they can maybe bait FaZe in. It comes out nicely. Kikabooty able to find the first blood. Knows he's got a second nearby and elects to challenge. Simp right there at full HP, happy to follow up for the trade, and we'll go 3v3 early.
Then Simp is going to just get out, regroup with his teammates to rotate their way on back. Selling him somehow, some ways, able to at least get one before falling. Instantly going to turn
It's
it
just
to
like not working for some reason since I'm like streaming. I don't know why it's like tweaking like that. It keeps telling me to just copy the hit the copy button. I keep hitting the copy button and it's not working. All right, well, yes, I do have a Discord. Maybe like when I'm not streaming I can do it. I genuinely have no idea why it's not letting me like copy the link for the Discord. It just keeps copying the message that's covering the link. So not really sure what else I'm supposed to do by that. We can get locked in though.
They still gotta lap those kinds of rounds off because it was a perfect bait and switch out of Exit and Roxas. The setup to double from Roxas to clutch up in that round. Tie the game up at 1, but you can already see on the side of Atlanta FaZe how they are deciding to play this. The aggression. They're sending
How's the game audio or like the video audio and stuff? Do I need to bump it up? Is it good where it's at? Because I have it turned down a little bit on my end, so it's not like super loud.
We don't have trophies. It's gonna be difficult for us to make initiation.
But I know I've had some audio stuff before.
All over this play. Last player left is Roxas over towards the A defense. That will not work out. And it's just down.
I don't know who I have.
Actually,
I'm trying to remember who I have in my money league. I don't think I have any FaZe players in my money league.
Offensive round again for Atlanta.
It's good? Okay, sweet. I have some FaZe players in a couple of my leagues, but I don't think I do in my fantasy league, or in my money league for fantasy. But right now, in the money league, as long as things go well today, I should be up 2-0. And I think I might end up being the only team that's 2-0 to start off the year. So that could be good.
It's been a little too easy, it feels like, for sure. But we'll see what they can try to do as they modify with trophy systems coming close to being earned. Oh, Kicks, nice opening nade with a little bit of free fire
nade for Kicks.
Direction. That connects for an opening first blood. And this is where you need to see the Vegas Falcons show us something out of their playbook. 4v3.
They definitely need to take advantage of this.
You just cannot
I mean,
afford to lose rounds like this.
S&D is probably their best game mode. I think Octane was talking about it on his stream earlier, that Clay had even said that this Vegas team is fairly new to respawns, which is kind of crazy. But that could be like the big reason why they're making a lot of simple mistakes. Whereas like with S&D, they're more tuned in with this.
Shots in, tracks him over towards the pool. Semtex deep. A little bit of pre-fire with it. We need to finish him.
You just gotta kill it. You just gotta finish the kill.
Just hanging out. Finally, he gets finished off. Cell trying to provide some support, but now he's caught over by Piano, or is he? Nice win from Cell, but it will come at the cost of a post-plant situation for Vegas in this 3v2.
And Simp is hitting the on-the-ground route. Oh, or at least working his way through top hallway. So, both players with ARs. Trying to clutch up into 3v2.
Okay, they're kind of throwing this away.
They have time for this. Vegas will have to be a little bit worried about the re-wrap back through mid, and they will bail completely all the way out towards the open patio and re-wrap this through mid. It's a proactive play. But can they get here in time to ensure that no one's on for the diffuser? We're going to have to make a commitment and Sim's able to get the read. Now it's just down to 1. Exit for the 1v2.
Should I flip it then?
He's going to try to play out the clock. Down through Jim. Did he see Cell? Maybe not on the initial shot.
Okay.
Check to make sure no one's on it. And Cell, he's able to stick for it. Simp saves his life at 9 HP. And he's going to be able to secure the defuse and a a 3v4 round for Atlanta.
And I thought Vegas, they played that to perfection. You turn it into a 2v2. You hit the rotation out, but then you get isolated in those one-on-one gunfights. Because when you put yourself in a position to give up all the
What, you got
side
me?
and try to work it from full, there's no angle for you to watch the bomb, so you're panicking a little
Oh my
bit.
goodness.
You have a player drops down from mid-hallway, gets some bad timing. You turn it into a 2v1.
funny.
But then all you have to do is just
Probably.
eliminate
That's like the
Sully because
only
you had
thing
no
me and him
awareness
have
of where
like
Simp was.
talked
Thankfully,
about. So
you're able to keep your teammate alive. Only 9 HP is selling
well,
him
my
stuck
dad
that
just asked if I
defuse.
have any
Atlanta FaZe
ideas
clutch up on the round.
for you for gifts,
Heartbreak right there for Vegas.
Yeah,
It looked
from
like
the-
they had made the right read.
and I haven't responded
But now
yet.
Simp,
But
he
I'm
is
like,
turning this into a World Star Series right now at 6-1, 4 in a row. Cell connects off his opening nade towards the backside of Jim, or up top, actually, pardon me.
I mean, I
on
could
the
just
piano
tell him
steps.
like, hey, dude,
And now it's a 3v4 the other direction, where Vegas are all full flooding through the catwalk.
did also
Maybe
spell
a
your
chance
name
to
with an
isolate
E
him
at
to
the
Drazi
end,
if they can
so
challenge
that's
them together,
kinda
but this is just happening a little bit too slow, and Atlanta's got a perfect post plan.
Yeah, they're wasting a lot of time trying to locate one player.
Oh boy.
And have yet to work their way into
No, I
the
can't
back
do
row.
that to him.
Finally,
He-
someone's going to go for the chow. Roxas gets the better of Draza. 20 seconds, 3v3.
I read it though, and I was like, no way, come on.
Not gonna be there for Sip. He gets turned around, so now it's just down to Self with the
I
1v2.
know.
He has the clock.
I was like,
in his
come on.
favor. Able to catch Exit, and that'll be
He would.
enough to secure the round. Not enough time for the defuse, even though Kicks does find the kill. So again, it just takes too long. And I think the
No,
thing about it,
they-
Jay, and I want to kind of hear your
like,
perspective.
never
You
do.
heard this kind of be floated around, whether it be on the flank or on the desk.
I'll just
this
tell him
team
I
that-
think she
this
put a
Vegas
list in the
squad,
group
they're
chat.
shooting,
That's
you know,
what I'll
they're
say.
hanging, but it's the decision making that's really been costing them.
Hey, and the decision making is what's going to probably cost them for a little bit, because these guys haven't been playing against the best competition their entire life, like the rest of the guys from North America and Canada. It's just very
Yeah,
difficult
you
when
see
you're
mine?
not practicing versus the top competition. These decisions, these situations that are happening, you have never seen them before. You have not been able to
You're
handle
good.
it versus the caliber of players that you're going up against. So it's just not going to get easy. We're playing some of the best players in the world. Now currently down 4-1. RC going to get invested to slow down the aggression for Vegas at this A site, but a body already finds himself in the
Steph was the
bottom
one
gym,
who
going to
asked,
get
right?
blown up. First blood.
That's why I was.
And this is going to lead to, again, Atlanta getting Draza super far forward with the jackal in hand. A little dicey from this position, top halls. Vegas, they have an idea that he's here. Oh, they did, but can't quite find the first. Draza nearly slips
Maybe
away, but
at
Roxas
some
kicks, able to cut a couple. That will put us to a 2v2, but
that
it'd be
does look a
easy,
little
sneaky. Through secret. Timing is going to be kind of the key question mark here in terms of when does the BZ want to pop this door and make a play from behind.
And they're probably already having the communications. They're most likely sitting in the back of this phone because they have yet to move once again. But this time, we're not going to be the aggressors. We're going to allow them to try to make the play because with only 35 seconds left, they had to start thinking about that objective. You're just waiting for a
have
com to
been,
come in
like,
from Sip. Now you
fiending for
send
these
in the
things.
BZ. But with only 25 seconds left, Sip does fall.
Yeah.
1v2 now.
BZ up top. Able to clear out the B site.
I've been
He
craving
tries to
this
fall in
shit.
towards Jim, and he's going to be met really by both Falcons who were right around that same drop spot. So Vegas will
Actual
get
solo.
around to the board.
Yeah.
A little bit of aggression coming out of the
That's
playbook,
for
though,
sure.
from Atlanta with the RCXD in the mix. Looked like it was going to be solid, but just could not find the ground to stand up.
Yeah, it's been all out aggression on every single round, regardless if it's on defense or offense for Atlanta.
Okay.
But that time, Vegas again just slowing down the game, slowly but surely picking them apart. Once they isolate onto Simp, they realize that BZ, he's not a slow player. He's going to jump at us eventually. You catch him working his way down from top cat. Put your second round on the board, but this is where you
shit,
have to
this
make
is
the
a big-ass
adjustments, man.
taco.
You have not been able to secure any defensive rounds because how aggressive Atlanta keep taking away this mid-map area from you.
Maybe a
We're going to
napkin.
stack that mid-map area, Jay. That's what the call is here. Think a booty up top.
What is this?
Two Falcons flying with it, but Abizi already getting over towards Jim. Takes one, slips away for a moment, but Vegas
Yeah.
just
There
taking
you go.
aggression.
Beans and
Okay, how
or-
about that? A little adjustment, and it's just,
Yes.
hey, let's stack, let's snowball, let's just flood
Fucking
right out, and
blanking,
that's
dude,
gonna
I'm
work out
tripping.
as it's just down to Simp. 1v3 opportunity, and gets a look at kicks, but cannot finish it off, leading now to a one-round difference with the defuse coming through.
An adjustment comes in for Falcons. They said we're sick and tired of
What-
giving them
sorry,
mid-map
what'd
and
you
at the
say?
same time also giving up A. So this time, we're going to send everybody through top cat, dominate their top plat area, and then even though a body was first blooded there,
Damn.
everyone in position to play
That's
that
tough.
trade. So
I'm like,
Vegas now with 2 rounds in a row, finally
I'm like
securing their
geeking
first
right now.
defense
Thank
of
God,
the
like,
map.
thank
Keeping
God
their
I'm not
dreams
a
alive and trying
big
to tie the
streamer,
series at
'cause if
that
my
one.
chat was blowing up, I would be like,
Okay,
my dad's texting
can we
me.
start to work
I'm
with
trying to
that
talk to
if
you.
you're
I'm trying to
Vegas?
pay attention to
And on
this.
the other front here for Atlanta.
I'm like,
Lots of confidence off the
Feel like
first
I'm
3-4
looking in like
rounds.
8
Just kind
different
of flooding,
directions.
diving, trying to just outskill your opponent. Now all of a sudden,
Because I said
you get to pay a
I
little bit of
mentioned that
respect to the fact
you
that
put the
things
list
have started to
in the
change.
chat, and he said that you did, and that they were
series
looking
where
for
the
more
SMGs have
ideas.
dominated. Draza's just at 1 and
So
5
I'm like,
right now. He's been kind of flexing around a little bit. We
okay.
saw him with an SMG last round. This time he's playing top piano stakes, and it looks like there's gonna be a little bit of exchange.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't
between
know.
both sides, and none would be worse for wears and stay 4v4.
And I think if you're Atlanta, this time on your defensive round, force them to actually
Just went
plant the
away.
bomb, because the both attacking rounds where they won, they did not think about that objective. But selling him again with another RC card, this time cutting off all the bottom bar. You cannot approach over towards this A site without selling him knowing.
Yeah, Kix has one of his own. I'd
Okay.
be curious to see if he tries to use that as a way to kind of use a bit of a forward scout. And you can hear it. Kix is going to kind of get, at least some sort of an angle on the car playing the third-person peek on the corner. Abizi still, though, finds first blood as King of
Okay.
Booty was just completely by himself over towards Hot Tub. And now we've got a 4v3, 30 seconds on the clock.
Oh, yeah, King of Booty was trying to work an underground route while his teammates are working up this objective over towards A. Fortunately, you run into the first blood, King and Abizi. Celium now takes down Exit 4v2 catch. Can you get anything done on 6 in a row?
Good first. He's also working for potential Hellstorm. Keep that in the back of your mind. He needs some help. Or does he? Kix.
Oh.
If he would have just
Slips
held that
away, does
iron,
earn the
that could have
Hellstorm.
been good.
But
That could have
does he
been
do
good for
enough
Kix.
to allow Roxas a chance to convert this 1v2?
I mean,
Cell's
Roxas
gotten the
just has to
read.
stay up, right?
And they're just going to completely isolate, and that's
yeah.
enough for Cell to get the win and take this to 5-3.
All right, sorry, chat. There's a lot
you
going
got the
on right
RC,
now
you
that
got the
I
Hellstorm
was
for
not
Kix. He
expecting to
continues to play
happen
well, but Atlanta,
right as I went live,
now
so
you're all
I
of a sudden on that
apologize.
point.
Yeah, and that's just a situation where obviously you want the round to start to develop. You want to see what Atlanta fans are throwing at you on this defensive look. And this time it was no aggression through the middle of the map. So with a minute going down, you have no info gained. You start to work your way over towards low bar. You blow up the RC car and you take control of the site. But then on the opposite side of the map, you have King of Body with, before the bomb even gets planted, trying to commit on that gunfight, at least hit a route through underground. But once he falls, it's just very difficult because you probably want to wait
We'll
for
definitely
that bomb
be
to go
more
down
locked
before you
in
decide
for
to make that play.
the
Potentially
Thieves
catch
match.
Abizi running into you instead of you running into
I can
Abizi.
guarantee
But
that.
puts
I can
Atlanta
guarantee
fans at
that
game
one.
point.
I could
Decisions
try,
made here for Kix in
because
terms
I
of
don't
what
know
does
if
he
you
want to do
guys
with these
care,
score
like,
streaks.
there's more yappage, or if there's less yappage,
Easy will
and
completely
like you
win
guys
over
just
the
kind of
Kix.
talk when you want, and I just,
Trophy system will go
Yep.
down. Hellstorm,
you know, like I
called
normally
in.
would. I don't know. I can try and get my brother to join.
Yeah.
I know he'll be.
You've got some opportunity
he
here to
likes
at least
watching
work
the
back to
matches
middle
and
of the map with
stuff,
the
so-
Hellstorm covering you, but do they get any information? I mean, they're trying to find Draza. Does Roxas get the timing? Sure does. Careful. Almost loses the gunfight. But now
25
3v2.
seconds here.
Gotta find a way to retake.
In a
25
3v2.
seconds. Still a lot of time to work with, but
Oh, Simp with a big one.
He is gonna have King of Body
Yeah.
one shot as well. 42 HP, descended, and Atlanta phase on
King
the
of Body
attacking
hasn't
round
looked
with the aggressive
great,
basically
I'll be
every
honest.
single time. Secure their first S&D of the season. It would only a
He's
matter of
probably
time.
overall,
Well, a little moment
I
in
would
the
say
middle
the
of that
worst
map, though,
looking
where you
one on
start
the
to look
team,
Vegas
at
and
least
say,
from
okay,
what I've watched.
The mines are working, gears are churning, able to put together a couple of adjustments, but the hot start from Atlanta.
Just kind of
A
is
little
what
bit
it
too much of a
is.
gap to come back into the mix, even with Kix still putting himself. I think of what he finished on, like 7 in a row, 8 in a row to get the RC and the Hellstorm. Don't really find the full value with it there at the end.
Draza went
But
1 and 7
regardless,
for the
another
dub.
solid map from Kix continues to be impressive. for
I'll be
Vegas, but
honest.
The problem is his team still.
It might sound
hard pressed to
crazy,
find map wins.
Yeah, because it seems
but
like
in
King of
some of
Body,
my
the
leagues,
only
I'm
SMG
low-key
player
thinking
for this
about
Vegas
dropping some of the
squad is
FaZe
their
players.
playmaker. But when you
'Cause they have
first
looked
steps,
so
you're not really
bad.
finding any success
Or
in
maybe
their
not
playmaking
dropping,
ability, with only
but
one
at least
first
putting them
blood.
on the
So,
bench.
Vegas, they started to slowly,
At
but
least
surely
putting them
work
on
their
the
way back
bench
to this
and
game by
bringing
slowing
somebody
down
else
rounds,
in,
and Atlanta FaZe
because
probably getting a little bit overconfident there. But Atlanta
there is no
FaZe did not
reason
let their foot off the
this
gas
FaZe team
since
should
that
be
map
playing
number
as bad
one.
as they
They
are.
take over the search and
And I
destroy
know
number
that
two
at
of
some
the
point they're
series.
probably
Looking
going
for
to
their
get
first
back into
victory
it,
of the entire season.
but
Yeah,
they're just not looking
well,
great.
Well, both these two teams.
They're not
there
looking
are a
great
lot
so
of
far,
firsts when it
and
comes down to this overall, but at least
it's
Atlanta
kinda
will find
costing
themselves
me.
search and destroy win
It's
on the way
kinda
for
costing
Greedy.
me
Their
in
first
my
match would have been
fantasy
back to
leagues.
death for our mid-map breakdown.
This is the bounce back.
Crazy
We're
enough,
ready
I
for,
thought
and,
in my
what's
money
up, Nicholas?
league that
I'm
not
just saying,
having
Atlanta's back.
any FaZe
Atlanta's
players
back.
could
They're
have
back.
costed me,
I mean, they're
but
getting
it's
there.
actually good for me.
All right, we're gonna show it. and
On
how
top of
in
that, I
just a
didn't pick up
moment.
Pred
First,
in
though,
it.
Ali,
I think
let's
any of
get
my
some
leagues.
highlights
I
and
almost
talk to
did
you
in
about
one of
the
them,
search and destroy. You mentioned it
but
during game
somebody
one.
ended up picking
Kix
Pred
was
before me,
catching
so
your
like
eye.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, he's just
I
close.
kinda
mean,
got
even when his
lucky in
teammates were
that
struggling to
regard,
put
but
numbers on the board, Kix ended up doing
like
what
this-
he could, going 29 and 28 in that map number
this
one.
FaZe
And then
team,
coming to
like
map
they
number
are
two,
not doing what I
and
thought they
all of a
would.
sudden, 8 free out of nowhere trying to
I mean,
pull himself
typically
back to
Simp
the
is
lead.
like looked at
Unfortunately, a
as
one-man army
one of,
is
if not the
not
best in
enough
the
to
game,
take down
basically
Atlanta
every year.
FaZe. Things
And he
were
has
trading
not
back
been
and
looking
forth
that great
early,
this
but
year.
Unfortunately, Vegas Falcons just didn't really
Like, not up to
change
standard,
their
I would
approach.
say.
They very much invested
Yeah, the 1 and 7 is
often
criminal.
when it came to these defensive strategies to try and catch Atlanta FaZe, to slow them
Your
down.
team
But
is
once
made
they
up
did
of
that,
mostly the
they didn't
bottom
really take
6
a whole lot of
teams.
space on the map, and I feel like Atlanta
Yeah,
FaZe
that's
got
tough.
used to that and was able
That's
to counter
tough.
them fairly easily.
Yeah, they're gelling well today, Atlanta FaZe.
Do you just have bad picks, or were you not like active for the draft?
Today. They wanted to make a statement.
Because I know I missed
and
I think a couple parts of some of my drafts, but luckily I had kind of paid attention to the start of the draft, so I was able to still kind of pick who I wanted. Either that or I had like prepared beforehand who I wanted to have picked, so in case I missed it, it would kind of go in a certain order.
So let's talk about the situation going over towards P3. So typically what teams are trying to do, they want the preferred spawn, which we'll use green here. The preferred spawn's over here on this side of the map, just because you're
I was trying to keep in mind
so we're going to talk about what Atlanta FaZe does here,
like different skill sets or like objective play and all that kind of stuff.
So on rotation here, you're going to see a BZ is going to push up, and what they're trying
That's
to do
why
is
in
they're
my
trying to kill
one
this
league
guy,
I
so
picked
Simp's
up
gonna bait him out
Envoy
in that moment, right?
and
so
Dan.
typically though, after you execute that kill, what happens
Oh
is a
shit,
lot of
you got a
players will
10-man
extend their
league
players around to get that preferred
or a
spawn,
10-person
like I was
league?
just saying. Well, instead Atlanta FaZe, they're getting better and they're peeling back that second layer. What they do is they group up and they adjust and they come to fight over here.
Not doing too bad though. That's good
to
at
help
least.
their teammates, so they can
I mean, it's a
secure
long
time
season,
here
you know.
and also flip out the Falcons players to get the bad spawn back piano. So
We haven't
I love
even
how they
hit
play
really
this, the
any like
adjustments
roster
that they make.
mania
We'll come back
outside
to
of
the
the whole
minimap here in a
optic
moment,
thing,
but let's
which
just sort of
is like
watch this
an
rotation.
anomaly
Stellium,
situation, it
big
seems
on
like.
rotation. You look at your minimap, you see
And
Simp and a BZ
Breaking
working
Point has
together
already
to get that
added
kill,
like
and this is
a
where they
bunch
play
of
a
people
match
who are
game.
like
Once
in
again, like I
challengers.
said, if they were to
So,
just try to push around for these spawns, these players
if something
would then be
happens
able
to
push
where
up and make
some
it
of
a
these
2
lower
versus
teams
2
start making
versus
roster
Drazah
changes,
and
like
Stellium, right?
you
And
might be able to
really,
pick up
it's not a
somebody who
terrible
ends up
play, but you
playing
don't
really,
want that
really
to happen. You
good.
want to utilize your numbers, so you see all the Atlanta FaZe members sort of grouping
I mean,
around
because
the
really
hill
right
to push
now,
out these spawns together, and then if
the
you
only
do
like
successfully get these 2 kills,
rookies
which they do,
is
can peek the back to make
Vegas,
sure
right?
nobody's
Like
quick
everybody
pitching,
else has
and then
already
you
played
secure
in the
these
league.
spawns and spawn them all here, where you can
So
basically
there's
chain
really
2
no
big hills
like
together,
rookies
which
this
is
season besides
exactly what FaZe does,
Vegas.
and this is high level hard point, right? So this is what we were asking,
Which
from
means
them
we're missing
versus
out
the top
on
teams. Can they
basically
can they
rookie of the year.
execute this fast enough versus a top team?
Like,
they're getting there, and you see this is exactly what they do. They push through, they play these kills, Stellium picks up the time, and they ultimately secure these spawns and then go on to
because
win.
everybody else, even if they're yeah, and ROKKR.
I have
Yeah.
a follow-up question though. Do they finish top
So yeah,
4 in
I
a
mean
minor
maybe like
tournament
a
when they come
handful
back
of
in
guys
January?
from Miami, like
I
because
actually think so,
ROKKR, like you said,
I think
and
they're
then
gonna
there's
make
also the
huge
guy that
improvements,
they
in
like
this month off that we
have
had before
on
the minor. I think
the
they're gonna come
bench
back
that I
stronger
think
than
they
ever.
could
All right,
put in
Falcons
at
looking
any
to
moment.
win
So if
3
that guy comes in,
doses of Vault
maybe that's
as
another
we
option,
have the
but
games coming up. In fact,
I think there will be
game
some
3
roster
is ready
moves,
right
like,
now. Let's send it over to
probably
Ship and Scuddy. Take it
after
away.
probably after the first
Yeah,
major.
I'm really glad
if
that
I had to
got a
guess.
chance to do that breakdown in particular, because those are the moments that we really hadn't seen from Atlanta in the respawn in particular, where it just looked like everyone was kind of doing their own thing. But
This
yeah, the
taco
teamwork
is
element
going to
really
be
come
very
to light on
messy.
the opening hard point. Now we're looking to see if that can be replicated here, Jay, on the vault control.
I think they can definitely do it because right now you can see Vegas Falcons. They are just simply struggling in the slaying department. The playmakers are making the plays. The only one finding success in that slaying department is Kick. So someone needs to try to assist them because you're going up against some of the best players in the world. You need to be able to kill them.
Yeah, we'll take a look to see how the control has shaken up to this point. Again, the records for both these two teams have not been
I want to
particularly
say they
great.
got
However,
rid of Eric.
Simp has still looked really good in this mode. A 1.14 definitely launched him towards the top of the overall control kills leader.
Not
Plus,
100%
of course,
sure.
His kills per minute are also way up.
'Cause
there.
honestly,
So,
I
he's
don't
been really good for
pay,
Atlanta,
like, a
even
ton
though
of
the mode
attention
itself
to,
has
like,
not been particularly great. I mean, they
the
had a
other teams, like,
3-2
roster
win when they
moves and
did
stuff
play
like
up
that.
against Thieves. That kind of catapulted
But
it back into the series, I think, for a lot of people. Yeah, in
I
that particular
think
matchup,
he-
but they did just come off of a round
I think
5
he might
loss
be
to
gone.
Carolina recently on this map as well, Jay.
And I think I want
Oh, he's playing with Afro? Okay.
Like Draza, who we thought is the perfect fit for
Yeah,
this
I didn't
core
think
three Atlanta phase.
I didn't
But
think
so
they
far
kept
since the
him.
beginning of the season, a guy who basically
Because I don't
never
think he
gets off the
played
game,
very
hasn't
good
really been able
last
to
year.
find a lot of success in
For,
Search
like,
and
a good
Destroy
portion of the season.
alongside Control. And we're talking about maps playing like
Honestly, that
Protocol,
was like my
Ball,
big concern
where
with
your
Miami
AR
this
needs
year
to be
was
felt. He's sitting at
I
a
really
0.7,
didn't think
so even with
that
Sip at a
Miami would be
1.18,
that good this
you
year.
need one of your ARs to at least
But
perform a little
they're
bit better.
definitely
So I'm
looking
really
better
looking
than
at Draza, trying to step
I
up here.
anticipated.
I like the call.
And then
Maybe just
Rencourt,
down to finding the right tempo as well.
he would have too.
Where we've seen a lot of
I have him on the
presence
bench in
really
my
kind of
money
turn the
league.
tides in terms
And I'm
of tight moments.
low-key, I'm
Both
thinking about playing him
offensively
over
and defensively,
Abuza,
could be
'cause,
a player to look out for. Here we are again.
Abuza hasn't been playing great.
Not bad for a 1-2 record. Again, Atlanta's been in a lot of the matches that they've played so far. Good win percentages.
Yeah,
Across both
that
the
was
offense
something
and the
that
defense. It'll be Vegas starting off on the
last
attack
season
first
with
and foremost. And it's gonna
the
be a
Thieves,
hard
like when
hit
people
to
were
get top of the
saying
Thieves
that they
right
should
there,
pick
waiting
up
for it.
somebody
I don't
from
know if they
Challengers, I
stunned or
talked to
dated it at all.
Ghosty about it a little
Just
bit,
look
and
at
he
one,
was like,
but the
dude,
offense has to wait for
like there's a
respawn.
reason
That's not the
these
ideal
Challenger
breakup
players
that you want there.
are in Challengers and not in the league. Like we're not gonna drop who we have to pick up a Challengers player at the stage of the year that they were already in, because this was like third or fourth major, basically. So it's like, not, he wasn't saying that those guys are bad, but like comparison wise, you know, they're not on the same level. And when you're at that point in the year where the Thieves were like trying to make champs still, you know, there would be very little benefit to picking up like a Challenger player. Especially when they were finally starting to mesh.
Yeah, Vegas still have a couple players around this map ready to contest it, but Selling was able to get the better of kicks for that final player. So now with only 30 seconds left, one segment to their name. Have a route being hit with Sip with the perfect read on to King a body, puts him down with ease with that jackal.
For the leagues
now with only
that I have the
23
face players in, I need them to absolutely dog the Falcons.
He has to get a couple more if he wants to
I
make
need
the play
it.
happen.
He's on the hunt for the trade and we'll catch him. No worries. Over towards Zuka. Now a full-fledged defensive front starting to amass here for Atlanta. Sell on the inside. A bit worried about the catwalk play with 5 seconds on the clock. He just needs to make sure no one touches the zone, and that's going to work out beautifully. Last attempt here for Vegas to try to get on and stop, but Simp right here around it, and
I will say, watching wise, I don't love watching ball, but playing wise, I do like playing ball.
Single segment in favor of
Which I didn't think I would, but I kind
you
of
would
do.
think that if you are Atlanta, because when I thought when they initially got those 3 kills and they were stacking on that 8-point, Atlanta were really slow on their re-break attempt. But when you
Yeah, I don't know much about like the EU scene, so I don't know how it works for them, but the AM scene is definitely it's different from the pros. Like there's a reason for it. Like that's why it's like every year you only get like a couple guys who break out into the league, and then even the guys who do break out into the league, you only get like one every now and then that is kind of like a mainstay. I mean, look at like Draza, for example. It took him at least like 2 to 3 years to become a starter in the league, and then once he became a starter, it took him a year to win champs, which is impressive. But I mean, he was paired with Octane, Kenny, and Envoy, who all had very good experiences in like the pro level. But now he's in. Then you had like Hydra, Scrap. Like I don't know Hydra's route exactly, but like Scrap, he played under the Toronto Academy team for a while. And yeah, Ghosty was an anomaly situation. Joe Deceives, I would say, is kind of an anomaly situation. Like he played Challengers for like one event basically, and then he like was moved up to a pro. Yes, he did get dropped back down to Challengers for a little bit, but now he's like he's becoming a pretty solid player, and this is only his like second full year, but he's already looking astronomically better than he did like the LAG season. So it's really just, I feel like it kind of just depends on development and stuff like that.
Kick's able to continue his little spree at the moment. eventually shut down, but the clock will continue to tick. Atlanta now going to be hard pressed, try to work their way back in, especially that's it. 10-5. Really
I will say though,
kind of floating around the zone. He's going to have a couple of phase members in
look
front.
at some of these guys that the Thieves have brought up. I mean, really, the only guy that they brought up that I would say didn't pan out, like at all, was Venom. That's like the only guy that I've seen from the Thieves camp where they've brought them up from,
that time it was excellent in kicks.
like from challengers, and it didn't work out.
But every time you thought that they were going to work their way over towards Cat, that's what you had the AR player at ROKKR finding a couple of those
really?
as well. Atlanta phase still.
I didn't know that.
I
didn't know that about Hydra's like
Vegas finally showing a
background.
little bit of life in this series, securing that round, tying it up at 1.
And
yeah,
I have to ask you at a certain
he
moment,
was from the
like,
Cold War era.
Continues to be one of those kind of 3
He like
ARs,
the crazy thing was it was just like after that season he just dropped off the face of the earth, it seemed like. And
be like, yo,
like he had a lot of
you're obviously gunning with the best of them.
like high expectations during that season. I don't know if like personal stuff happened that kind of like prevented him from like staying a pro or playing at the pro level. But
he's able to get it done with both.
I mean, he was like in the starting rotation for about half the year. So, you know, I don't know. But both him and Draza were like two younger. I mean, Venom was full-blown rookie, whereas Draza had played a little bit on Optic LA. So it was a little different, but for the most part, they were both pretty much rookies, like playing on that Thieves roster. And Venom, like I said, was the only one to not really pan out the way that we thought they would. You look at, you know, Joe, Kremp, and Draza. Like, yes, Kremp had like a short stint the year before, and then Joe again had a short stint in the pros, but like all three of those guys panned out to be pretty good. Kremp, like, I feel like we still need to see a little more from him, but I do think he's better than what people give him credit for. Joe, we're starting to see more of him, and then Draza, obviously, like, typically he is like top 2 or 3 flexes in the league.
Trying to follow on a second, and ROKKR will provide. Draza in trouble. Deals at least with one foul.
Yeah, I agree. I feel bad for Nasty though, because I feel like he kind of got the worst opportunity out of all of them. Obviously, Ghosty got the best, and then Joe and Kremp, I feel like, got a pretty similar. I would say Joe, outside of Ghosty, got the best opportunity when it comes to leaving the Thieves. But Kremp's team, I think, could be really good if, you know, they get this internet thing figured out, which they were making it sound like they did. But yeah, I definitely feel like Nasty kind of got hoed a little bit, because I feel like he has been shooting really well, actually. He's looked a lot more consistent this year than he did last year. Obviously, we're only, what, 3-4 series in, but I mean, hey, Vegas is up 2-1 on this control. Okay.
Oh, you see, then they're starting to roar. They're trying to find a little bit of energy. And that's when everyone just has a piece of the pie right there.
But yeah, I feel like
all had their moments of body. Once they get pushed up in towards bottom,
I feel like Seattle, well, Vancouver now,
and also that Amos in hand, but
with Abuza, I feel like I was expecting them to be a little better. And then 04 wasn't bad last year. Hixie was pretty good on Ultra, but I think part of the reason Hixie played so well was because he was with the trio of Scrap, Kleenex, and Insight. That was a really good trio to play alongside. Whereas now Hixie has a little bit more on his plate, and so far that just hasn't turned out well for him. Oh, Abizi just got slammed.
Responds beautifully. Sif Draza tries to keep the offensive play alive on towards A, but here comes the reattempt from Vegas. ROKKR gets one. We'll keep
who
just Vegas,
who was it you're talking about?
now it's just down to what does Exton want to try to do from above. He's able to clear at least one of the FaZe members off the zone.
Is that how I say it?
With the trophy system in, Vegas will still have to break this again.
Is that how I say your name? I don't want to mess it up. Okay, Nasty. Okay.
Patient.
Yeah, he deserved a spot. I mean, even during it was what? Because he played
takes down Celium, exit and King of Body. That's 3
Modern Warfare 2. He played a little bit. I thought there was a stint that he wasn't playing that he deserved a spot. Oh, really?
They've got a really
That's
solid
crazy.
those kicks blocking the top right side of the minimap means that everyone has to spawn towards what P2 would normally look like, but FaZe do break through the setup. And now get right back on towards the A zone. Kicks trying to follow up behind this to try to keep this life lead in play for the defenders.
Hicks is EU too, right?
60 seconds has been tallied, and even though it's been messy, FaZe have a lot of time to work with here in this offense.
And they also have 3 dead as well to go with it. Rox is on 5 in a row. Information already gained that he's trying to push out in towards bottom. Vol, but Draza chases him down. Now all of Vegas coming off of the respawn, but at least
So
they
then,
do have a couple players roaming around that mid map already.
Are you in EU? You play?
Pause at a minute 34.
You play in EU?
Trying to hang on. Anybody will clear the zone, but the kills still turn up in favor of FaZe. Tough gunfight here for Roxas. He's got one in front of him, and then more a little bit deeper. But the
Right
shots
now.
are decent. Damage has been tallied.
It's actually like really cool to see.
Respawn. Right on over. Keeps the clock paused, and they even get a lot of progress done here on the second tick. Roxas feels the pressure to try to challenge, kind of caught in no man's land. Xdid trying to keep this offense limited, but FaZe will stay on the zone.
Second does get complete. Now it's going to turn into a one-on-one. The body gets the better of Draza.
UK still a Thieves fan though? Hey, it don't matter where you're from. You can be a Thieves fan no matter what. No matter what.
You're also dominating.
That's cool though.
Vault, so now you're going to force the rest of Atlanta FaZe to try to work this overextension, try to push their way through mid-line.
There's another guy who I've been chatting with a little bit too that he plays he competes from UK as well.
Nice shots. Clears off backside palms.
Well,
and in the same breath, exit from vault doors will clear off the rest
from,
of FaZe. That's another 4-man feed. Here we go.
I believe Ireland.
This could be the first respawn win for Vegas.
Which is still is Ireland still considered UK? I'm a dumb American that's not good with geography, so.
Atlanta now going to slowly work their way out of their spawn. So if you're off Falcons, you still want to have someone be the aggressor. And I love the route being hit out of X. They're going to take your sweet time to flank all the way towards the B Street. Every kill that you get, they respawn them all the way in the opposing side of the map.
You were NYSL first. I mean, NYSL is not a bad team, like to root for. Obviously, now that it's Cloud9, it's a little different. I felt like NYSL had really good branding and stuff like that.
It's just down to who they're going to commit to getting out of the zone. 10 seconds.
But
it's going to be
yeah, I think
to keep the clock paused.
For me, like when the Thieves weren't competing, I followed that rule, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna root for like my quote-unquote home team, which was, how the fuck is Cell still alive, bro? What the hell just happened? That might be the craziest thing I've seen today. That's wild. But yeah, when the Thieves weren't in the league, I rooted for Huntsman since they were Chicago. Now, Chicago's not my home team, but like Chicago's my family's like team because I have family from Chicago. So like I root for all Chicago sports, but it kind of works out with the Thieves because I'm from California, so I can kind of say that I'm rooting for my home team still. Northern Ireland is UK Republic of Ireland. It's its own country, separate from UK. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, see, you learn something new every day. It's his turn. He's, what? Well, he's only 19 and 22, but I mean that play was a huge play. Dude was just sliding everywhere.
Last player alive. You just want to try to play your life, finesse a little bit. Force these players from Vegas to split on.
Yeah, I was in the same boat, Destiny. I like because I rooted for them in Black Ops 4 when it was 100T.
So that leads to
and then
now gonna put himself in a position over towards our.
Once we had that down year, I went to Chicago for Chicago Huntsman for a mix of reasons. Like, yes, it was Chicago, but then also like it was kind of the real optic. So like
but
kind of a win-win for me, low-key.
Right back to sender again. So here we go.
And then Thieves came back, and it was like, all right, we're back to
And if
Thieves,
he's just
baby.
showing the pressure, like he needs to make a play. 1v1, that Exton takes it.
Oh
And
yeah,
there's
we
defense
support
still
Nade
also
Shot
in the face
heavy
spawn.
here.
And it's just so simple right here for Vegas.
I've said in the future, as long as I can afford it, I'm setting up a man cave where I have a bunch of Thieves gear and memorabilia, like a lot of people will do with like their traditional sports teams.
FaZe, a little bit more freedom off the spawn towards pool. Still need to break through this setup as X
Got the EU goat playing there, so it makes a bit more sense.
Forever. Wow, Roxas and Kicks shut down stuff from the middle, and now it's just down to the last handful of moments. And I imagine the smiles for FaZe are going to be completely wiped from their faces.
gosh.
Vegas get a control win versus
Look at
Atlanta
Exodus, bro.
FaZe to extend the series.
Damn, that was beautifully played, man. I don't think we saw
Exodus turn.
3 defensive rounds out of both teams and then 2 attacking rounds to obviously get us into round number 5. But just the pressure, the slaying right there out of Vegas from start to finish of that map. This is what they need to do. You can tell that they showed the improvements because they really struggled. You talk about playing your life in certain situations, making the game a lot easier. But
Falcons are sticking around.
Let's just take it away from them. Spawn them
they're
over towards
so
both
heated.
sides, and that made it very difficult for Atlanta because no one was wrapping back. They didn't want to waste their time on that gunfight on the back end. They just continuously pushed on forward.
Bro, some of the matches that we're seeing this season so far are crazy.
Up the numbers that they did. How many times did we see Exton clutch up in multiple gunfights with that Jackal versus the likes of Simp and Abiza, who usually don't win. I mean, lose those up and close personal gunfights with that
like they got outslayed.
He was getting it done. Vegas Falcons
Everybody was in negative for FaZe. Everyone.
Unreal stuff.
Against the Falcons.
Non-traded of the 30 plus from Exton.
Nah, this team's got to split up. Low key. Like, I could see it happening.
Second sub for Vegas. Let me see Exton on it.
Dude, I want to see Falcons start winning a little bit too, honestly. Just because, like, they're kind of proving that they can, in a sense. Like, yes, they're not actually winning yet, but they're doing everything but winning, I feel like. You know? Like, they're making matches close that you probably would think they shouldn't. They're just not closing out. So if they can learn to, like, finish a series, even just finish maps sometimes, I think that'll go a long way for them. Watch Hunter T Apex content creators that I got sucked into COD and Val. Oh, interesting. So Apex was kind of like what drew you in? You must be excited that Apex is back then, huh? I don't really pay much attention to Apex just because I'm not a big, like, I'm not a big Battle Royale guy. But I know a lot of people are excited that Apex is back.
Insane stuff, man. But as we continue to look at what is going to be a long stretch of vaults, we got to. I just got to see Exton continue to run this SMG. Oh, yeah.
I've been waiting for a Rocket League team because I'm a Rocket League fan. I played Rocket League for a while, but like COD is still my priority.
The first time that FaZe have allowed a team to essentially fringe upon record.
So like I watch COD the most and I play COD the most, but Rocket League was probably my second favorite esport for a while. Then Valorant came around.
The slaying presence obviously isn't there, but the game plan isn't there right now for them in control. Hopefully when we add a third,
I just kind of like lost interest in Rocket League a little bit. It was very like,
because Vault has not been treated them nicely.
I don't know, I just didn't have a team to root for, so I kind of lost interest in it.
They continuously are running out one by one.
Timmy's one of your top 5 streamers on Twitch? Okay.
Not easy to win like that.
That's fair. That's fair.
So again, like we just mentioned,
I've never really watched Timmy.
One more vault, if not another. If we
but
get to a map
also,
number 5.
to be fair, I don't typically watch a ton of Twitch.
Though, Jay, is that
and
of these two teams
if I do, I mostly just watch Nade.
Vegas play it at all, and the only time we saw Atlanta play it, they got smoked in about what was like a 5-minute hard point where they lost 77 to 250.
Feel about the game today.
To the LA Thieves.
LAG
so
got a bit
this
shaky.
Is one of those moments again where we can kind of take a breath and try to evaluate.
I mean, I still feel confident. I think Scrap had mentioned that a couple of the players were feeling like pretty sick that day, and they were still able to win against a team that took Optic the distance as well. So,
you're basically going to guarantee the game, especially if you're going into
Thieves played poorly. early the other day and we're still able to close it out. I think that kind of just proves how good this Thieves team is. Good teams find ways to win, and that's what they did the other day. So I definitely think that despite the outcome of the match between the two, I think that ROKKR is not as good as the Gorillas team. I think the Gorillas are just kind of like scamming, honestly. Like they're not winning matches that they should. And so I think the Thieves have a better chance against them. I just like, I don't know. I just don't really see like anybody on ROKKR kind of like out slaying or even like pacing anybody on the Thieves. So we'll see. I mean, any given Sunday, you know, any given day. But I'm definitely feeling like the Thieves should have a comfortable win today. At this point, I think if they lose a map, I think it'll be the control, just because the Thieves control has not looked ideal yet.
And now all of a sudden, lots of focus towards what Vegas is trying to rotate
we'll
through
see.
that top Palm Street.
Yeah, we're boosting stats right now. You just have Celium sitting all the way in the back. Actually, it was a Beezy before falling, just blocking that back spawn.
Yeah, they are an interesting team. I mean, I definitely wouldn't expect, like, I didn't expect that team to be like a roster. I don't feel like anybody really stands out a ton to me, maybe besides like Nero. Estriel has his moments, like he has times where he just like really pops off, but then he has other times where it's just like he's super cold and he's not doing too much. Paul X, I feel like is a little more consistent, but like he doesn't pop off a ton. I feel like he kind of just plays steady most of the time. I still don't feel like he's super consistent either, though. I do think that's kind of like a problem for them, is consistency. So, you know, when you're playing against a team that I feel like is going to be pretty consistent, like with the Thieves, I feel like it's going to be hard to beat them.
Because King of Body is going to be blessed with a spawn over towards the backside of this hard point. Just going to wait for his teammates to try to find a little bit of success from the front end, but Sim
just slammed Exnid.
And King of Booty just needs to get involved. He's still over towards the backside, looking to see if he can catch people off spawn. And he gets eliminated. Okay, so 74 plays 5. Draza around the back, good pinch.
Draza's 10-3. I need this for my one fantasy league.
Nice little turnaround as he's able to kind of
I do need that.
picks, but Vegas will break out and have a chance to get a little bit of time here on 3.
Yeah, they need this time because it's going to be
I'll take anything I can get.
Break in towards P4. Thankfully, one player in Celium is going to spawn all the way across the map, and Sit now should spawn alongside him with him. With Celium finding that kill, you're just going to take him off of this hard point time. You know that your teammates have this money ill off the rotation.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know who would be the IGL on that team. Like,
there we go. Chance maybe flood.
There's nobody that makes me think that they would be an IGL.
You got Celium up top trying to hold off the Vegas Falcons, but Exnid actually wins a really tough gunfight from right in front of him. So now you've got a wrap around
and
the
low
back
key,
for
like
Vegas. FaZe will spawn out. But the timing
I kind of brought this up, and I might get some shit for this, but I feel like part of the reason, like Kenny on Optic hasn't been playing as good is because I feel like he's being pushed more into that IGL role. Like that's what he's kind of being looked at. And I think when he's in that role, he does do a good job of being like the voice, like a good leader. But I don't feel like it unlocks his like true potential and his true like play style, because when you look at like when he was best on the Thieves, it was with Octane, and when Octane was like the IGL, it gave Kenny kind of like the freedom to be free. Like he wasn't locked down on making sure he was the guy paying attention to all the different aspects of the game. And I think some players are able to kind of do both, because like obviously Octane's like
Try to apply pressure in towards
I would say
Wing,
overall
but if Beasley gets
stats
the better of
typically
Kingabody,
weren't
draws
like
upon
the same
double.
as a lot of
Last
other
play mid-lobby is
like
also gonna forward,
ARs.
forward dead, and you see
But
Sip
when you
on
look
your
at
back.
the
I'm
role that
chilling.
he
Just
was
chill down, walk
playing,
in the spawn.
like
You
the
guys
fact
can
that he
have
was the
some fun.
IGL, the
Just
things
don't
that he was
let
able to do as an IGL just proved that that's his play style. Like that's the type of player he is.
From the front.
And I think that's how Ghosty is, and that's why Ghosty works so well with this current Thieves roster. But with Optic, they don't really have that. Like, Kenny is supposed to be that guy, and that's why he's playing slower, or he's taking more of a backseat to the other players.
Not enough to hold on to the scrap time. Just comes down to can they battle for P2 spawns.
Now off the rotation, people
Same
are
on
dropping
TK,
like
he's
flies.
cracked
Last
sub.
player alive
Yeah,
is gonna be
exactly.
Roxas. You see that trophy, you get the info. Someone's got to be in the back selling him.
I mean,
Unbelievable.
I don't necessarily feel bad for Dan for being in the IGL role. I think he's the type of guy that can take that on. You know, like, I think, again, same with, like, Octane. Like, Octane, he... I think maybe he could have been, like, statistically better if he wasn't the IGL, or if he wasn't looked at as the IGL. But I think, like, legacy-wise, that makes him a much better player. Like, the fact that he did so well as an IGL, and that, like, he was able to perform to the standard that he did while taking on that role. Because it's not an easy role by any means. Like, I don't think anybody's cut out to be an IGL.
Somebody get this guy. Is now Atlanta with a
When
flawless
uneducated fans say drop Kenny when he's the glue of that team. Yeah, I agree. I think, like, Kenny gets that a lot, and I feel like the times he's gotten the drop Kenny, like, propaganda going against him is when he's not, like, statistically playing to the standards that they expect. And I think that comes with the fact that he's doing all the intangibles right. Like, he's doing the things that you don't see on the leaderboards. Like, he's doing all that right and helping the rest of the team, like, play to the standard that they want to play at.
25 seconds still to fight for here, though, if you are Falcons.
Yeah, this
Last time around, you were
is
able to work your
this is
way
over.
with a bunch of kills in your favor up through that B street.
And if it's not, then FaZe have a masterclass of a choke here.
Secure the spawns over towards next, but Falcons might have just stripped that away from them. Can you find anything more? They got at least one player towards the back in Kingabody.
Yeah, indeed the case. Two players now here. Kingabody both. Opening shots from Exton. Knows that there's a threat nearby. Kingabody nicely done as he finds Sip trying to break through the front, and that's going to be enough for
My buddy,
Falcons to spawn.
he likes to,
right behind the hard point.
he just kind of likes to troll a little bit, but
that's a key
the one night I was talking to him and he was trying to tell me that Kenny's washed, and I was like,
Out here for Atlanta.
what?
Dead in the feed for Falcons.
What?
Kingabody. Can he get anything
I was like,
done?
no,
At least
dude.
takes down one before falling,
Kenny is
but
not washed.
Still a lot of time to fight for here. If you are Atlanta, you got
Like,
all
if
your
Kenny,
faces being
for some
washed,
reason,
draws
and this
are
wouldn't
watching
happen,
across.
but for some reason, if Kenny
The
was
rest of
dropped
Atlanta
today,
just waiting for the pressure to develop.
I say
Final 25.
the Thieves might be the only team to not try and pick him up just because of the roster they currently have. Legitimately, every other team would probably try to pick him up.
As much as he can for this scrap time. 1v2.
Oh, 100%.
Will eventually be overwhelmed, but again, that's
I,
fine
like,
for FaZe. They
I
stay
will
just
say the
short
only
of the
thing
point
that's kind of
threshold,
like
but they
killed
are
me with
fully
like
set up,
Kenny's
ready to go
game
for the new hill.
is he has
Falcons
proved
trying break
to
it
be
quickly.
like really
Be
good
able to breach that 200
in the
point
sub
mark.
role.
You know, the SMGs
And
are
I know he
ready
likes to
for
play
these
the AR
gunfights.
role, and he's also, I mean, he is good at the AR role as well. But I just feel like the times that he's played the best in the league is when he was a sub. Like, TK, he was the best player in the game for World War II when he was on TK. He was the best player in the game as a sub. Just able to go rogue, do his own thing. And then you have Vanguard, where, or sorry, then you have Black Ops 4. He was a flex, but like the Maddox kind of played almost as another SMG because you can take the close range gunfights and all that kind of stuff. Then you get Vanguard. He starts off as an AR. Things aren't quite working out the way they wanted it to. He switches to a sub, and now he's like, picking up MVPs and shit. So I don't know. I just feel like you could argue that him as an SMG is better than him as an AR.
Nice little back and forth between them. I'm sure Cell is gonna be like, I hope you guys had fun, because he soaked up about 3 minutes.
Yeah, it kind of is a trope, low key.
So just kind of chilling as the Vegas Falcons.
He did turn up different champ Sunday. I mean, he always does. Kenny on LAN is a different beast, bro. Then you give him a headband.
Yeah, the hard points are going to be a struggle for quite some time. If
Kenny's elite. You can't disrespect Ken like that. Not my Quavo Kenny. Dude, Bandana Kenny is different. He really is. I always thought the Thieves should have done like a Kenny bandana, like not apparel release, but just like when they did all their Thieves gear, like the jerseys and all that kind of stuff, they should have done a headband to sell, because I know people would have bought it. I know people would have wanted that shit. Well, I know we haven't been talking about it, but FaZe just absolutely mollywopped Vegas in that last map there. 28-16 from Draws, 31-19 from Abizi, 25-16 from Sim, and then Cell had 25 engagements. That's insane. That's crazy. He had 3 minutes in the hill though. Holy shit. Yeah, seriously, they're not winless now. They got something. They got something on the board.
Will get their first win in the CDL, leaving Vegas still searching for theirs to head back to the desk.
What does it mean that it had to come against Vegas?
202 points. That is the hard point differential.
Sheesh.
Atlanta FaZe dominant when it came to HP. But my question is, what did we see in Game 3? Control went to the Falcons. They take their first control.
I mean, the slaying just completely turned over for the side of Falcons. Not only was
Kicks and
Excellent doing what we've
control.
kind of seen them do in previous weeks, but even ROKKR just got into the building, 25-19. So they finally get a respawn win. They get it on control. It wasn't clean, but they got it done in the end.
Was that legit their first respawn win?
Let's take a look
In general?
Game
No,
4.
you can't. No way,
What
dude.
you saw from the front line here, Nameless.
FaZe might have won, but I mean, they were the first team to give up a respawn win for Vegas.
These guys are talented, so when they play the right way, they're able to find the kills, right? So there's not like a huge gap in terms of.
Wonder who they pick up when they split.
They just need to figure out their hard point. They're getting broken too easy, leaving gaps wide open, and when it's their turn to try and break, they got players who are.
I don't know. They're gonna have. If they split, they're gonna have to split at the end of the season. I don't see them doing it like mid-year. Like no matter how they're playing, I just don't see them like splitting. They would have to make like a trade. Like they would have to send like Draws or Cell to like Cloud9 for maybe like Sib or something. And then maybe try and ship like I don't know, try and make a trade for like one of the subs from Ultra. I don't know. I really don't. He's available, but we don't know what's going on with that whole situation. So might not be the move.
Deal set up game theory wise. You want your main AR in the back, soaking up that hill time while everyone else pushes out.
Yeah, you want.
I think ARs are first to go.
Picking up objective kills in a
Personally,
ton of time, right? So ideally, they went over a lot.
I think ARs would be the first to go if you're FaZe. Not that I don't think they're good. Just I feel like the Tiny Terrors are kind of like your brand.
Absolutely.
So unless there's like bad blood between the two of them, I think they're getting rid of. I think they're getting rid of
MVP from 2020
Draws and Cell.
Off to a slow start for the 2025 season. What's
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard a lot of stuff, and I don't really know what to believe.
I feel like honestly the biggest thing is our scrims haven't translated to matches. I feel like we've looked a lot better in scrims generally, but you know we still have a lot to work on. I mean, we've been 100 point club more times than I can count in my career, so definitely got to work on some things.
Yeah, it is a rough start, but I don't think anybody doesn't expect you guys have it figured out by the time we get back. Sim, I want to ask though, as we do head into this break, you know, there's been some struggle in every game.
I don't know if FaZe is going to be
the main focus while we take a couple weeks off.
Like the
Just
regular
general floor
season
stuff.
point
I feel
leaders
like,
this year?
Like I said, I feel like in scrims we look a lot better than we have in matches so far, and I feel like part of that's teamwork, but part of that's just translating. So I feel like just trusting our process and just keep it going and just play with more confidence.
Sip, I want to ask you, you know, we got a lot of talking heads in the community, and myself included, wondering why you guys don't push the limit and see what you can get away with in hardpoint. Like, we see all these other SMGs, you and Abizi, you guys aren't pushing out to that second layer in hardpoint. What has been the issue there, and why do you think your practice hasn't translated to the matches?
I think it's partly just playing with a little bit more confidence. I think today we did a good job of just challenging anything we wanted, feeling like we were on top of the world.
Right.
And I feel like we can do a way better job of that just in matches in general. And so I feel like today was a good start.
Love it.
I have a super fan who would like to come cheerlead for Atlanta FaZe. Can we make that happen in 2025?
I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
All right, they may be in my family. We'll talk about it later, Chris. I promise they're safe.
Or Maven.
Yeah, I'll hit you up later. I'll hit you up later.
It might be Maven. All right, thank you very much, Chris. Congrats on your winning win.
Now we got Cloud9 in Carolina.
All right, I appreciate it, guys.
That is Simp. Atlanta FaZe gets the job done with a 3-1
I mean, the Ravens have looked
over
solid
Vegas.
too.
Let's
I
take a
can't
look
lie.
at our scuff play of the game.
Ravens have
We
looked
couldn't
solid.
pick one from Simp, so we just got a little montage here. Let's take a look, Alley Cat.
I love when we just have a montage of a
Battle of the
going on in
Blues,
the
yeah,
series,
seriously,
especially when
they're.
there
I mean,
isn't
they
just
are
one
basically
play
like
that
the
he
same
made that was
color.
detrimental. It was the entirety of this series. This is a
Yeah,
player that we're kind of more used to
Liddy
seeing.
Goat
But
has been
I literally
looking
wrote down in my
pretty
notes-
good.
in my notes that
He's
Nathan
an
Simple
AR
put
I've thought
mixtape.
about picking up in
He kinda,
in fantasy
he asked
as
about it in
well,
the interview just now. He said
honestly.
he wants to play more free,
He's looked pretty
and in
solid.
practice, it's not translating over to matches. Maybe they were just overthinking situations in hardpoint. You have to be almost
It's
instant. In this
weird.
series, that's what
Like,
they did, playing with
I've been
confidence.
trying to
look for that to
almost
be the
like
solve
compare
going forward.
Atlanta starts
how
in the first
these
round
other
of
teams
the
face off
minors.
against
They'll
teams
have to
like
work their way
Optic
all
and
the way
FaZe
through
to
the
see
grand finals.
roughly how they
Versus
might
at least
compare
top four, right?
Yeah, I
to
believe so. I think this
the
month is
Thieves when
huge,
they
man.
play.
They're gonna improve rapidly.
When we come
And
back, we have two other
honestly,
teams we expect
there's
to
some
be fighting
teams that
for
like
top
I didn't
four.
expect to be
Carolina
good that are
Ravens put
like
their
a
undefeated
little
record
concerning,
on the line
low
against
key.
New
Like
York Cloud9.
Carolina,
Mac is
I
best
feel like
surgeon. Stay tuned for that
could
one.
put some stress on the Thieves. Ultra, I think, could put some stress on the Thieves. I mean, I didn't expect the Gorilla Mates to put as much stress on the Thieves as they did. But, I mean, that always seems to happen against LAG for some reason. So,
Upgrade your game with the Scuff,
I don't
the
know,
official
man.
controller
Like,
of the Call of Duty League.
yeah, I mean, I definitely think they could. I just know that, like, Slasher has been looking pretty good. And I do feel like, even though, like, subs are kind of the players that make the biggest impact, I feel like the ARs are what kind of, like, set the pace for the sub players. And, you know, with how good Slasher's been playing, not that I necessarily think he's gonna outplay like Dan or Scrap, but I don't know, man. Like they've looked pretty solid. Yeah, very true. The pacing is insane.
Steals the record for most kills dropped in a single match. It's 115, and it's Gwyn.
On the collapse, he gets the angle, he gets the kill. His series continues. Gwyn's here.
Yeah, this is his place. A double headshot, 7 in a row.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I think, honestly, I think once Optic kind of gets some of their stuff, like, figured out, I think Optic's going to be the biggest challenge for the Thieves.
TJ gonna drop. One is fallen. Second will drop as well. They collapse. Oh, on Gwyn. Of course it's on Gwyn. One player left. Hunts it. Finds it. Gwyn seals the deal with a record-setting series for Gwyn. Gwyn is different.
I think Optic is going to be the team that shoots back the most.
I suck with this. Bruh. I'm not using that shit ever again. This shit up.
Dude, Bruce has been a problem.
3-0 on Control. Unbelievable. unbelievable stuff. Again, these guys on this map were lost for so long. The improvements they made, never mind, the map is going on 0.0. Vehicle didn't know either. Heretic started celebrating.
Oh shit, I forgot about this moment.
What's happening? It's not over yet.
I forgot about that, low-key.
But I think behind Sim's pick, with only one player here, they should be able to retake, but they're still a nice presence.
Yeah, he's been a monster this year. I mean, he was frying yesterday. Dude is scary, man. Like, I think like when Optic gets kind of their stuff figured out, like you have Dashy and Ken. Like if Ken's able to pick it up a little bit, those are two high level ARs, and then obviously you have two really high level subs that have played well together throughout both of their times teaming together. So there's a lot of chem going on there, a lot of talent that I think would fare well against the Thieves. Obviously, I'm still taking Thieves. I think this is the Thieves' time to, you know, to take them down, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I really like this intro, actually. I think it's funny. But I do agree when it comes to like tournament time, they're gonna have to have a more like hype intro video.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the holiday season, and things are heating up here in this studio. Alley Cat and Nameless right behind me in the pick'ems. Just kidding. I'm almost catching up.
Yeah, Vivid's name is Reese.
Front runner since day one, where we all started off slow. What have you learned from these two teams? I want to start.
Yeah, everybody calls him Reese all the time. Low-key, I feel like he should have just made his like COD name Reese.
Yeah, I feel like they've been the best hardpoint team. Fundamentals, the slang has been there as well. Slasher has.
I feel like that's kind of a cool name.
Guys leading them, and when you look at Gwyn, his development from year 1 to 2, he still looks like that guy on the map, able to pick up the kills when you need it. Carolina, I don't see a glaring weakness on this team.
I could be biased though, because that's like a family,
and this is a big
kind of a family name for me.
Carolina looking ready to go on the
it's
other
spelled
side
differently
of this
though.
Fight. We of course have Cloud9 New York.
Right.
So we're New York Cloud9. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup and what Cloud9 brings to the table, because
Mac has been looking pretty good too. Honestly, Mac has been looking pretty solid.
Most recent matchup.
Yeah, if anything, Mac
Or
has been
Reese
the
Vivid,
most
yeah.
consistent and most damaged player on this roster, which is a little bit confusing.
It's
when
hard
you
though
look
once
at
you
the
have one
lineup.
set up, because you can't really change it. That's what Kenny tried to do with the Quavo thing, and like they didn't pick it up well.
Texas, they have a couple of grievances, so I think in this series, this is really an opportunity.
There are a
for them
lot
to
of
put this
Dylans in
victory.
COD.
Cloud9 looked really good.
It's
in
actually
hardpoint.
crazy.
They won both of those against Minnesota. The second one, it was a blowout, 250 to 109. But you're playing Carolina, who may be the best hardpoint team in the game.
Yeah, it's tough. And there's actually,
how is his
rarely
spelled?
do I like highlight individual players, but what they're asking of Sip on this team is to be one of the main slayers of this roster. And KD isn't everything, but he's yet to post above
honestly,
in a hardpoint.
I don't think it's that common.
Wins,
like,
right?
it's fairly common, but I wouldn't say it's that
something
common.
I was worried about coming into the season. The
DIL
between him and Attach, both playing similar roles. It has been an issue for them in matches prior. I know a lot of people have absolved them of their first two series, but
I mean, I've seen it spelled a lot of different ways.
Carolina
I've seen it spelled the D-Y-L-A-N, D-I-L-O-N, D-I-L-O-I-O-N, D-H-I-L-O-O-N. Like, I've seen all kinds of stuff.
Looking at Skyline, Rewind, and Vault as our opening 3 maps.
I think we're going to go 5 in this series. To be honest, I think these teams will match up incredibly well. I like the Skyline for Carolina Royal Ravens. I think this gives them an opportunity.
I'm thinking we go 4.
Extremely hot in this
I don't know if we go
series.
5. I'm thinking we go 4.
Ravens, I don't know if I see anything leaning for them.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the vault control. It's been bad for C9 coming into this one. I know that Carolina likes Skyline Hardpoint, but it's still very early.
I think we go
if we're just
4,
looking at the
and I
matches
think
to
it's
start, then
Carolina.
Yes, Carolina feel very good about maps 1 and 3.
I have a special request. In games 1 and 2, can you keep your eyes on Kremp? When we were at EWC, he was the reason LA Thieves made their run to the podium. I haven't really said his name a lot yet here at the CDL this season. I want to see what
Yeah,
he's doing
seriously,
for
vault
Cloud9.
control?
Those
No
were
way.
maps and modes. I'm told we got to get our scuff pick'ems in, so let's make
No
them
way.
official. Alley Cat, you don't need the 8-ball for this one. Kick us off.
I don't need it. I don't know. I feel like I kind of do. This one's hard.
I'm gonna see if we have
I'm gonna go
map
safe bet
picks out
Carolina
yet.
Ravens, but my heart wants to say Cloud9. I'm gonna go Ravens though.
Smart. Use your brain, not your heart sometimes. We're also going to go with the Royal Ravens over here. Nameless?
Dang, I don't want it to
We
be
do
a
have
clean
maps.
sweep, man. I'll just go C9.
Thieves maps, red card hardpoint,
I said I wasn't gonna do this year,
vault
but I'm
search,
doing it. I'm going
a
C9.
protocol
Yeah, why not?
control,
All right. He's making
rewind
it fun.
HP,
I mean, I think it's going game 5.
and
so
Skyline
C9's
search.
gonna have to clutch up.
Sometimes you got to throw
I'm
an
gonna
S&D
be
round just to
so
make it
salty.
more exciting.
Interessante.
I'm gonna be so sorry.
We got our casters ready to go. Miles, Chance, take it away.
It could be a game 5. I'm feeling it, but we'll find out if your crystal balls are so crystal clear as we get into this banger of a series. Chance Slasher comes back after getting dropped horribly off of Boston and puts the league on notice. Daddy's home.
Well, and we're going to find out, right? Because to me, this is like a dust-settling sort of series, right? Obviously, Carolina, 5-0. They look incredible. As mentioned on the desk, one of the best, if not the best, hardpoint team in the game. And, of course, for C9, it hasn't been ideal for the start, but they played against Thieves. They mentally checked themselves out before they played against Optic. Then they got on the board. So I have a lot of faith. I think this is going to be a very competitive series, but you got to tip the respect to Slasher. He has been completely on point, but I think we're going to be in for an absolute grueler between these two teams.
What a better place to start than Skyline. You know what I'm saying? And we're already in. And TJ, who another player who's been sensationally, let's say,
3 dead
consistent and
for
enjoyed himself so far
New
in the game.
Yorker.
He's on a 3 spree when all the odds were against him.
Tej already has a
Yeah,
3 spree
TJ's
though.
he's been one of my favorite players to watch for the past 2 years.
And
He's
he
sort of
gets
like
team killed
evolved
by
and
Vivid.
Maybe evolved in just death from Vivid, but has been quite a bit
That's a
of fun.
nasty
so check
heady.
the cookie order, place your bets, do what you got to do as C9 just collecting all the
Yeah,
time.
that's our
And
map
the
set for
left side spawns
today.
And Max starts off 4-0, so anything Teach can do, Mac can do better.
It kind of
Staying
is
on
the
board,
new
TJ, as he
invasion.
goes deep undercover.
It's just because we have like no other options.
Enemy lines. Mac is absolutely cooking, by the way. 6-1 now. Finally gets
Oh.
brought down. Okay, Teach, that's gross. So we're going to see
Teach
that
just
P2
ripped Sib.
break on its way. Have we got full control though? Nah, not just yet, but Teach feeling pretty solid.
Oh.
Love this. Whoa, nearly gets one of them, the very least. That'd have been ideal. Gwyn up next.
Rip.
A superb addition. To the Ravens
Absolutely
roster.
ripped his
With
wig.
shots like that, you see why.
Yeah, poor Sib on that
For
one.
real.
It's like a post patch, it feels like, with the headshot rolling through. That was nuts, but either way, Gwyn might be in the time. And I was going to say you don't actually have the back spawns cleared out just yet, but Carolina Ravens are going to be able to take that in. Always fun when the Carolina Blue, actually the white team. So home versus away. I'm from Charlotte. I'm a little salty. That's all.
You can, yeah, that's all good, man. C9 up though. So far, here on Skyline.
Mac has 10.
Yeah, Mac's having a superb game.
Yeah, look at that.
Stupid
Mac,
boys, a lot
Mac
of
off to a
kicking.
hot
Teach,
start
ooh,
again.
touches there to
10
hold
and
down the hard
3.
point. Another big one there from TJ.
The only guy with double
Rotation
digits.
is going to be there, and your man Slasher is in position. And again, everyone's
He's-
calling for this
I
one
mean,
an
he's
absolute
starting
banger
to-
hard one, and Mac-
he's starting to come back,
Mac
low
again
key.
and again in the feed. Disgusting stuff. P3's up, and it's ready to go. And so far as the Carolina
That
boys in
first,
control.
I mean, you know, obviously
that
this
case
is
on
a
LAN event, he didn't look
game
too hot,
that,
but
like, continues
I mean,
this
he's starting to
pace,
fry.
and we have like a super close hard point, maybe able to toy with the kill record, because certainly lighting up for the moment. There's Sib striking.
Yeah,
his
12 and 4
moment
start.
as Well, that's a 4 spree he
When
goes on.
we haven't even broke
These
100
frag
collective
grenades
points
this
yet.
time on the enemy, not your teammates in Carolina, swarming in for the break. Very efficient, able to sneak those frags around the trophies, and now you get one out there of your own.
Teej is not far behind though, 11 and 5.
Immediately get broken following it.
Teej has been looking good too.
Job staying alive. No, it's Mac. It's Mac with his 14th kill of the game, and my word, again, blistering pace. I could barely finish the sentence before it happened. Before
Yeah,
another
Mac is
break
frying, bro.
befell us. And that's Cloud9 coming to play today. Really, really hot start here on Skyline.
Well, here's maybe Carolina trying to get the little bounce back, though, right? Trying to set up around P4 up top.
Vivid needs to get some freebies.
Vivid maybe hasn't been his
4-10, not a hot start.
Surrounded, so brand new to running an AR, and it does.
Dude, he's 17-5, and his team hasn't even had 100 points yet.
And frankly, I think we just never
Holy
watch
shit.
that because we're gonna jinx him. Like we finally go on his POV, but no, it's bad news. It's gonna curse him.
Whoever bet the over.
It's gonna curse him. There you go. Krem gets that.
For Mac.
In the hands of C9. This is their game so far. Really, really good looks against.
Should be looking pretty solid here.
Hardpoint team in the league at the moment.
And whoever has them in fantasy,
no streaks, though, because of course it's a score.
they're doing pretty well.
Attempted break now for Ravens. They're in. They get the kills. They get the breaks. Krem on the back line.
Him and
Taking clean
Teej.
care of it. That's their time. 20 odd seconds. You'll take happily.
Yeah, an incredibly necessary moment there for Carolina as well, because frankly, they have just been getting absolutely handled by Mac. The dude has 19 kills. He is so far the Titan in the lobby. And even for the scrap time, flanks rolling through, and this time it's Krem with the Jackal showing up in the feed. So Carolina have to put in the extra effort to get these breaks, and it is simply just not lasting. They are being taken to task.
New York's
by
looking
C9,
good right now.
and again, that's why for me, this series is where the dust settles.
You have a guy who's
That sort of quells some of
20-7.
these
That's definitely going to help a lot. But
Gwyn,
they're looking good.
Krem catching him out once again. 4 spree now for Krem. Trying to make it a 5. A little bit of time here now for the boys of the Ravens. Nice work. They're going to hold on.
Like these matches that we've been watching are so like unpredictable. I feel like.
Boys picking up kills all over the place. Attached now. Nading either side of the hard point. Lovely synergy. A little bit of nice coordination there from the C9 boys. It does help break that point for now.
And now we're taking the old cookie flank, trying to see if you can flip those spawns for new. But while he's taking all this time to do that, a lot of his teammates have fallen, but that is the perfect timing for TJ.
3 dead.
Hit that
Make it
flank,
4.
He gets his teammates to spawn on the left side, and that is a beautiful play coming out of Tej, trying to set up his team long term.
I mean, this is a good time, and they have the row for next.
It is a 70-point game. C9 still have the lead.
Yeah, C9 with the lead now. C9 on the attempted break. Let's go for a listen in and hear how it goes out.
On time, Reese. One shot. Time's in. Crazy. Use back table time. With you. Piano. I'm working piano. Trying to go bar right now. I'm gonna go low here. Piano again. Piano again. Piano is dead. Piano dead. I'm too right. Back left. I'm gonna go zip. One shot. Got one in the back. I'm going there. Austin chase me. Hit zip out front. Yeah, you go back. Zip again. Zip. Back door. Zip it back. Zip and back door. Nice. Killer, Mac. Play me on spawn as well. Get top mid. I'm spawn deep right. Yeah, top mid. Still hitting. They're gonna be new. Win all dead. On you. Vivid. There's two old. Austin goes white to new. White to new. I'm top mid. I don't see him top mid. I'm waiting for you guys. I'm at Jacuzzi. Let's far.
Oh, he doesn't see Vivid's leg.
He's outer still, dude. 1-3 mid. You dead? And small, close small. Close small. There's 2 dead. I'm getting a white pin. Slow play front.
Like this from Gwen. Have him on my fantasy team. One of them at least.
Good news, C9 still have the lead and the comms sound good. Bad news, Gwyn is starting to heat up.
Oh, I'm not surprised by that, Destiny. I feel like there's a lot of people who are probably trolling about it, and it's a situation that they don't want like more attention to.
A strong P4 hold, and they're hoping they'll be right back into this game, and that is the wipe that Carolina we're looking for. Trent, though, opportunity to make an impact. Win handles him.
How do you win a fight?
Wynn's getting some big kills.
Man has been winning fights all map long. Can he win this one? Get his boys access through the roof. He's just holding downstairs. Mac loses another one. There we go.
Wynn's starting to turn up.
Trey's there.
He's getting some big kills.
Bottom bed. Lovely shots. Still
slowly kind of working their way back into this one.
Nearly able to pick up another one there.
Tatch is having a tough one at 12 and 20.
He must have been asleep or something.
Oh my
That is a
goodness.
huge opener from Mackenzie Mills.
Get this man off the point, bruh.
Overwhelming pressure.
Let him slay.
Carolina never able to push anything out, and that is exactly what Kremp
Bump
is
him.
able to do on this hill. You get someone towards the hot
Somebody's got to
tub,
bump Mac,
you are
bro.
just able to fry. So 20 seconds left on P4, and I'm gonna go ahead and make a guess. Carolina, it's gonna be tough for them to actually drop them. But as I do it, it's just a caster curse. They walk on through and keep it to about a 40-point difference between these two teams.
Damn, Gwyn, bro.
They have been holding on.
But Gwyn is still alive. Finally, Sib finds him.
Yeah, seriously.
Bedroom.
Like, people are just trying to troll, but
We know
it's
that.
like
The game calls it gym, but that's just wrong. Let's
not
face it.
really,
Vivid, soaking time in the
probably
sun.
not the
They're on
best thing
Skyline.
for them to do.
Lovely work there from Carolina.
Like,
Three in the feed. This is what you're looking
I feel
at.
like
Ready
Optic
comeback,
have
folks.
made it
Slasher watching the flank
pretty
diligently. That is a
apparent
vet play.
how they're
Don't let
handling
Kremp
the
through.
situation.
That's
There's
a
no
problem
reason
for
for people to keep kind of like pushing their limits with it.
Kremp shows up in the feed. You think Slasher's gonna turn and move towards the hill?
Because we don't know what happened, you know? Like, for all we know, it could be something that's like,
that is a masterful break and a
I don't
moment
know.
where C9 certainly needed
it could just be a bigger deal than what it's like been made out to be so far.
The spawns maybe gonna get a little bit weird. Back to slow down just a touch. Carolina, I mean, this was like a 70-point deficit they're working from. They continue to make it close, but they are not there yet.
Oof, not yet. Spawns are bad now. Teej is not going to be involved in this hard point defense for a while. No Vivid. Two key pieces.
Missed the hop up. That's tough.
Holding it down though on the back line alone. There's Gwyn.
That's
Mal's
tough.
alive. Good
Big
God.
wins.
What a work from the Ravens.
Big wins.
Sib, it's got a lot to do now alone. Banged up. Down and out.
They gotta
Next wave
hold
of
this,
attack's
though.
Gonna be Kremp. Ravens holding still. C9 looking for the break.
It's just so hard to hold this hill.
Oh.
And yeah, Mac just takes it from you. The stamp on that push, C9. They have done everything to get the P2 break, and technically, they can win it here.
Yeah, Carolina's got to do everything they can. I mean, Gwyn is doing everything he can to close this shit out.
The game will not end here. And it's Big Deal doing his thing in the point.
Team kill from Slasher. Oh, but he gets the
Slasher's holding
next.
it down. Rotation's good as well for the Ravens. This hard point could go the distance.
This is huge scrap time, though, right?
I mean,
They're
this
gonna put
next hard
themselves-
point,
it's gonna
though,
be a
is
10-point
messy.
game. Carolina, they're going to be forced to just make perfect
This
play after
P3
perfect
is
play,
messy.
and Mac already pinches. He's
Oh,
putting
he already
pressure
has
on the
two.
flank. He picks up two, and now Carolina
needs to go
is
huge.
a desperation
Yep.
effort.
Gwyn, hold the front down. My word, they've still got it. Another wave of kills. Here they go.
Gwyn and Slasher
finding
making
his.
big plays
Push
here.
out by the space. Do what you can to take care of the next wave of C9 attackers. Attach down and out. It's Slasher with two. A
Huge shots.
play. Any more from piano side as the clock keeps ticking.
They're funneling them, and Gwyn's at 39.
They're doing a
by the way.
great
Talk
job
about
of
the
like
hot
cutting
hand.
here.
Both teams can win it here. C9 don't want to choke this, stabilize, and look for
That's
the
a
break.
big kill from
Finally,
Quorum.
one through the front. Vivid heavily damaged. Able to bring him down. Is anyone able to bring him down? Legolas, they find the kills. Slashers in. The break is on. And C9.
Yeah, that should do it.
This should
Yep.
be it. You're spawning grass, you're running into
GG's.
six, you're sprinting
Huge
forward,
break.
and you cannot get it done.
Huge break.
C9 kill the perfect hard point record.
Yeah, Carolina was
Put one on the
slaying.
board.
Oh my. Cloud9 New York. Welcome back. We've missed you.
Gwyn started heating up. I thought they had it there when Slasher and Gwyn were kind of getting those cutting kills.
How they bounce back now after a loss
I
like
thought they
that.
had it.
It was not a blowout by any stretch. It was a fantastic, fantastic game. That Search and Destroy is going to be something as well.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
an
that one
interesting
was
series.
a
Again,
fun
hot
one.
takes for both of
That was
these
a good
teams. Everyone's
that was a
like
good
sort of
map
looking
for
at
sure.
C9 stock, thinking it's down in the dumps. You look at the Carolina stock, you're talking about top 4, top 3, like you think it's solidified. No. We have a lot of Call of Duty left to play in Stage 1. We got minor tournaments and so much more to see. But what we saw that game is just a lead that was effectively insurmountable. And it was Mac that off the rip just built it for C9. Obviously, the team was able to hold on to it, but he finished with 36. I'm impressed that Slasher and Gwyn caught him because the way he started that game, godless killing machine, he had doubled up everyone else in the lobby's total kills. Mac was certainly frying, but obviously towards the end, guys like Attach might have gone negative, but 15 assists, nearly 2 minutes in the hill, a well-orchestrated effort. Everybody from C9 had their turn.
Everyone from C9 had their turn, but I just think Mac, I mean, from the start to the end of the game, he was muscling his boys through it. It was fantastic looks from C9 there.
Wow, what a good match, folks. Oh, it's going to be a game 5, isn't it? We're going to get into the 5 pack. It's going to be great. Nice looks across the entirety of the highlights, actually. I mean, Slasher, he's also had a fantastic game. We've seen big work out of Gwyn.
5-map series?
Strong, really
could be. Definitely could be.
Are going to be unbelievable. But again, Royal Ravens very, very sound in the S&D department as well. So this is going to be.
Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you, Project. I appreciate that.
Could be anyone's game.
Yeah, we're going to be having ourselves quite a bit of fun, but it was obviously just highlight reel.
I'm down to do like the watch parties for the entire like day if you guys want more of that. I don't know if that's something you guys are interested or not. I know there's a lot of people who are doing watch parties, so I understand if there's other people that you guys would rather watch do that. But I mean, if you guys did want to watch me do like the day-long watch party, I'm not opposed to doing it because I'm watching the matches either way.
Yeah, and you're not wrong. I mean,
but
a mental check.
I'm also cool with just doing like the Thieves matches and only watch partying when the Thieves play.
It's only going to get better, presumably.
Yeah, that tweet was crazy. That tweet was
C9
crazy.
against this top of the board Carolina Royal Ravens. Rewind, search and destroy now, and okay, this is bound to be a fun one. Very, very fast map, speedy map. Look for those A bang outs, long lines of sight. AR players, they'll be singing happy. Play Vault a little bit later after that. But for now, chance, any sort of opening feels? What's the gut telling you about this rewind?
This one, I think, lean a little bit towards Carolina, but like 55-45. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be convincing, but they have certainly shown better S&D prowess in the names they have. It is understandable as to why. Slasher and Tej, legends in the S&D scene, 10 plus years to this point. Gwyn's been a fiend as well. And I think Vivid, still waiting for him to find his form. Like, we've thrown up the stats yesterday. He was sort of coming into it like a 2-15 in the kills department, and he has continued to struggle just a touch, but new role, new players to go around, and still, if you're getting wins, who really cares about the KD? That being said, Rewind is somewhat a novel map in my mind. There's a lot of different strats you can bring to the table. Whatever strats C9 have, you got to make sure it is to counter Gwyn, because where Vivid has struggled, Gwyn has thrived.
Yeah, that's a 1.63 in S&D. That's a lot. Our teams are 2-1. Opening duels though for C9. They are the first blood reapers. I'll see if they can keep that going. This should be a good one, folks. Again, eyes on the A-bomb site there in the inside of the fast forward building. If you're new to the COD League, you're going to see a lot of action taking place in the middle there. The B-bomb
site, rewind S&D here.
Not as popping, not as exciting, but still.
I haven't played really like any rewind in ranked.
Great range as well.
Yep, spread map, play for picks.
Actually, that's not true. I think I played it like twice yesterday.
On the receiving end, Namel's talked about his
now that I think about it
as well, and obviously
I'm just spewing shit. Chat. I'm just spewing it.
He has been
pops into my head. I just say it, don't even think about it.
And now with the man advantage, Carolina collectively gonna be working this A.
Slasher had that early first blood.
Should be able to get the bomb down for free.
Yeah, man. This is a lot of space gained here. T just got wonderful eyes across the map. You're not going to be able to spot him up here unless his barrel protrudes past that wooden board. And right now, he's in a great spot. Stay safe. No one's going to see him unless they come into his field of view.
Should be able to.
Attach might be in a bit of trouble as the bomb gets planted A, and the battle starts to really get going on the inside.
Well, there's good trades, and now you actually have TJ's position, so Attach is able to get the kill. This would be a 3v4 clutch.
Yeah, TJ tries to take care of Mac there. And now Krem through the back door. High Slasher put on his back. 25 seconds left. It's all on a Vivid.
This is the man. He is struggling on S&D. An opportunity for him to clutch up. Eyes on
wow, that round really just kind of collapsed there.
C9 in a 3v4. It just falls into place. DJ maybe a little bit too trigger happy. Try to catch Mac inside courtyard, and the second that he shot, attaches like, oh, there's the guy that was playing the street. And everything after that, it just collapses. A tough round for Carolina. Not the bounce back they were looking for.
Early days here in Rewind still. Can't start to see trophies.
Good round win for New York after getting first blooded.
Makes everything that bit more interesting. Well, we got Carolina. We're going to watch them on attack now. C9 defense looks like we're flying in towards a classic nades.
That's that Tupac S&D, baby.
2 stages to that
well, that
attack,
and Cramp.
Cramp
has been
Yeah, that
really good in
will
S&D.
trip us all up from time to time.
Oh, Mac might have just got timing.
Free and clear.
Did he?
And Vivid might have the intel, but it's not before the bomb gets planted until a 4v4. And Kremp's sort of that island player. He's the one that has to make the big play for C9. As Carolite now converging, and well, Kremp has done his job.
Oh yeah, trades. Kremp does
Damn,
his job.
2 big wins from Kremp there.
Touch on the outside as Cloud9 in the blue.
Cloud9 is looking good. They're looking good right now.
Very efficient work as well.
I mean, Kremp is 4-0, I think.
That cheeky little spot, playing outside of that blue wall in P2. Just need to make sure your island players getting good intel from the teammates, and I think the play just comes to him. He delivers, and Mac, one of those players, obviously missed him last year, but prior to it, one of the best in the game at just getting the bomb down. He will set up his teammates time and time again, and if he gets the bomb down without dying, make no mistake, he's a force on the map as well. Made that round.
Chad, did you guys know Kremp is, I think, the tallest player in the league?
Zoom.
I believe he's the tallest player in the league.
Kremp's got no one in home here on the B side. Yeah, long gone. Good shots at range there. I think
he's like 6'4".
Or Gwyn takes care of that. Nades up. Oh wow, the nades are great.
Those are
from
big
the
nades.
Ravens.
Big nades from them. He is a tall dude.
Mac's in trouble now, but he has managed
He's a big guy too. Like not.
Gives away
He's not like fat or anything, but like he's a he's a thick guy. Like he. If you ran into him, you would feel it.
Still not a fan of RC cars. Granted, we have seen quite a few successful uses of them, but I think you just don't have any pressure over towards the B side. The RC car gets the intel, and
I'm
yes, they're here, and now they've already pushed up.
2'6'3". I'm in that range, and he's taller than me.
Clearance on B, you know players are going to be inside a courtyard. You know someone's going to be deep street.
So I have a picture of him standing next to me, and he's taller than me.
At the very least, they have stopped the bleeding.
Don't want to get applied.
I'll tell you, that's not something I'm used to.
Up next, and before you know it, they'll be on the field again.
What they were feeding him?
Tej wants it.
Maybe he had a lot of milk. A lot of milk.
Full pockets as well. Slashes there for it now. Space to play with. TJ can now.
Slasher with first blood. Sib is 0-4.
He has no idea Attach is there. Now he does.
Oh, crazy win from Attach.
Attach is so good, but yeah, he was still left 1 HP and
big kills from Slasher.
Stun. It does connect, but doesn't make a difference.
Kremp for the 1v3.
3 kills in the rounds. And Kremp though for the 1v2.
Did Vivid not hear the door?
I mean, he split the defense, and never mind, someone got the intel.
Oh my god.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Oh my god.
Vivid, you gotta bring him down still. Vivid.
Oh my.
No.
You gotta bring him down still. He's alive and kicking, and Kremp is an issue.
Yeah, nobody puts Kremp in a corner, apparently.
Oh, he
That's
saw
a
him, I
painful
think.
Moment and
No, he didn't. He didn't see
this
him.
This is a huge round.
Oh, Vivid, he takes the outside route. You might have seen him on the cross. They didn't see each other.
Dude, these timings are crazy.
Lay it.
Oh my god.
Wow, he's hard to kill. Kremp.
Oh, I like this play, actually.
Ooh, Kremp might outthink himself here.
Comes the bomb plant. Vivid hasn't gone for it just yet. He's just checked the B-bomb site with a nade.
Oh my god, bro.
Game on.
Wait.
And Vivid with the aims, he doesn't want to deal with any of these close range gunfights.
Oh, he's doing his best job to stay away from it, but it's just coming to him.
Oh my god, bro.
The longest of long games.
What a play from Kremp.
So frustrating.
You're only 5'7". That's not that short though. That's not that short though.
That is a 3. Yeah.
Kremp as well, man. Wow.
A 3-kill round from Slasher.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Clutch from Kremp. That is so much pain. Puckett, he asked for it.
My girlfriend's 5'8", I think.
Is making plays like that. Had him trapped in a corner, dead to rights, and he just wins a huge gunfight. And Vivid, I mean, still in S&D, just doesn't quite have it.
My girlfriend wears heels. She's almost my height.
1 and 3 for he and Gwyn in this 3-1 round count for C9.
Still a little shorter, thankfully, because
S&D master at work.
Not that she wears heels a lot, but in situations that's applicable.
The trophy gives away a whole lot. And attached there on the far right-hand side wing.
Kremp is 7-1 right now, dude.
That door again.
That's my dog right there.
Now run. The battle on. Perfect bait and switch. Max first blood certainly helps.
Running out of time though. 45 seconds is still a decent chunk to work with, but I don't know what the play call is going to be. You've had Attach, by the way, just playing by those crates. Finally makes a little bit of noise. And it's pressure. They're trying to isolate Attach, but that's a tough man to take down.
Attach is getting some crazy wins, I feel like.
Pick up anyone who pushes a little past that. You do have to worry about the bomb as well. The bomb is down. It has been spotted. ID'd. Mac gets his roll. That's bad news. Over to Sib. Can he get on the board? And not only that, save the round for his boys. Check the bomb. Kill number 1. Slasher gets away.
Oh, good play from Slasher.
Gets away.
Hey, at least he's off the donut.
Is C9 faded? What was that play?
At least he's off the donut.
Like, they had bomb down, and Mac just put himself in an angle. It would have been perfect if he just scooched over and watched the only place that they could have pushed from. Instead, he just let him crawl up for free. That's awkward. And then Sib just lets him out. And by the time he figured it out, it was too late. Just poor angles being chosen there by C9. And again, maybe just thinking a little bit too hard, maybe too smart for their own good, but Slasher able to deliver in a necessary round for Carolina to be able to get. And credit to Vivid as well. Did pick up a few kills in that round.
We're doing it again. Get the door open. Yeah, good job. Both sides of the door. Yeah, good job. Nice driving. Not great driving. Might be time to pump the brakes and camp it out with this RC car. We'll come back to cramp in a moment. Meanwhile, that bomb's getting fired. See you later.
I mean, that takes so much space for them.
Though. TJ's taking a decent bit of space up Burger Street. Carolina, though, retake's going to be coming in through glass.
Here we go. McGuinn, fearless, he's going in. It's all for Slasher to get the first blood.
Trades.
Slasher find another.
Mac with 2.
Gets 2, no 3 though. 2v2. Give it on the back door. Ah, what a win from Krem. That was unbelievable.
Good win from Krem.
As well, and C9.
Dude, Krem's S&D is something else, man. Like,
too clean with it, man. And shout out to Mac for the 2-piece as well. Attached.
Like, I wonder what it is. It almost seems like he does more damage in S&D for some reason. Like, I don't know. He's always dialed in S&D, man. Like, they were saying it earlier. Like, that's a big reason Thieves made it to the finals at EWC.
He had the perfect read and just gets slammed.
Mom is 5'4", dad is 5'10". Safe to say I came out in the middle. Hey, that's not that bad though. I feel like
it's going to be a very closely contested S&D.
5'7" for 5'4" and 5'10" parents is pretty good.
That's a very loud door.
Yep.
Kremp is build diffy.
That was the old peek. Screw it. Send it. Vivid and Gwyn are down. Deej sends it, trying to find a kill of his own. Can he get 1? Yeah. Can he get Mac? Very close.
Mac can attach against Tej and Slasher.
Tej is in between 2.
Bomb
They're
down.
just taking space. Slasher's
25 seconds.
Back in the mix. They know one is in Zig, but they have no eyes on Slasher. You got to do something. You got to do it quick and attach, trying to make that play.
He's making it. He's making it. Here comes Slasher.
Oh, dude.
Absolutely slammed.
Slasher had to have been weak there, right? He had to have been weak there. Attach just slaughtered him.
Damn.
That's some confidence in the player cam there from Attach as well. He is chirping, letting them know. And these stocks for Carolina might be falling. We gassed them up. They had a perfect record in the hard point. They get handled on Skyline, and now they are just being.
Yeah, are Carolina going to lose their perfect record here? Rewind. Like, Cloud9 is looking really good.
He's just going, he's just like one note. He's just holding it, and everyone's looking at him like, nice, man. Let's go.
Kremp is holding a dead.
He's still going, incredible lung capacity.
What's his thing with doors, too? Everyone.
He goes for the peak, bang. Nobody home, bang.
Oh my goodness, dude.
TJ down, Kremp first blood.
Yeah, chalk it up, man. This is brutal. Kremp, nice little 10 kills already. That's a one and done spot for Gwyn. So
I mean, Sib's 1-8, and they're winning 5-2 right now.
The back was there for. We've seen players get knifed in that position as well. Renko remembers that one. Okay, Krem, you are loving this round, mate. 3 boys and girls playing Vault Control. We'll see you there. The Ravens They did not show up on Rewind. If Vivid gets a 1v3 here, I'll be very surprised because, man, it has been tough.
Dude.
C9, New York, 2-0 in the series.
They're looking good.
GG, not even particularly close. Absolute handling round after round. There was like the early ones were close, and there was just some beautiful.
We've been saying it though. We still haven't seen a reverse
Just
sweep.
The fact that they set the tone
Reverse sweep
you get blooded, you're thinking Carolina
has yet to happen this year. So
3v4.
anything can happen here.
Things that were going right, and then the little things turned into cramp. Doesn't need the cam. Whatever he was singing in choir, he had the COD gods on his side because he was just unstoppable.
The Ravens look pretty good on protocol.
So many moments we saw cramp.
So if they're able to win this, I mean, I could see them possibly tying up the series 2-2 if they're able to win the control. I could see them getting the momentum for the
overall. I would imagine it was
protocol.
more than his teammates. He was taking hits.
Now, I don't think they'll win the SMD. I think if they get to the map 5, I think Cloud9 takes the SMD just because they look so much better at SMD.
What's going on here?
But it's a different map.
They just got 3v4. Civ just went 1-8, had 5 first. Des probably broke a record, and it did not matter. So we'll let the Des
Civ was 1-8. He didn't look great.
Civ, come on, bro.
I'm just confused. I'm just confused. Even when Nameless is trying to throw, he's winning.
Let's go, baby. Mad right now. Can I get like a half point?
I saw it happening.
Alley Cat, let's talk about your building frustration that occurred during game number 2 as it was Cloud9 New York picking up round after round in search. And how about this boy, Crep, 7-1.
As much as I want to see more COD, I'm ready for this Thieves match. So
I'm just mad I didn't go with my heart.
C9 3-0's this.
Search and destroy was beautiful.
We're on to some Thieves, baby.
I look at Carolina and I'm like, kind of what happened? You know, I feel like maybe Rewind doesn't follow their play style very well, but you can't allow rounds where Max getting the bomb down, you're allowing him to play inside a DVD and not only get 1 kill, but get 2 and not be able to trade him out, as we're seeing on screen right now. Same thing with Attach later on. You allow them to take that streak control and push in through the top side, and Attach is rocking an AR, and you're letting him beam you like he's running around as an SMG and getting 2 kills. So Carolina's gotta wake up.
Boom. Wake it up.
Wake it up.
Nameless. What's up, brother? What we got? Oh, I have a gift now?
Oh, you have a gift!
Merry Christmas.
He gets 2?
I have no idea what this can be. Let's open it up.
As our official Pick'em's champion, I thought you deserved 2 presents here.
Okay,
Allie,
so
throw the rest of his stuff off.
Official Pick'em's champion.
First things first, I have a, this looks like crayons.
Yep.
And yes, even smart right here. Call of Duty League branded crayons. Shout out to Chris.
That's right.
This is for me to draw stuff.
It's Blue's Clues. Can you figure out what I want you to do?
You want me to... Oh, okay. This is actually sweet right here. Call of Duty League coloring book. I didn't know we made these.
They're incredible. Don't show everyone. They have to order them online. We had those custom made for you. We'll drop the links in the chat. But can you guess what we want you to do?
Yeah, you want me to draw, so let's draw. Okay, so by popular request, people want us to talk about the end.
Are they actually selling those? That's kind of crazy.
Obviously, you see in this moment in time, Carolina, they have the advantage, and this is what I like to call the end game setup. So on every hill, there's a setup where you can get in, which just puts the other team in the straight up.
I love this addition to the
C9 just break from the front.
league
but
broadcast.
First, I'm teaching you guys what this setup looks like here. Okay, so Carolina are set up in this position. You have Slasher, who can see piano stairs. You have TJ back here. He's blocking, so you're holding the preferred side of the spawns, which is there, and you want to spawn them here over and over, right? So you also have Gwyn, who has eyes on the piano spawn on the cross, where he can do damage and pick up information. So right here, you feel like Carolina should just be able to dominate this situation. So
yeah, I thought this was a done deal for Carolina.
I'm gonna teach you guys how to clutch up at the end of these hard points when you're in this situation. So
I mean, it seemed like they had this locked down.
Does a little bit of damage. He takes a bullet or 2. He gets a kill, then he takes a bullet or 2 from somebody who spawns here, and he retreats back to this corner, right? What would have been a better play, and I get it's nitpicky, but this is what you have to do to win at the pro level. You should have repositioned either here or behind the pillar so he can have assistance from Vivid, who's on the hill, right? So he traps himself in this corner right here, and what that allows is a player to go up top, and the first thing they're going to do when they drop down is check that corner. And Chris's guy, you said you want to look out for some plays from Kremp. He breaks this. He's the first guy to jump down and get the big kill.
Kremp,
like a spider monkey.
making plays.
Yes, so this is the end game setup. Once again, you should be able to blender them here. If you're Gwyn, you don't don't want to trap yourself in this corner. You want to play a different position so you can help Vivid when he gets over to time BC. He dies in that corner, and now Vivid is left out to dry. TJ gets there, but it's just not enough help being that deep, watching the left side cross, right? So it's all about your positioning, thinking about where your teammates are, and also recognizing the situation. You could have won off of this hill, right? So play a little bit tighter.
Looking at the numbers there,
I love these breakdowns. I don't know about anybody else, but I do really like those breakdowns, getting like a better understanding of how to play situations.
Do they keep it up, or do they run out of gas? We have 3 more maps coming up.
I think unless Sib wakes up, I think Carolina starts stealing maps right here. I mean, Gwyn opened that map number 1 with 39 kills, so I expect something here out of Carolina.
Nameless 3-0?
Yeah, I think it's 3-0.
Really?
Down here, yep.
Yeah, I think it's a good addition for people who maybe don't understand kind of like how situations work and things like that. Me being one, there's certain situations that like I maybe don't understand how they break down or how they lock down certain stuff.
Good reverse sweep.
Yeah, I kind of I'm on the alley wavelength, I think, for this one of like if you get the vault control, very confident for Carolina on protocol, so very much sold on that hard.
That's what I was saying. Should I be an analyst, chat? Should I be an analyst? I said that like what,
super solid on the
3-4 minutes ago. I said if Carolina is able to win this control, I think they could win the protocol because they look good on protocol.
To really just make his guest appearance.
The problem is I don't think they win the S&D either way. So
-12 on map
still don't think we'll see a reverse sweep, but I mean, hey,
a little bit painful from him. It's not like
the momentum
it's a bit of a difference,
could
but
do,
you're just
could do wonderful things.
Because again, for C9, you just want to 3-0 them. You don't want to give Carolina some momentum.
It's also looking good for Carolina when Cloud9 is 0-3 when it comes to this vault control. At that point, you might say, hey, let's play protocol.
3-0, or as we said at the start, a grueler of a game 5. Let's get after it.
Here we go, folks.
Just
into
YouTube.
Control.
Since it's COD, they aren't partnered with like Twitch, so you have to do it on YouTube.
Krem lying in wait for the players on the drop, and that's this first of 2 potential. Tej is all alone now.
Oh, yeah, only YouTube. Got nothing to worry about in that regard.
A little bit of intel, but
yeah, Thieves. I mean, if Cloud9 comes out hot here, Thieves should be playing soon. Otherwise, I think they're probably going to go at least 4 max. So they're on 2 right now.
But now they've got a bit of lotion on it, and they're moving on towards the A zone at the very least. We like that. Vivid doing what he can.
I'll two times after this round.
Places to look on the inside of Palace. So yeah, good luck, mate. He's going to get the first segment though. So nice job. Teammates getting dropped all around him, and again, C9 they find the kills all over the place.
Yeah, but we are just doing the old faithful, just get somebody in art, pray for the spawn kills to actually work out. Great stun though, and instant approach there, so you're not going towards A, you're trying to make a play towards B, and you just get picked apart. C9 stable for the moment. With 30 seconds left on the clock, you absolutely defend the hell out of this A zone.
They're trying Gwyn, man. He's back and forth. He's not able to get anything done in this life on the respawn now. Teach, no 2.
I think it's safe to say the Cloud9 internet issue has probably been kind of figured out.
He's going to do what he can to get out of spawn, but it's not looking likely.
This is exactly what you wanted to see if you're a C9 fan. I mean, a slammage of a defensive round. Mac just walked through the entire team and killed them one by one. And Carolina seemingly have absolutely no teamwork. I mean, just nothing cooking. And Sib, well, there's the 5 spree. Looking for him to get active, and well, he at least delivers a 5 spree.
They touched. They only have 9 lives though, so
it's 3 seconds for the next. Mac is playing it sensibly. But he did.
Good wins.
On the B as well. Slash has gone. Don't worry about that. He might get captured.
I mean, at this point, just get your ticks. At the very least.
Gone. A minute to run.
Whoa, what are we doing?
We're still good. Ace been captured.
14v8.
Look, it's not likely.
You're the anomaly.
You just need that one sort of
hey,
right now.
that's true though.
So far around the map, it is going to be
5-1 and 5-6 for you to be 5-9. That's solid. That is solid.
Can't get the next guy, and you're still worried about Sib down low.
mean, 7
Looks
to
like
12,
Slasher was
it's
sort of hunting
this is
for
doable.
him, but the arrows are turning.
They know.
More lives drained.
Do they know?
Now it's less
Guessing no
doable.
now. Oh, that's big wins across the board. Carolina's
No
lost
respawns
lives.
for them.
Oosh. Mid-mat, find a corner, classic.
Yeah.
3. And easy. Tej. 2 players gonna be diving into the
Yeah,
red
just
zone.
pushing through like they got more lives.
Nice shots. Able to keep Kremp at bay for a moment there, but that's the round. C9, you've come out swinging.
Oh my
on
God,
defense. That has
ripped.
been a gorgeous I'm
Hold on, this ain't done yet.
How is it not yet? Siv's just fighting.
Civ doesn't know where they are. There's 2
What's
people.
going on here? It's the second segment nearly done. Wow, Mac, what a win. If you lose
Oh
this
my
zone,
gosh.
yeah. Ravens get 1
He just
segment on
pump
B.
weights so we're wider instead of taller.
All things considered, the fact that they got the segment at all,
I
I'll
mean,
take that as a
that's
small
fair.
W, because that was a very
I've talked
painful
about
round,
like
but all's well that
lifting,
ends
like
well.
powerlifting or like any type of heavy
Pretty solid
weightlifting is
plays
not
towards the
easy for
end.
me.
This was right towards the end when they were able to jump on this zone.
Like
on
chest
this-
press,
that very small window
like
of
bench press.
opportunity. So little moments can go
like,
a long way.
It's not
Difficult
ideal
to
for
win
me.
your offenses,
I have really
and
long arms.
It'll be our time to
So
see
like
C9
when I'm
on the attack,
like this
but
is
obviously
90
a team
degrees
playing
for
with
me, and
confidence.
it's not
You see
even
it in the
like the
player
bar
cams,
wouldn't even be
good
close to my
communication,
chest.
getting active. Civ will smile one day.
Not an ideal setup.
Ravens on defense. Boing.
I mean, Cloud9 takes the
not
first
enjoy
round.
that.
Kremp
Kremp's
is
gonna
10
get
and
one
10 and 7. Sorry.
My ass.
What's up?
Right, Slasher first blood. Gwyn backing him up as well.
I mean, the good thing
Ravens
is
doing a
Carolina
decent
got
job of defending.
some solid ticks.
Woo, Sib. Drop before he hit the ground. Patch just got himself into a lovely position to slow down some of these defending players. But it's a lot of time being burned.
I mean, he has 0 teammates there. His team is being spawn trapped. He's literally not important on the map in the slightest.
Yeah, I do
Just
have
ignore
some
him
pretty long
Carolina and
arms.
continue to spawn kill the rest of his team.
Ignore.
I have a long
Keep going.
wingspan.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Okay.
attach does not matter in the slightest.
Yeah, it's rude to say, but contextually very, very important. Finally, attach gets his one. He's traded out immediately. Gwyn looked like he fell down the stairs there, but he still managed to get the kill. Oof, Kremp good shots. Tough customer to deal with.
Where
30
did they
seconds
say
on the
it
clock. This has been a lovely round for the Ravens.
Yeah, my bad attach. I just meant that one line.
Do I?
Just either way. Yeah, super solid on defense so far. Slasher, that's the 5 spree you're looking for. This is, I mean, more dominant than it was the first time, so maybe just going to be a defensive shootout of the game. But Carolina looking perfect, and maybe that extra tick not even going to matter because
Yeah, probably. I'm not like
if
super
you're
hungry right now.
C9.
So.
I mean, this is not even remotely close, and Slasher might end up just getting
that's
that
fine.
Hellstorm.
He's
a
close.
kill away.
He's close. He's close.
How tall am I? I'm about
And
6'2",
the Hellstorm, man,
6'3".
against the B
I like to
side
say
of
I'm
the map,
6'2",
like that B
6'3"
zone.
on a good day.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Offense.
That's
not
kind
so
of
much.
that's my
saving grace.
go-to. Because
Nice
honestly,
shots.
like when my,
Working
because I have a,
angles.
I wouldn't say I have a lot of back problems, but like
Nice job from the Ravens.
my
Alright,
back
well,
and my neck are
we got
often
ourselves a
kind
game
of
of
like
control, folks.
fucked
I
up a
think
little
there's something
bit.
to be said, by the
So
way, of like you can mess with it.
like,
Not that this is a
I say
huge
a
deal,
good
but a very
day
small thing. You can mess with the
is
opening
when
timings.
my
Everybody at
posture's
this point
really
knows to
good
just
and
watch the flank
like
through
my
halls,
neck's
you
not,
push up in a line,
you
if
know,
nothing
like
happens,
gamer
you just turn
gamer
around,
neck and
like
all
that's
that
how
kind of
Slasher
stuff.
won that first gunfight
That
against Kremp.
that's
You
when
just
I'm
mess
about
with the timings a
6'3".
bit, wait for that guy to turn, and then actually just work
NBA
through
type
them,
shit.
try to be
I don't know. I'd
overwhelming.
still be a small guy in the
Little
NBA.
ideas you could certainly play with. Obviously, we casted Heretics earlier.
I'd
Those
still be
guys were
small.
phenomenal on vault control,
Comparatively.
so maybe steal some ideas here and there, but back on defense and back on point. Slasher though.
That was it. That last round was a holy shit. Slasher's on a 10 spree. What the hell?
We're loaded. Ooh, that's awkward. That's real awkward. Now Kremp's on the back.
Hold on now.
You have to
We gotta
take
lock
for it.
in here.
Or not. He's going to take catwalks. Big pinch. Here we go.
Oh, that timing.
Kremp
That
pulls Slasher out of position,
timing.
a freebie. Nice work. Lovely teamwork there from Cloud9. Nice coordination.
And you just see that one gunfight win against Vivid just breaks that entire setup down. And we are back to just maybe dominant.
I don't know what you guys drink in the U.S., but damn.
Very scattered mid-map though. Players on C9 just in every single corner. You got Attach on one end and Attach once again trying to make that
Yeah,
impact
he
play.
is.
TJ
He's like
Gwyn inside
one of
hill,
the shortest
full map
guys in the
watch their
NBA.
flank. This might be the pressure to lean over for a B hit. A lot of these players on Carolina.
Honestly, not a
calling
lot
up
of people
and
are
toying
really
with
that
the
height.
idea, but
Like,
taken down
This is, I'm lucky in the sense that like my height is definitely above the average. I'm above the average height. The average height here is like 5'10", 5'11", I think.
He made it to the movies
for men, I should say.
Hellstorm. Not that this is necessarily the best place to call it in, but another wipe like that, and you could finally get Gwen gets cut down, and all that effort to try to set up for the spawn kills.
Carolina's looking better offensively than Cloud9 did. So, I mean, for the tick side of things, that's big for them. Because they locked down New York on defense.
Minute 20 to count.
This smoke sucks, dude.
Good stuff, Gwen. He and Slasher are putting in the work here on Vault.
5'10".
Eyes on the B zone.
Couldn't be more average if I tried.
Oh my god, doesn't amount to a huge amount. Or if anything, unless you can get your boys.
Yeah, I don't know how 5'3" is the average height for girls. That seems really short to me.
That's a car bomb and a half, though. That's just going to cut down the reinforcements, and TJ is the last man standing. Damn! Takes down Sid, though. Good lord.
Oh my goodness, but he counts for 10 men right now.
In every sense of the word. No.
That's tough. 5v7.
Don't say
Maybe
that.
starting to bleed out a little. This has been a nice series of kills there from C9, and they are in control for the time being of mid-map.
I'm sure you have your things that you're above average.
Gonna pay off. Every single kill matters.
Some could say elite.
You see Slasher actually utilize the Hellstorm.
Everybody has their things.
A 6 versus 3, but all these players are falling. You just got to get the trades, and Carolina are going to be good for the offensive round.
At the very least, one segment. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Vivid, guns and both.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Good round of the
Crim and Cod, that's not bad. Especially when you got a bunch of cheaters and all that stuff that you got to go against. That is above average.
So it's just nice moves on it. Player number 2, and everything else just falls in line.
I mean, next up is Iridescent for you.
Great swap to the Strider. Gwen obviously played COD 4 back in the day. Faster to swap to the pistol, then to reload. Those tooltips come in handy.
They really do. A fun game of control. Little bit of that back and forth, little bit up and down.
Dude, I always forget to swap to my pistol low key.
C9 attack. Stay alive here in control.
My eerie lobbies would be too much.
Nice start. Sid pulling up Jackal as well. So yeah, looking to get active, keep things close quarters.
Ooh,
and quit just
win
that
from
time.
Gwen.
I mean, you just ran upstairs and you're sliding like that.
3 dead for Carolina.
Yeah, it's the ray gun. Immediate drops to the side. A weird breakdance, I'm saying. He finds him. Dash looking for the old hop-up kill. As soon as he jumps in, yeah, eyes are on straight away, traded out. It's enough to get Mac in, though, so it's enough to keep
legit, it's crazy how different teams look from game mode to game mode, and even sometimes from map to map. Like, New York has looked insane this series so far, and then you come into this, and they look like a different team.
Wow, what awkward fight. So many Ravens everywhere.
I mean, Mac is 14 and 22, but was frying in the map 1. Attach is 15 and 18, and Civ is 18 and 23.
Not a good look so far.
Not a great showing from them.
SP2 as well. You're just gonna get spawn killed everywhere.
They're all in the negative.
Finally get dealt with, but you only have 40 seconds left.
Yeah, I played a cheater last night, and I'm like, now I'm gold, but I do think I could be at least diamond. I just don't play enough. But I was playing with my brother, and we were in like flat lobbies, and we ran into a blatant cheater.
Let's crimp through.
Like,
Crimp's gonna get into the fight now.
Kid had like soft aim, I think, and then definitely had walls because he was just sitting in corners, like pre-aiming where you would be running from. And I had a situation where I was like, there is literally no way this guy would have known I was here. Like, this should have been a freebie kill, and somehow he just like,
nice 2-piece coming in from Gwen.
He just like pre-aims it.
Lover of the slide. I think this is just going to be a life count thing, though. You just don't have enough bodies left. Carolina, we have not seen a reverse sweep this year. They might be the first team to be able to pull it off.
It's It's not
Yeah,
over
looking like this
just
should
yet.
be
We're on A.
side of Carolina here.
Siege.
Should be going to another map.
Members of C9 getting here and reinforce.
Thank you, Isabel. The jersey does look good. I love this one. I can't wait for the white jersey to come out because that one will look nice too. I was gonna wear my red Thieves hoodie underneath it, but it was a little hot earlier, so I took it off. But that was kind of a look. I can't lie. The watch party's going good so far. I mean, we've been kind of just chatting and vibing, shooting the shit a little bit, talking a little bit about the matches.
But still just a step behind. And again, no reverse sweeps on the year so far. Carolina
Yeah.
protocol hard
I
is looking
I had
a
said it.
very good map
I had
for
said
him.
I
So
thought he was
we
cheating
have
like
barn burn
the
of a map
like the
number
second
one,
or third time he killed me
Carolina
because it
simply
was
Slasher continues
so
just to be
I was
seemingly
it was
shooter. He's been on
I
point
think it was
every single
control. It was
respawn
Hossy
he delivers.
control,
Obviously,
and
doing
I was
an
like
absolute field day
we were on
that
defense.
map.
I was
32
their
kills,
side.
7,500 damage. No one in the lobby,
Like
particularly close.
if you're on defense and you're running through the open area, or like the top area, I was there front left,
Very good, very good.
and I was sitting in the corner, and my teammate was watching like the door to like the side of the map, like water side. The guy kills him, right? I don't shoot once. Nobody's seen me. Nobody's ran through, like nothing. I'm sitting in the corner, and once I see my teammate die, I just hold that spot. I'm just anchoring that because I know the guy's gonna run out and probably jump onto the A point. He dolphin dives. He dolphin dives around the corner, looking my direction, and like doesn't miss a bullet and kills me. And I'm like, yo, why is this guy diving, pre-aiming that spot? Like, that shit was insane. Because there was no reason he should have known I was there. That was wild. The away jersey gonna look clean? Yeah, absolutely. The FaZe Falcons match, I think it's kind of funny that FaZe let Falcons get their first respawn win.
So many turns. Gwyn,
I think that's kind of funny.
All map
Obviously, FaZe closed it out 3-1, but the fact that FaZe, out of all teams, was the team to allow the Falcons their first respawn win is kind of funny.
Some players a lot better than others. Surprisingly enough, I think we expected a lot of the slower ARs to really suffer.
Well, Destiny, hopefully they re-release these, which I feel like they would.
Elevated them in a way. The high
you could always try and check like the COD, like the league shop.
Yeah,
they might have them too, since
we
it's
need to see like a
still like a league jersey.
Figure out, like, what players are gonna be, succeeding or
but
suffering. But there has been a few,
I feel like they would
re-release
these again if you know,
struggled a little bit at the start of the year.
if people want them.
a little bit too. Atlanta FaZe obviously.
But yeah, definitely, you definitely got to keep an eye out for the white jersey.
Since he's been introduced to the league, really,
it's just game sense.
Absolute shooter.
Nah, if you saw the amount of kill cams that this guy had, it was like he was snapping. Like you could tell he was like controller player, and the snaps that he had were like worse than PC snaps. Like if somebody was just using their mouse.
Be that guy for his team on this fourth map because we saw what the Ravens did just the
because I've had moments where I'm like, hey, this guy might be cheating, and I genuinely don't know. But that one was one where like I said it, and my brother at first was like, no, and then he saw the kill cam and he was like, oh yeah, he's definitely cheating.
A 70, 80 point lead. Mac just opened up. Skyline.
Guy was trash though. Like if he didn't have hacks, if he wasn't yacked up, he would have been getting
that consistency.
mollywopped.
We're seeing it in a couple of the sort of game flows, especially the map number 1. C9 absolutely had a
I was talking mad shit after the game because
great stamina.
We ended up losing in the round 5 because guys started like
to try and do the same thing here,
upping his cheats a little bit
against the Ravens. We already saw what they did against FaZe yesterday.
I was just like, dog, you might as well be spin botting, bro. Like, if you're gonna cheat, just go after it, bro.
This is gonna be a big one, folks.
Don't half-ass it. Like, don't act like you're trying to be good at the game. You're obviously not. So just,
I've always been a big fan
just
of
send it with the spin bot.
I do have my bachelor's degree. Better fist bumps on the Carolina side, man. A little more energy. Very well coordinated. I think they might be good for the opening break.
I don't either. I really don't.
It's
Like,
funny you should say that because I think
how is it
Quinn's
fun
got, like,
to
his
know
fist
that, like,
bumps for a little, like,
you just
whatever,
don't lose?
You know? Especially after a dub. Like last
Like,
time, there was like a real soft.
I get,
yeah, whatever,
I
mate,
get
we're good,
obviously
but
being like a
not
winner,
the
you
best
want to
fist
win, all
bumps
that
I've
kind of
seen.
stuff, but like,
Not quite. You know,
there's no challenge.
the Seattle
Like, there's
Surge Vanguard
there's
season.
literally no pushback to make it rewarding when you win.
Unbelievable.
Like, I don't
Coach
get it.
Lamar,
I really
now,
don't.
of course, for C9,
Like, you already have to
part
pay
that
to buy
kind
the
of
game.
skill.
Then
that
you
sends
pay
you
for
to that
cheats
part of their game.
too.
But here we go, folks.
Like,
into protocol.
I don't
and
know.
it's
I feel like at this point the only reason they do it is because they can.
Mac, the first one strike though. Doing it with the
Like, to
aims
me, the
as
only
well,
thing
so
that
he's going for those
makes
slide kills,
sense would
but
be like
Mac,
soft
not the
aim
player
because
you
it just
wanna
helps
get
your
hot
aim.
in.
You
It
still
is a
have to
very
you still have to
passive
read
opening
situations
break
and
as
things
well.
like that.
Armchair psychology,
That would be the only one that, like,
Sib, nice shots as well
I would
on
at least
Slasher.
somewhat
You get
respect.
that sort of battle
But when
shifting
you have
the
like
other way,
walls where you can just see everybody, it's like, how is this fun for you? Like, the guy was literally sitting there just playing like rat corners, waiting for people to push through because he knew where they were at.
For one,
Like, that's not fun.
He has been apprehended. Win. Wow. Slides in. Gets
hey.
one. Keeps the lead rolling right now for the Ravens.
What do I know?
Can't quite put a touchdown. That little bit of kick when he's in the air like that just does not work.
Might be the best hard stuck silver valve player of all time.
Rotation done. Hard point in the hands of the Ravens.
Yeah, Teach getting to the zip line as well. This is a
I feel that, bro. There were times when I was playing Val that I was like, all right, I'm elite in this rank, but
hitting nice nades, and with the easy reads on the pressure,
can't get out of it.
4-man wipe, and because of TJ's
Four dead.
position, you flip the spawns. This is
Carolina's starting off hot.
Carolina are going to be able to get.
Teej is 7-2.
Also find a kill on a slasher, so he's got a bit of
That
space
crumble
to work
cookie
with now,
lineup,
trying to break out
doing
of the
things
trap.
different
Vivid
for
says
him.
no thank you. Locks it down again. No second there for Vivid. Gwyn in the hill, holding it down. The last line of defense here for the Ravens. Mac trying to keep the pressure up. Lovely shots in the Teej. That's going to put them just on the back foot for a moment, but you're still getting the time.
You have to get the scrap too. I mean, they just gave away so much. Like, and they're still not getting it. Ideally, you want to take the scrap and just accept that you're not getting the spawns, but instead C9 are gonna get neither. A 50-point gap, and they're gonna have to rotate towards New. Kremp, I mean, he's doing the world tour, but I mean, Gwyn's here potentially to pick it up. And maybe just the COD timing. No, hyper aware, doesn't win the gunfight. Kremp at least blocking.
Yeah, good.
Still trying to hold the block.
Good thing to get the kill on block at least.
Teammates are in there. Some damage been dealt. Kremp finds a
plays
Vivid.
from Kremp.
Couple of players through the front side as well. Great comms. You can see where he's looking. He's worried about the guy at the back door as well. Slash is going to be there in a moment, but the spawn time is so uncomfortable. He's in a fight right now. Gets a little bit of pressure on the hill. Commits to the front.
They just didn't get the guys in the back.
Slasher last man. Wait a minute. Last man.
Oh.
Nearly no problem.
Slasher, the Omni movement Reaper. And for all that work for Kremp to go and make the play, it just does not matter.
Yeah,
you
Kremp did all that, and they get no points out of it.
And look who's gonna win the foot race to down low. It's Carolina Royal Ravens, and it is not particularly close. This is a
Is this like the worst start to a season we've seen Sib have?
I mean, you could call GG if C9 don't get this.
Like, Sib has not looked that great so far, I feel like.
No way.
Win with 3. Holy.
Teej joins him. C9, okay, cool. We are all down. Quick respawn. You got Slasher, slide, and break.
I mean, they're getting beat up, dude.
Teach old dogs new tricks.
Honestly, Austin, it could be, bro. I mean, Gwyn's falling down an elevator getting kills right now.
Gwyn is my favorite player to watch.
Hey, that was a break though, right? At least you get a break. It might have taken 30 seconds to make it happen, but the way that was started,
I think if New York gets a 100-point club, I could see Carolina reverse sweeping. I think if they lose a close one,
Let's go for a list in with the Ravens. They are banging.
I think New York still probably pulls it out based off their SMG.
I don't see him top. Top granny. This isn't spawn weird. Give me my gun. Try to hit Sparrow. Yo, one top tower. On time, weak back. One top tower. P2, hopping up.
Comes.
Listen, top ground. Listen, I'm choking you. I'm gonna hit your push. I'm can't see left from him. I'm seeing top granny. Top granny is outside. Have your push. Ali, that's a mid. One shot, mid. Hitting it. He's laying down close. On the wall. I'm gonna pinch top ammo.
They're super soaking right now. Flip him out.
I'm laying down close, Sully. Top ammo left corner. I don't know if they know I'm close.
I have your ID kind of. They can be close there.
I have your kind of. Ammo dead. Hit the mid gun. I'm on time, Isaiah. You can go. Listen.
He did that.
On point. I hit bottom mid, bros.
I heard you.
One
Look
time.
back right, Teach.
Back
Look back right now.
Second one dead. Nice.
Look at
Top
ammo.
ammo.
Look at our back right thing.
Top ammo. I'll come. Top and bottom ammo. Bottom ammo on mid gun. Mid gun. Weak. I got ripped. I'll see mid gun. Back is mid gun.
Might go underground.
Yo, top grandma. Good hit, Tom. I'm okay. I think top broken. Top broken. Mid gun. Yo, I spawned ammo, guys. Mid gun. Broken. Nice. Back. I need your back tower.
He's time it.
I need our tower as well. I'm in.
One's going P1. One's going P1. I'm trying to pick this guy up.
P1. There's one P1 and one Shack on me. Shack and P1.
Big win from Sib.
That was great listening with the Ravens. Really good comms.
Absolutely. I mean, it's like a practice how you play. No one's like tweaking out. Very nice, very stable. Just
Win
efficient.
18 and 12.
then, of course, when
Teej
they're
18 and
screaming
11.
something,
And
it's
Vivid
because you have to
17 and 11.
emphasize it. TJ is like P2 hop up.
Pretty
Gwen,
solid.
You need to know this, but everything's going well. I mean, it is a massive, seemingly insurmountable lead. Yeah, Carolina on this map, they're deadly.
Yeah, this is great.
Yes, there is a Discord for Thieves Talk. I was trying to put it in the chat earlier, but because I'm streaming right now, it's like kind of bugging out for me. I don't really know why. I could try and find a way to like put it in the chat.
The fight is going to be on the front line. Quinn's got a lot to deal with
But
here on the right-hand
yeah,
side.
we do have a Discord. I'm not the most like active in it, so I do apologize for that if you decide to join. But I'm trying to be a little more active. I don't understand Discord a ton, like how it operates. I would say.
Time to go on a world tour. Sid picks it up though. 8 reads from C9, 20 seconds of scrap left, and of course you can chain this into P4, but looking at the minimap, I think Carolina, well, not only are they hitting old and Slasher continues to be the Omni-Movement Reaper.
The breaker of hills. Admittedly, not a lot of time left, but who cares, man? Good time. They're in. Down low we go, Gwyn. Yeah, get them both, Gwyn. Yeah, they're yours, Gwyn. Send it.
Chalk it up. We're going game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, I called this. I called this.
Over the top. It's not a replay. It's Gwyn again from the same.
Yeah. I mean, I have 2 mods in there right now, but I know one of the guys that joined, he's a mod for like Ghosty and I think a couple other like bigger creators like Discords and stuff like that. So
for the moral victory, they just don't
you might not be able to like pay as much attention in the Discord itself. And then the other one, he's a little more active, but I think I kind of have him in there as a mod just more so because he knows more than I do.
Go to the top side of the minimap, boys. You've got try to escape from hell just to get upstairs.
No 100-point club. Damn.
So be it, mate. C9 are in. C9 managed to creep on in. This is not over yet. I mean, we're gassing the life out of this. Okay, but Oscar.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to work overtime to get that one. Gwen
GG's.
able to feast. Hard point number 1. I mean, Gwen was
We're going game 5.
He ended up the kills leader. Was the exact same thing on the control and the exact same thing.
What did we say?
Point number 2.
What did we say?
Gwen loves to slay. Carolina love themselves some protocol, and if there was a team to pull off the reverse sweep, Carolina might just be those guys.
Yet to get it. We've yet to get it. C9, you set yourself up for a good place. You're in. Lock down the game 5. Don't let the reverse sweep happen. Otherwise, history is made, folks. Carolina Royal Ravens, top of the standings. Or this hot C9 on the climb.
Hold on, I'm trying to get this Discord set up here.
So short. That's so few hills.
That's okay. We can take that off. We can just we can get rid of that. That's tough. 105. Yeah, thanks guys. That was a tough one. Woo! It's a good map
for
the Ravens. Everyone now know. Everyone, if you didn't know it before, you know it now.
And I don't even know if Has Sid gone positive yet in a hard point? I mean, granted, not the reason they lost this map. Let's be clear. C9 as a team gets absolutely handled, but very surprising to see his sort of lack of prowess early on. Because again, Sid, absolute shooter. You know, he's got one of the best shots in the league, but maybe just something to keep an eye on. In the meantime, the only thing we have to pay attention to is gonna be a game 5. I know Carolina, the stocks were high coming into the series. The first 2 maps might have done some damage, but we'll see what happens on a vault. That is frankly a map that is anyone's game.
Anyone's game indeed. Well, game 5 on its way, folks. We'll see how that goes. We'll take a quick commercial break as we do. And when we come back, folks, game 5, exciting one. Will it be the first reverse sweep of the season, or will C9 escape their situation they're in? We'll find out after this.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to do it from my phone.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Because it's not like letting me join.
With the Scuff, the official controller.
It's like not showing me that I'm live. Okay, here it is. I'm just faded, I guess. Okay. Okay. That should be the link to the Discord. So, Destiny, I know you had asked about it earlier. Let me know if it works. I've had some issues with some Discord links before, but it should work. Yeah, of course, man. Thanks for joining. All right, you guys thinking we get a reverse sweep here, or you think Cloud9 close it out? I'm thinking Cloud9 close it out. Personally, I just feel like their S&D has looked pretty solid. But at this point, momentum could be on the side of Ravens here. I'm gonna go pee real quick though, chat. I'll be right back. Gotta get it out before the match actually starts.
Game 5, and it's the first game 5 for both of our teams in this matchup. Carolina Royal Ravens looking for the reverse sweep. C9 New York are looking for a big dub over a tough opponent, Chance.
Yes, and I think this series has sort of delivered to the expectations. I know the fan sentiment a lot higher on the Carolina stock compared to C9, but they have fought back at least early on in the series. But C9 have struggled in control. That has continued, and obviously Carolina are looking like one of the finest teams on protocol. So that sets us up for a game 5. We know Carolina extremely capable in search and destroy, but they did get handled in map number 2. We'll see what the Omni Movement Reaper can bring on the map 5.
Again, a very talented lineup, this Carolina Royal Ravens roster. They've got everyone thinking different things about the coaches' rankings, what had them dead last alongside Boston as well. I mean, this is the year where the Ravens and Breach both get to right the wrongs of their difficult. I mean, it's the org history. Slasher getting the redemption arc. Can't wait for him to play Boston. That's going to be a lot of fun as well, isn't it? Ooh, it's going to be a great season, folks. Let's just get through this match first. All S&D. Game 5. Here we go.
And I think Carolina might be a team that's pretty willing to make plays as well.
Grab me a little
side is
sweet
obviously the
treat
most popular. It gets attacked 90% of the rounds, but a few different teams, Toronto being one we saw earlier, might try to set the tone with a cheeky B-bomb plant as well.
Sometimes I hate wearing
get that idea
a hat with my headset.
Force the opposition to think about that.
It starts to give me like a headache.
And search, but that's just sort of a setup. Who knows what Carolina are going to want to do? But
what are we thinking here?
Second round right now, Mac with bomb in hand, and the man loves the plant. You know the route they're going to take over to the A-bomb site.
And
and that is unfortunate for Sid.
Made mistakes.
Bad start. Still a bad start. They're about to hit the bomb. We're doing what we can as Kremp claws a few kills back into this. E and Mac have got their work cut out for them all the time. You're in. Good luck, boys. Wait for Kremp. Wait for it. He's got a nade. But, wow, they lined up and there was a bit of a...
I fear we may be experiencing
so many
a
Ravens
reverse
in one
sweep.
tiny little space. They play the numbers. They manage not to friendly fire too hard as Tej gets the defuse.
You know the flock can fly. That is a nice synergy coming through. 3 players through the hole into pool or from pool, and they just scatter, hit every single angle. I'm assuming what happened to Sid, he does not nade himself, but while he's cooking a frag, a nade just lands at his feet and just gets the guaranteed blow up. So
that was an interesting opening round for New York there.
For Carolina.
Definitely not what you want to see.
Trophies round 1. And if you really want to set the tone on defense, that is the best tool you have. You got to make sure your pre-nades are on point. You can cover any lane you want. And that's why, guys, on round 1s without the trophies, we'll be going through the hallway. So, Carolina.
Let's see if they can get it back, though.
Through the hallway as well. Dodging all the nades. Getting the first blood. Getting the bomb down. Sid those strikes. We got a 3v3.
That's an ideal trade situation there. Sid
3v3, bomb down.
Picture. On board with Mac. So it looks like checking all these corners. Tough look. Oh, nice win. Still, all down to Mac now. He's got to try to hit the defuse. Checking the site. Quick. Tej, he knows he's hit. Surprise. Slasher. Ravens back to back.
That's great work out of Tej that round as well. Gets the bomb plant. He was very much an ISO man near the site, trusting his AR players to sort of lock down the flanking lanes. And Slasher delivers, able to pick up 2 in that round. And him and Tej, not long-time duo in terms of consistency, but long-time duo in terms of their paths always cross. That DNA always intertwined.
They sure do. Long histories. Many of these players in this lobby. Some of them just beginning. As round 3 begins. C9 working their way through Cat. Max the bomb carrier right now. So again, options before A and B. So he hits that vault hole in the ground. He can go wherever he wants.
I think it might have been a teammate that had Kremp 1 HP. So Kremp is free on the flank. TJ able to get the first blood, but now Kremp is just going to make things awkward. And this is the setup you're talking about, by the way. If you get the bomb planted at B, in my mind, it is a guaranteed round win.
I mean, yeah, this should be a hard
setup like this. I mean,
hard round for Carolina here.
What do you do?
Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah,
he's going to jump out. He's going to piece Mac.
5 spree.
He's going to die.
Oh.
All right. Now you know where the other 2 guys are. T just being sent in for it.
Oh, dude.
Absolutely slams attach. Last guy up is Kremp. They're going to make the read on him being down low. Oh, no, Viv's going to get smoked. Okay, this might be round. Yeah, okay, that might be it. Damn, it was close, though.
Yeah,
it was close, though. Come on.
You do. You just have to
I thought
spend
Tej
so
was
much
gonna
time,
stick it
though,
low-key.
clearing out like top art. You got to clear out P4. It's literally
I mean, hey,
just
he
too
won the
many things to
gunfight, though.
check
Tej is
again.
on
That's
Tej
the
is on a
tone
7
setting,
right now.
B hit that we're talking about. It was developed on the minimap because Kremp
Low-key,
able to
Tej
just
might be able to get a
find that
streak
mid-map
here.
route and just clear space. You had a 4-man stack on defense coming in from Carolina, and admittedly, They got the first blood, but C9
That's
just
a big round, though,
recognized
for
the pressure.
Cloud9.
You get the bomb planted in a spot like that.
Get yourselves back into it.
Everything was going perfect for Carolina on that attempt. It's still not enough. That B-bomb site, you gotta respect it.
Yeah, B-bomb a little OP right now. Hard to get the plant down though, and again, this is like that sort of thing we will figure out with red card. Retaking B is a little tricky. Retaking B on this map, unbelievably difficult so far. Not a lot of data to work with.
Got the first blood.
Gwyn, can you make it a 3-piece down low?
Started off. I mean, technically, he still hasn't died because he died to his teammate.
No bomb plant just yet, though, so the AR player is going to have to get to work, and it is the AR duel.
Yeah, T just won some.
Again,
T just won some gunfights.
I think his KD at this point might be like a 0.4 in the 4 maps that they have played, so he has struggled. And the C9 boys are just roaming together.
Yeah, they're going to hit the top soon, and this is going to get ugly real quick.
This is going to be
Did they get
real
spotted out?
weird timing.
Very likely. Here comes Attach.
Oh my god, how
just going down fighting.
Attach not kill him?
Bomb does not get planted. 35 seconds on the clock. There we go.
How did Attach not kill him there?
The pair. C9 take the round. And with that, the equalizer.
Yeah, in both those rounds that C9 won as well, it's just the decisiveness that like makes the jump, right? The round before, they sense the opening towards B, Krem takes the space, and they just jump on the way the map responds. What Sib and Attach do in that moment is the same thing. It's a 2v2.
Keeping it interesting.
Players swing out wide, and they just start making
I would love to see how
moves
long
on the
Siege
map
could
that
go
clears so
before
much
an
space
official
and
death
eventually just catch
is
Carolina
counted.
off guard. So Carolina just a little bit
Since he got
too
team
slow.
killed, he still has a little bit more in him.
Two beautiful bounce back rounds.
8-0 start from him.
Technically 8-0 because he got team killed, so he's had a monster start early on. You got to be on the lookout.
Yeah, crazy start for him.
This is a crazy mini-map.
But yeah, it's confusing, especially over the A side. I mean, there are 2 members of C9 inside it.
And look at it, though. They've got the space. Like, B's just left completely open. Sasha's on the cross, but that just means Mac, pick a different plant spot. So he's going to get this bomb down as well for a 4v4. It's not as dangerous as the first time, but C9 still in a sweet
Mac
position.
gets it down.
I think the trophy system is now gone. So if anyone's got anything left, it's Gwyn finds 2.
Big 2-piece from Gwyn.
Slasher on the flanks. Attach peeled.
Wow.
Damn.
As our observer team catches
Solid
every
retake
kill
there.
on the retake. GG's everyone.
Solid retake
You know,
there.
credit to Gwyn and Slasher in those moments as well. Gwyn gets active in the post plan and make sure you do not let those players escape. And of course, Slasher had a big responsibility as well. They did sniff out the B pressure. Like, you know, maybe C9 showed their hand just a little bit, so Slasher's a little heads up on the response, but quite literally just, if not for this play where Sib is just face first in a wall, that round would have collapsed. But again, hyperactive. That is the only way you can handle the B bomb plants. You have to make sure the bomb planter dies.
Well, that's how you get it done. There we go. It only took
He's
a round
8-0
for us
and
to
still
figure out
and still taking
how
the
to make it
rock.
work. What a game 5 this is. Back to A we go for the Ravens.
Credit to Tej.
Stun checks nades as well, just in case anyone's here. Maybe not. That one's going way downtown. Mac,
Mac gets
what
him.
a start from Mackenzie
Brings him
Meltz.
down.
A big 2-piece.
And there's the nice little bounce
2 big
back.
kills for him.
Bomb being down underneath the A site as well. That is a perfect
4v2.
response on defense.
Bomb down.
Well orchestrated play. Vivid with a pick, but just don't make mistakes. You got the man advantage. You got bomb down. Show him nothing.
You got Krem watching the B bomb site as well, so great spot to be in right now for C9 New York, looking for the equalizer against the Ravens here. What will Vivid do?
I don't know. I don't know if they are. I thought they did. I thought they did one of the rounds.
And now the gunfight's on.
The problem
But
is,
maybe not.
Even if you win some of these gunfights and get down low, Kremp is going to be able to look over
They're
as
throwing
well.
all kinds of tags in
You
there.
have to go off the nade. But with ARs, like it's just...
There's not much you can do
So
here if you're
difficult.
Carolina.
Oh, Slasher and Vivid, they coordinate the frag attack there, but oh my god, okay. They coordinated
This would be a
the frags, but
generational
unfortunately
throw.
didn't manage to finish a kill. 18 seconds. Can you pick somebody out?
I mean, it's a 2v2 somehow.
Damage!
No way.
Pivoting!
Dude.
Oh, no! That is disgusting work out of Slasher and Vivid.
Oh, I'm just gonna let you keep talking, Miles. I'm gonna say some real mean things. I'm just gonna keep them out.
No, look, that was the power of Slasher, just holding that angle, making sure that anyone who managed to get to that left-hand corner.
Nah,
always
it's a
had
reverse
tag
sweep,
or two.
guys.
The
It's a
players
reverse sweep.
vacated the
Chalk it
corner
up.
then. That sets you up for the Vivid
Chalk
piece.
it up.
And then
I've seen
it's
enough.
a 2v1. You just throw bodies at it one at
I've
a
seen
time, play
enough.
the trade perfectly. A vet like Slasher's going to
That
get
was
done
that
nine
was a
times out of 10.
generational collapse.
What
It was a
a
4v2
moment
with
for the
bomb
Ravens.
down
The second they slid
at
in
the
same
vault
corner, like you don't want to
hole.
do that. You don't want to overthrow a
And
shoulder.
cool.
You have bombed like that is.
That's
you don't deserve to
crazy.
win a game 5 with a moment like that. But that's the resolve. You take care of the RC car and you get the bomb
That
down.
is crazy.
C9, we'll see what kind of fight they have. Kremp, you feel like he's got a guaranteed first blood, or maybe they actually sniff him out. Got the cookie duo working together, but Kremp still finds the first blood.
Oh,
Good trade from Gwen.
30 seconds.
3v3.
Check.
Bomb planted.
T-Shaw's a frag. Don't die. You need that frag. Slasher full pockets as well. Gunny at the ready. Trying to hold these players
Gotta
at
let
bay.
that
Watch
nade
out,
fly.
Sid. He's throwing a doozy. Gwen's on the pinch. In and out he goes. 15 seconds. This is it.
Oh my
Deej
god.
cleans up. It's all down to Attach.
Dude.
Where is Attach? Eyes are on. He's got guns up.
They are collapsing, bro. This shit is. This is GG. Chalk it up. Cloud9 is throwing the game away.
Oh my, dude, and nothing
They are
makes sense.
throwing it away.
I feel like Slasher, when he spotted Attach, like, I like the call to go for the guys on bomb. I assume Attach was just going to take the gunfight
Wow.
in the trade, but he's just out.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It definitely is unreal teamwork from them. I'm just saying that's a situation that, like, if you're Cloud9, you can't let that happen.
This is
Like,
Carolina in a fine spot with a 5-2 lead.
yeah, no ice right now.
Ravens,
None.
This is very, very good. This is exciting stuff. They're one round away from completing the first reverse sweep of the Black Ops 6 season.
Crazy,
C9,
dude.
what have you got, fellas? You need to pull it all out now.
Yeah, C9 needs
How
something
effective
here.
is this going to be? Does anyone on C9 even go through double doors to check
They
this?
need something.
I don't know how many nades were even thrown towards this A site. They've completely checked the bomb. 2 players pushing out for the clearance, and you do it, Sid watching over. But TJ, in the meantime, here comes the Hellstorm. 2 kills already
Okay,
there.
they're all
Slasher
traded out,
does
though.
get traded.
Oh, and Teach team
TJ
kills
gets
Gwen.
revenge from
But he's
the
behind
earlier team
Attach.
kill, but he wants to clutch a 1v2.
It's a
He's going for it
1v1
now. It's a
for the
1v1
bread.
against Sib. He's got the bomb. Teej is 10 and 2. He has an aims as well. All the makings.
1v1 for the bread. Low-key, I think
Of an
Tej
outrageous-
slams Sib here.
outrageous comeback.
I think
Be
like
on
some
top.
crazy shit happens where
again,
Tej just
what
absolutely
position does
stomps
TJ
Sib
play, and how
in
does
like the
Sid
craziest
approach it?
gunfight.
They just square up in the middle.
Ah, never mind.
That's the way the
Never
cookie
mind.
crumbles.
Sib got him.
C9 stay alive.
Sib got a timing.
I'm surprised TJ took that route. I feel like if you get the bomb planted at B, that means no one's top art and probably no one's P4.
I was
so
wrong.
He could be anywhere else on the
Misjudged.
map. TJ, instead of
Misjudged it.
running towards safety, runs into the danger. It really is just caught timing though. Sid just ends up in the perfect spot. So shout out Sid. Clutches up when you needed him most. And what a sloppy round of S&D.
Yeah, low-key, I thought he would have too.
But the team kill was tough. I think, did he manage to get that into the vault? Is that why that happened? He went
Yes, he
through roof, through hole, into vault. Damn, son. Wow. C9, here we go.
Yeah, that's what I saw too. Like I almost thought it was gonna be like Sib was gonna have like a crazy heady on bomb and Tej just like rips his wig.
There's one. Damn, Tej with the coverage.
That's tough.
Planning A though. 2 of them are down low. Man disadvantage now. C9 hold this together.
Now they have a
Dude,
disadvantage
Slasher
in
is
vault.
So heads up, he just read Attach.
Probably not a good sign.
So you got a main advantage for Carolina on this retake.
So win the fight as
And
well.
that gets ripped. They slide in. This shit is GG, dog.
Can he get at least a kill? The answer is nah, he cannot. The Ravens complete the first reverse sweep of the season.
Wow, that.
In a devastating victory.
Those are
on
some
full S&D.
brutal round losses
That is a way
for
to
Cloud9.
sort of go into the break for
Brutal
them. You crush
losses.
the momentum of C9. You kill their morale. And you make sure
Damn,
you
Destiny,
keep
you
a
do know
perfect
ball.
record.
3-2?
Carolina still
Shit.
sitting amongst the top in the
Hey, it don't matter how it happens, as long as you get that 3-2. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Wild game 5.
Wow. The revenge
so
of the
happy.
Ravens. They are
Wow.
happy. They should be. Turning it all around for their respective
I give them
franchises.
credit because I
Wow,
thought
the
New York's
Ravens
S&D
back on
was
top,
going to be better than that,
continuing
but
the run.
their
They
S&D
complete
did
the
not
reverse
look
sweep,
good on
you
vault.
name it. The Ravens certainly are the real deal.
I thought they would close it out, but
if he won if he gets the one,
the Ravens get their first reverse sweep of the season. Get the first reverse sweep of the season, not just their own. I mean,
on point. So is the game. 9
Teej went insane. 12-3 with 4 assists, 9 non-traded kills.
A brilliant way to close out the first 2 weeks of play.
Crazy. And he had 2 bomb plants. I mean, guy was doing it all. Whoever has Teej on their fantasy team, good shit to y'all. He just gave you a ton of points for S&D, I'll tell you that. He just helped you out for S&D.
S&D coach, well, got to put more work in there for C9.
And now they're all tweeting GG C9. 2-week break.
Crazy.
Flashed up when we needed to. Good stuff, boys. Love my teammates. You know, the usual stuff. We absolutely love it. Wow, that was a fantastic series. There we go. The first reverse sweep of the season. Maybe many, many more. But hey, the Ravens chat, they're the real deal. Des, what do you think? You think so as well. They're great.
We are so back.
Now, we need to get the total map count to decide who's going to have the #1 seed, but I think the Ravens might have just locked it up with that reverse sweep. They should have the top seed going into our first minor of the CDL season.
And that's crazy, and they did it in quite the fashion, too, as well. That vault was just a masterclass from the Carolina.
So does Carolina get top seed because of maps?
And they took that very seriously.
Nameless, you thought they were going to finish in 3.
Because Ultra's 4-0 as well.
What happened in the second half? How did the Ravens wake up?
Yeah, well, Gwyn and Slasher woke up on that ball control, just absolutely pummeling them there. And then
I mean, if Thieves 3-0, do they get first? Or how did I don't know. I don't know how that'll all work out.
Clubbing C9 on that one, just every rotation, every hill, they have a great strategy on. They're putting teams in blender setups. This Carolina team is disgusting.
Ali, I'm looking at my notes. Last match against Atlanta, I wrote TJ great series. This time, TJ 12-3. 4 of his kills were first bloods. What's different about Black Ops 6? Or is it just a different in the roster than what he was playing with last year?
He's been unreal. I want to say it's the game. I think he's just very comfortable. I think it fits his play style incredibly well because TJ kind of is in the likes of, like, he's a player who likes to get around, find an open lane, kind of abuse it, get behind enemy lines. And
Ravens have top seed. They were 9-2 before this.
Does really well with this team
So if we
is they always have each
3-0,
other's back. So they're never really in a situation where they're isolated and not able to get the trade.
Trades are there at all times. Carolina finishing
interesting.
Surprise 4-0.
I wonder how they would do that then.
At the bottom of the coaches poll,
if we tie like map wins.
It was a good roster on day one. They're living up to the hype.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just have like-minded individuals. I mean, it really translates when you know.
Low-key nervous CLAT face off against Ravens. I mean, Ravens have looked pretty solid. I was saying earlier, like, I feel like the Ravens and Ultra, I feel like, will give the Thieves the most problems right now. I think soon Optic will be the team to give the Thieves the most problems.
Rookie of the year from last year, Gwyn, showcasing his skills on Vault game 3 and 4. You saw him just popping off in the kill feed. What makes this guy special?
This was huge for him actually, because in that game #2 he only had 3 kills, and that's not what we're used to seeing out of Gwyn. We're talking about rookie of the year contention with a 1.3 in S&D. So for Gwyn, I think it was just a big bounce back in Vault, just going back to consistency. He's a huge slayer, man, and if he's not putting up the damage, Carolina definitely feels the pain.
Nameless, I don't know about you, but last
Maybe
year
with them best seed either side of the bracket.
Was the easiest guy to team with. If
they
he
could.
Was really gonna make it at the top level in the CDL despite his individual skills.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely feel like there's some times where they get a little too comfortable. They've had some moments where they get a little too comfortable. But I also think in some regard that's a good thing, because like when they were talking to Simp earlier, he was kind of explaining how like today they played with a little more confidence, and I think that's a big deal in this game. You have to play with confidence, and sometimes you're gonna make some mistakes and things like that, but I think they still play pretty smart for the most part. I think sometimes maybe they just overextend, or they do a little more than they need, but
4 champs this year. So this is huge for this organization and for these players.
I still think that these should be fine, but I mean, so far we've seen that basically anything can happen.
Honestly, Minnesota's been pulling out some crazy wins recently, so not necessarily impossible, but low chance.
All right, we'll be talking about Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure how this bracket will turn out for the minor.
These 2 weeks have been long, but they're also blowing by pretty quickly. We're about to be
Yeah, they have some moments where they just got to slow down. But I think with Shane and Sender, I think they'll be fine when it comes to the fundies in the grand scheme of things.
Learn from these matches. I mean, we've learned so much, different setups, different strategies that you could have. In hardpoint, people get into that second level, and you grind rank. Maybe you can become a pro one day.
There you go. Pro tips from a pro. You've seen him on the biggest stage. You're listening to him right now, and you have to listen to us even more in about 3 minutes. We're going to break.
Yeah, they can't do worse than FaZe. Hopefully. Hopefully. I mean, if we drop to that low, that would be tough. I mean, we definitely shouldn't lose to Minnesota today. We definitely should not lose to Minnesota. We need to be locked in for this one. Because even if we play bad, I feel like we should be beating a team like Minnesota. I mean, if we play bad and we beat LAG, I think we should be able to play bad and beat Minnesota. I feel like the Minnesota win against LAG was a little bit of a fluke, but oh, I'm sure Destiny, like with this Thieves glow up, so to speak, I know a lot of people are preying on the Thieves' downfall. There's a lot of pressure on the team in the sense that they're expected to win, you know? I feel like my light is really bright. Do I just need it to be like warmer, maybe?
Look at the route that Shotzi's taking. Shutting down the entire.
Oh my gosh, yeah, look at Ant on the mini-map.
Do I look too pale, chat? Should I like lower it a little bit? Or is the brighter light better?
Floors worth of areas to explore.
Where did all these LAT fans come from? Seriously. Thankfully, like there is literally not a chance in hell that somebody could legitimately say that like I'm a bandwagon Thieves fan. I have literally been here since the beginning. Like with other sports, with like the traditional sports that I watch, you could probably like find an argument, not that I would agree, but like it would be a little more reasonable to argue that. But like I remember watching the 100 Thieves team in Black Ops 3 when they had aches. They weren't good, they didn't win anything, and they didn't have a team for long, but they did play. I know, this shit was miserable. Another situation that I remember. That shouldn't have happened either. That shouldn't have happened.
Oh, it was like the worst time.
I was here when we won champs first time and they called me a bandwagoner then. I mean, that's just kind of how it is. Like, I feel like anytime a team wins like a tournament or wins like the tournament, people just automatically say like you're a bandwagoner. Again, I'm a Chicago sports fan. I've been rooting for Chicago sports like my whole life. When the Cubs won the World Series in 2016, I had people saying that I was a bandwagon fan, and I'm like, dude, I've been a Cubs fan my whole life. I've been watching them be in this drought and not making playoffs or postseason for God knows how long. Like, you can't tell me I'm a bandwagon fan.
No, my cam wasn't working. I gotta use Austin setup. My cam doesn't work. I don't know. You gotta get me a new
Here
cam
for
or something.
Cold War, and they won next year, and I was like, let's go. Yeah.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Hey, that Cold War to Vanguard season was a huge turnaround.
You guys,
huge turnaround.
You 3-0 Atlanta FaZe yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't need to see that Vegas comeback either, though. That kind of checked my dope,
What happened
low-key.
at the start of the series, and how did you guys turn it around?
Got the hoodie they made when they won champs. Nice, nice. I got that one and the shirt. I got both.
I think we outplayed for the loss too, so that's not ideal. But
through thick and thin.
Yeah, I mean our guns were hot. Definitely map
Agreed.
1. Map 2 we kind of threw away. We just had a lot of
This is my team.
On a lot, and they played that really well, honestly. And then map 3 and 4 we kind of dominated. Then map 5.
You dominated.
The map 5 we took over. Yep.
DJ, I just want to
Teach had some of his leftover crumble cookies.
I've seen you guys playing Carolina's kind of
right before the SND
and really uppercutted a lot of the top 4 teams.
Thick and thin, we run it up. Oh yeah. I wish the Thieves went back to that run it up thing.
Is it just you feel all of you are really good
I know
at
that
this
was like the
game? What's
enable
deal?
thing, but
I think we just have a really good
I wish they brought it back.
Want to play these situations and like rotations and stuff in hardpoint, and then S&D. I think we have really good.
Because now everybody just does like the whole LA Thieves, LA
stuff
Thieves.
like that.
But I like to run it up. It's different.
Right now it's been really good.
It's a little
like
different.
2v3s or 3v4s. We're capitalizing on that a lot. So
Optic has their whole green wall thing. I think Thieves have run it up.
We're clicking right now.
Just be gelling.
Listen, Tej, back in BO4, you were a monster, brother. I think people forgot Black Ops Tej. I want to ask you, you and Gwen look way more comfortable with this roster. What is it about this team that's allowing you guys to flourish and play so well, especially in the
Want a new hashtag?
Yeah, no, Gwen's a fucking beast. Sorry, Gwen's a beast.
I love it.
But Slasher and Vivid play really well fundamentally, and I think it just, I don't know, it works. We've been playing really good in scrims, have our off days, have our good days, but you know, we're clicking right now, and excited for after the break to keep at it.
So Tej, I heard some pros talking about top teams, like top 4, top 5, and they were still leaving you guys out of that. Do you have anything to say in response to that?
I mean, these matches are speaking for themselves. We'll see them at the major for sure.
For sure.
Tej, before we let you go, what is the best part of playing with this lineup in Black Ops 6?
Best part about playing with this lineup? I miss playing with good S&D players again, man. We're really good at S&D. I know how these guys are thinking in like in these situations, and honestly, I just love being on a good S&D team. That's really what it comes down to.
Final question: true or false? The SMGs are overpowered right now.
False. We gotta buff them. Maddox, we gotta buff them.
I think guns are in a good balance at the moment.
Pretty balanced. Like it. TJ, great to have you on here.
Appreciate you guys.
TJ and the
Tej's comedy.
It's like a whole slew of SMGs are just finding success early in this
Tej's
game.
comedy for sure.
He drops 12 kills and
I mean, I could try and pitch a new hashtag.
The minor in January. For now, though, we have one more match to go, and this is all about
To
seeding
AA.
for LA Thieves. You win, you're guaranteed a top 4. Let's take a look at the final match.
I don't know if he'd. I don't know how much steam it would get, but. How do you guys feel about the red accent color to the Minnesota ROKKR logo with the new G2? Since they're adding in like the G2
Minnesota ROKKR takes on LA Thieves, and it was Minnesota, the shocker of week 1. Came out 2 game 5 round.
I really
11
like
wins.
the purple.
Whole bunch of youngsters put
I
together
feel like
on
the
same
red
lineup,
obviously
and
isn't
they
like
found
bad,
success early this
but I
week,
just feel like it
starting
kind of
to
like
slow
sticks
down,
out a
but
little
have an
bit, you know?
opportunity to finish strong.
Yeah, I like this roster, Chris. I think, you know, we've seen everybody in their own right take over. Estrio had a way better performance in their last series versus C9. Ultimately, they lose that. But when you go back, you think about that series, very close map number 1, round 11 in map number 2. And that's been the story of these guys. It's been
I wish I had a more
end of these
comfortable
games.
chair
Some
to
they've
sit in,
closed out,
honestly.
if you look at the Boston series, and some they haven't.
I've had
in
this
the
chair
C9
for a
series.
while.
I feel like that might be the story for them all year long, coming down to the wire, and they're going to have to ice up. I think the series might be some of the same.
These gamer chairs
LA
are
Thieves is on the other side
not
of
the
this
most
matchup,
comfortable.
and this has been
They
the
look
most
cool,
fun squad
but that's
to
about
watch.
it.
I think a lot of people in the chat would agree. Amazing hard points against LAG. That was back on Friday. A 250-249 nail biter. But at the end of it, Scrap said that is the crappiest hard point we have played. What are
a
the expectations
GT
for
racing
this lineup
chair.
tonight?
The expectations are extremely high, you know, right? Like
It's not horrible, but I just feel like
their
I could
pool
have a
is
different chair.
ginormous right now. The only
That
thing
would
we
be a
haven't
little
seen them
better.
play is
You know,
Protocol Control,
it would
which
be a little
one-
more comfortable.
Hey, guaranteed.
That's crazy. crazy. So we'll finally be able to see them on a different map.
Yeah, why were they using the ghosty like yelling pick? I don't know why they did that.
In our map pool, love to see it. It's time for our scuff pick'ems. Allie, after we got bailed out by the Royal Ravens, I would like to take the honors of going LA Thieves first.
I mean, that was obvious. I'm going to go LA Thieves as well. I think they're too dominant right now.
Nameless?
I'm going with Thieves. I got them winning this one.
Fans, any faith?
All thinking Thieves.
Everybody loves the super
We're thinking
team.
Thieves, baby. I've wanted a thinking Thieves hashtag as well.
It's gonna be a great
That's one that I've wanted. I feel like that one
Minnesota
would be
team,
pretty
I think
good.
We all looked at and said,
Thinking Thieves.
You know, potential. We saw each of these 4 individuals do well on other rosters, but how would they do together without like a true IGL captain that really shouts out? And yeah, a couple of icy moments from Minnesota, but this is a totally different monster here, Jay.
Oh, does he have no audio? No audio for study?
Study, I'm gonna need you to.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I thought I was unmuted. Okay, like I was saying, LA Thieves, they want to join alongside the teams like Toronto, the teams like Carolina, who are sitting comfortable on the top of the standings at 4-0, and obviously being the best hardpoint team in the game, you have a clear road to do that because you're going up against this ROKKR squad who have played every single series very
Let's
very
go.
tight. You had 2 game 5 round
5-1 on HP.
in week number 1, and
We
in
love
that
that.
series versus Cloud9, you were in the lead a majority
Let's get
of all
into
of
it.
number 1.
Let's
You
get
lose it.
active.
You go all the way to a round 11 and search and destroy.
Yeah, I feel the same. I really want to go to an event.
Like you said, a different beast in Thieves. You got to be able to bring the slaying.
Are we getting a scrap masterclass early?
Hard point. Expect the engagements to happen early, often, if not all the time. And so far, the Thieves, perfect. First 3 eliminations go their way.
I'm thinking scrap and envoy go off this map.
Zonage over towards the hedges as the rest of LAT just locked down the middle. A ticket in the blink of an eye. A perfect start for LAT.
Yeah, this is all you want to do.
Hydra doesn't even have an engagement, nor does Ghosty. It's literally just been scrap and envoy.
How you control the first 4 hills on this map, as that's been 20 uncontested seconds so far. Minnesota trying to work their way in through ticket, but not finding success in any of the slaying departments.
Dead ass, it has literally only been scrap and envoy. Ghosty finally broke that barrier.
1 kill. 1.
Holy.
A single elimination to this point. And I was going to kind of try to find some time to do this, but when you get a team like Thieves, I mean, we're our 4th game into their season, and they're already sitting there saying, nah, like, we lost 1 hardpoint map. Unacceptable. If a team's got that much discipline, that much kind of dictation towards what they want to do in respawn, that's terrifying, and so far they're showing
Have spawns for new here.
And the way that they lost that hardpoint map was a grueler.
Looks like Hydra could have the ability to flip us.
Off of an insane comeback, so they're probably thinking we should be
This is
undefeated
what we
in
want
this
in the
mode. I'm
long
pretty sure I
run.
heard Sender tell me that they haven't lost a hardpoint in like 3 weeks, even in practice. This team is undeniable. You can already see it in this map, number 1. 25 seconds still to fight for here at P2. All 4 dead in the feed for the Thieves.
Huge.
Spawns flip. Minnesota ROKKR not having a good
This is
time.
what we need.
Yeah, and the instant pickup on the flip timing, Hydra able to turn around from inside the hardpoint. Will
That's
be
2 from
pushed
Nero,
out for a
though.
moment. Envoy already
Pushing
worried
us
about
back,
you, though, and yeah,
but
this has been
we're here for
absolutely
new, so
textbook
that's
for how
big.
You play a red card hardpoint. Minnesota just not having a good time whatsoever. I mean, we
I
saw
low-key
all-time
might try to go to the
this
event in
position, always
Dallas.
spawning behind the old time. You are in the definition of hell. They will get Nero kind of surprisingly spawning behind the hard point. He'll take 1 out of the old time, but where do the spawns happen from here? And it looks like they will flip just a touch. Maybe a moment here for Minnesota.
Yeah, but you would take this if you're the Thieves. You could trap them in towards the back.
Crazy
Just 1
spawn
set of
from
kills.
Nero.
You can soak up all this time and then win the rotation over towards New. And here comes Hydra to start it off. He's
Hydra
able to
for...
find 2, make it 3,
Oh,
all
and he's
4
shooting
dead
bodies.
now
Oh,
in the
no.
feed. Minnesota in the
Oh,
trap again.
no.
And Paco shooting bodies. You think they're feeling good about this opening? Well, here's some more instances to try to get Hydra a little bit hot. He's going to get aggressive on it, too. Astriel shuts him down.
Astriel just
no
ripped him,
immediate
though.
trade leads to a double, plus the follow-up from Paul X. So, okay, Minnesota, this is
a
what you need.
decent
A little bit
time
of a
for
lifeline,
Minnesota
a little bit
here
of
if
breathing room here to try
they're
to
able to
finish
hold
off
it.
the old time at 3, and then still, of course, rotate to your back to the new hill.
Yeah, Final 15 is great and all, but you need this wave of kill so you can win that rotation over towards New. Thankfully, Gio finds a double, Estriel with the 3rd. So Minnesota starting to come alive in this game. 2 players on 3 in a row. If Estriel now going to put himself all the way towards the top 3 story. He knows that his teammates already won the rotation, but now how long can you hold?
Yeah, it's the big question. Minnesota has routinely fallen victim to being
2 dead for
heavily
us already.
in their hardpoint games. You go back to their opener versus LAG, they're outslayed by 20 plus, but still won the game in heroic fashion. So
There we go, 2 dead. You know where Astral is, weak. Yep. Yep, there we go, 4 dead.
All the gunfights go the
Love
way
it.
of the Thieves, who have now broken onto the 30 seconds remaining of the hill.
And you could just tell how on Estriel's screen right there, how annoying that situation was. You're looking left, there's someone there from Thieves shooting, you can't find an angle on them. You look right, okay, someone's there, someone top window as well. It's just Thieves were so dominant on the map control there around this
Ooh,
P4 that
that's
they were able
not
to find
good.
a break with ease. But Minnesota on the back of Geo finding 3 over towards Hedge's side, able to work their way right back in. But with such a dominant start from the Thieves, Minnesota are keeping themselves in this game.
And that's the thing I think we've really kind of come to know narratively about this Minnesota team is down but not out. They continue to find ways to get
This is
games
like
back
Hydra's
to
playground
within
right here,
the
though.
possibility of swinging things around. Nero, good
Never
win
mind.
inside of
He's
cameras.
dead.
Follow from Estriel's decent. Now here comes the full pitch. Envoy backing away from the hard point. Trying to just find an even 1v1 across this open hard point, and it's not going to happen. Minnesota
ROKKR's
really
breaking
starting to
through
step
here.
up.
And the
Good
guns are starting to get
shots.
a little bit hot, but that's why you got a player like Scrap on the LA Thieves roster, able to find an opening double. That's going to lead to an early break for the Thieves. Envoy going to find the free beyond to Paul Lex. Thank you
Oh,
very
that would have
much.
been an
Almost a
insane
turn and burn
2-piece
onto
from
Nero.
Envoy there.
But still a 15-point game. You're finding all these kills. Minnesota just keeping you off the
I don't know how to feel knowing Hydra has the
Moments with
most
Thieves,
time
you
on
can
our
scrap
team.
off to a hot start, follow up
Don't know
on
how I
most
feel
of
about that.
And then Envoy kind of in the last couple of the hills have had a couple of individual moments, but we still have a pinstripe kill feed here. Back and forth we go. Final word, though, over the last 10 seconds will be owned by
mean, the
Ghost.
boys are
12 and
shooting,
9.
so-
On 3 in a row. Scrap time to LA as they break past the 100-point mark. And now, again, take an eye on the minimap. Everyone looking to fight for that hedge position like you called out when we were here last time, Jay.
Yeah, ROKKR need this head position now. They cannot get dominated the way that they did last time around. 2-2 split in the kill feed so far. Thieves currently in control of the hard point, but here's just more bodies on the correct side of the map. They're going to continue to soak as long as they dominate this right side street.
Yeah, the exterior of the hard point cleared, so now you go in towards the inside.
Nice, 3 dead.
Things up. Hydra for a double scrap, following up. And well, with this, Thieves once again
I don't know if they saw
dominating
Nero
from the
jump
outside,
through.
looking in as
Maybe
we
they
head
did.
over to a Los Angeles Thieves. Listen in.
Ticket weak. I'm trying to get in ticket. Go to me, yellow head. Ticket still. He's in the cubby of time. One shot, cubby time. One shot, cubby time.
Right on there, yellow.
Yellow,
Nice,
dead.
so
Still, door. I flipped that sees.
Hit door at time.
Hit door time, need it.
Hit door dead. Nice. There's that time. Take
Nice.
it.
Yeah, he's security. He's going default. He went their default. He's naded their default. One shot. One shot their default. No, one shot their default. All their default.
I'm trying to stage. 100% stage.
I'm trying to.
Watch
their stage. They're low stage. Where's your gun? SG's one shot. What? Go to payphone.
Oh, time. I'm in 10.
Payphone.
Stage. Nice.
Yeah, one's payphone. I'm playing for him.
I'm staying on stage.
One guy's gonna be low stage though.
Okay,
Yeah,
time.
Paul. Yellow hedge, guys.
Probably time.
Yellow hedge, kill me.
Ivory cafe.
I'm spawning in the back.
Stage right now. Cafe dead.
I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed.
Stage.
Hear me. All
Yeah,
time
I'm
is
going
goalie. Goalie and
One
stage.
close sidewalk as well.
Goalie and stage.
I got the ticket. One sec, guys.
Sidewalk.
Stage, one shot.
They got it.
Absolute stage. One
I'm hitting
shot,
yellow.
zero.
I'm killing.
Security.
Hitting yellow.
One shot, sidewalk.
The doors.
Sidewalk.
Sidewalk at time.
Yeah, sidewalk on red heads. Red heads.
And in the goalie. Mid door. Mid door. Absolute.
Rush mid door. Mid door.
Nice.
They're all spawned in the back.
That's for me, Jesse.
Yeah, the spawning jersey.
I'm going all the way. I'm backing all the way up, boys. I'm going deep, by the way.
That's fine.
Actually, I'm gonna get in the spiral yard.
Yeah, get spiral. I'll grab time.
I'm died from yellow head. Yellow steps on.
Yo, steps in.
Nice, good job.
Mid on me then.
Missing Geo and Estro, guys.
One more
I'm
mid.
gonna spawn on
Red
ult.
edge.
Alright, missing Geo for sure.
Ezreal.
Red hedge. Dead.
Nice.
Inside ticket.
Spawn in.
He's going
back.
top yellow.
Little bit of separation for the Thieves throughout our second hard point, but as we rotate over, Minnesota fully set up and ready to go as we head over to a ROKKR. Listen in.
Middle dead.
He's gonna be S3. Yeah, I'm trying to pick up your S3. S3 combo dead. I'm gonna try to pick him up. I'm gonna give me a sec. I'm going now. One shot.
There we go. That's 3.
I'm starting an 80. You can be out around. One top. Top. I see nothing outer. I'm all the way done. Get this on. You're gonna be close to outer. Get it all. I got mid. I've already mid outer. Outer, Dan, there's 2. I got one mid outer. Get your outer. I have outer mid top. I have all mid top. Outer, dead. Let's up. I got one. I'm holding mid. You guys play doing shit, okay? One shot. There's 2 there. Dan there too. He's counting out.
What's it right?
I'll get new. I'll get new. I have mid. Any kill down on his.
Gonna have to break out of here. They're already set up for next.
Any kills are gonna start spawning as an E. I'll go with spawning as an E then.
I'm back up.
Yeah, I'm walking up. I already. Chill out.
Okay. 2 B search.
Getting the natural pinch here, though.
I'm up in mid.
They time it right, could be good.
Let's do that. One more me. I'm winning crab. Metro cross. I think Alboy. He should be able to. You want him or no? No, AC. Go, Alboy. Yeah, you lower me. Alboy, go.
Oh, scrappy affair here, and not to mention the player. Minnesota just continue to find ways to keep this close as Esther will be pushed onto the hard point, Jay, with 20 seconds to fight for. We got a dead tie game.
Yeah, Minnesota's in this, man. It all started with the end of that P3. The fact that they were able to trap them in towards the back, give themselves a free rotation over towards New, has kept themselves in this game. And obviously the slaying is helping. When you're getting kills out of Nero, Gio, and now Estrio pulling out that third or fourth AR. He's also finding a couple kills as well. So basically a tie game as we hit over to that fifth hill.
Damn.
Initial time trying to be found by Ghosty. Getting a good read on the Justice. That's Estriel who falls. Nate also would have been well placed towards Paul, but takes off the window frame. Scrap following up about 4 in a row. Has Estriel at range, but another shutdown comes through. So again, just when you start to think the Thieves are about to cook up a setup, here's the break for Minnesota. Equal affair over the top of the new hard point. Ghosty turning tides with a double. Envoy trying to hang, but Nero will drop, and Ghosty once again has a chance to get more time.
Still winning out the trades here, kind of soaking some of the time, which is good.
Very difficult to try to break your way through Ticket on the backside of that B site. Can someone find an opening for ROKKR? Everyone rallying on the right side of your mini map, but 3 down in the feed. The ARs from LAT turning up to a whole different level. That's going to be a flawless 40-second hold. You blow the game wide open once again if you are LA. And now you're going to be able to breach that 200-point mark with the rotation over towards P1 and a lot of presence already at edge.
Have to win this
Hydra new hill kitten. Yeah,
Ghosty
seems like it.
Very patient. Up top in the windows, he can make a choice.
Which is surprising because he dropped a 40 bomb on this map.
What his teammates call, and he's going to get a freebie on a Geo. Long range shots towards Nero. Tag him up. That's enough for Hydra to follow for the kill. Ghosty looking for his 5th in a row and will secure it. One more around the backside. Pistol off for Ghosty, who
that would have been insane.
Gives Estriel the 1-2 punch.
That would have been disgusting.
Not to be. Minnesota desperately need the break.
These can win here if they hold it.
Find a break and they need to find it quickly because these can still close out here on P1.
Damn,
and as soon as
break.
I say that, 4 dead in the feed. Where do the spawns come in for the Thieves? Not the ideal situation you want to be in, but still the 30 seconds to fight for. Minnesota need all this time.
Yeah, the Thieves, they want to challenge this, and they're getting punished for the decision. Nero for 2. Estriel following up. Spawns are still over towards the bottom right, though, for the Thieves.
We still have spawns,
13 seconds of scrap time to fight for. The Thieves trying to push through. Paul holding on towards top edges. What does he see? Opening shots towards Hydra. Able to finish it off. Now he's got to try to secure the kill on Envoy. Not going to happen. And it's just down to Nero, who does hold strong ground for Minnesota to spawn right on top of him.
Yeah, Minnesota still giving themselves opportunity. You just need one more wave of kills and you can trap LA towards the back end. But do you know the positioning of Scrap? Playing super patient for Geo. Finally, a couple shots are going to go down. He's going to give it up and unfortunately not be able to find a kill. So Minnesota doing what they need to do. They just need to get in a hard point.
What can Geo find around the back
here?
You're
pushing up to cut.
Unnoticed. Catches Ghosty for free. Follow up from Scrap. Good off the trade. Plus one more. Now Hydra is on the pinch. Paul shut down at stage. Good clearance around the hill here for LA. Nero over the top. Doing what he can. He does well to catch a couple. Long range shots from Hydra. Not quite centered up, but Ghosty gets the double. And with that, Thieves can still win it right here.
Yeah, it might be good enough to win it right here. They had them trapped towards the backside. Only 10 seconds needed to LA secure this map. Number 1, Minnesota gotta go.
Trying to flood on from the front. They take the remaining Thieves members off the hill for now. Contest in. Ghosty trying to pre-fire down Estriel. Follow from Scrap is decent, but the Thieves
can't
will
win,
not
but we're early on the row
to win it here. Spawns will move just a touch. Ghosty spawning behind, but you've got LA already on the new time. Envoy just has to win this 1v1 versus Nero. Does not expect him coming from the side door though. Follow-ups are good from Estriel. Hydra trying to put the game away, but he gets shut down, and now the Thieves are subject to a potential spawn trap.
And now Minnesota needs to do exactly what they did on the second rotation of these hard points. Trap them as long as you possibly can. Do not allow them to win. Only need 2 seconds to close out this map. Number 1 is LA, but you see the kill feed. It's all purple.
Just need a break.
Hydra's able to
Huge
strike
kills
for 1.
from Hydra.
Hydra's able to strike for 2, and this might be it.
Nero's got to try to get back into the hard point here. You cannot make a mistake. You cannot allow this contest to come through. First shots are deep.
Oh my!
No, dude, Nero just went huge.
The map will continue just a little while longer. Maybe a natural pinch developing. Envoy spawning out from the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, Envoy's
trying
out.
to get some damage
That's
done.
huge.
Does LA try to win this hard point right here? Nero still holding strong.
They don't need to.
The hill. Estro trying to follow up. It's still only at
Envoy literally just has to sit new.
At the same time, can they get there? Hard point's about to open. What are the
hold
names
it,
look
hold
like
the credit.
over the
We
top?
win.
It won't make a difference.
Yeah.
Envoy has stayed safe and the Thieves will
Huge.
sneak out a near win as Minnesota.
I mean, that was way closer than I feel like that map should have been.
Thieves have
but
been having some grueler hard points so far this week. But thankfully, the heads up play.
Win's a win, though. We win map 1.
That spawns out.
I mean, everybody on the side of Thieves had an AR out, so I don't know if maybe that kind of messes up the flow a little bit. Maybe just kind of like a map basis. But man, that was tense. That was more tense than it should have been.
Not approach that old hill, realizing, okay, we can win with 2 seconds. We still have an opportunity there. No, he was thinking about the big picture. How can we guarantee the W?
Yeah, I mean, Scrap had mentioned that a couple of them were feeling sick. I mean, and with that, Scrap still had a 40 bomb. Hydra had 37. Envoy was 27-34. Not great, but he had some big moments.
I mean, it starts off
and then Ghosty 36 and 33.
Worst possible situation.
Nero had a crazy map with 42.
Go to the Thieves. And then eventually you get to P2 and it's like an 80-point game.
I also feel like this map is more of a bang out than maybe you would typically expect.
To get this game back to within about 20 points, and they just chip away little by little. We saw the same thing happen when they played Gorillas in their opener. They've done it a couple of times since then, but they just do not roll over and die. This team's got a lot of fight built in them.
They definitely have a lot of fight built in them, and that's what I love about this roster, because I was on one of these rosters back in the day that usually no one had high expectations on. Basically a roster that nobody wanted. But sometimes that's the perfect recipe for some kind of success. And even though they fall short in this map number 1 versus probably the best team that we have in the game, they play them well all the way to the very end. And if you look at the stats, no one's really going positive besides Gio by a couple kills. So if you have a little bit better of a start off, you're keeping yourself in this game and potentially walking away with this map number 1. But I think the game plan was just
it was definitely closer than it should have been. That's for sure.
Thieves on that P1 hard point was the game changer. They could not find any success on that P1 over towards Hedge, and that was the difference maker.
Yeah, I think it's just the kind of, where do you focus on the overall venue and those mixy hard points, right? P1 in particular, I think it really is. Again, dictated by who controls the exterior. It allows those new players off spawn to come back in and know exactly what to look at, and that seemed to have obviously been a major difference maker in the opener, plus the second time that we were there. Here's a look back, though, over this series layout. We've got Vault, and of course, everyone's excited to see our second overall instance of a protocol control. I will say, we talked about this, we're looking at the vetoes, Jay, and the Thieves had the choice of what they wanted to play for control. They opted to go to the protocol here. So there is this level, after hearing them talk about
that's interesting
that hard point performance,
that they're going to, or that they're choosing
and we're throwing a protocol control mix. It looks like this team is really trying to maximize their map pool.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what they're doing, because they played every other map besides protocol control. So they decided in this series, even though they were the better seed, to choose Team B. And currently with us only having 2 control maps, that Team B just basically chooses whatever control they want to play. So they decided to throw protocol and make it a little bit mixy, because on the opposite side for Minnesota, we watched them in that C9 series on Vault. Nero was like a 15 in a row. They beat him in 5 minutes of a control. Yeah, I don't want to play you there. Let's just go to protocol.
Yeah, I like the call. Well, taking a look at least this Vault coming up for map number 2, you've got not really a lot of results here for either team to kind of speak on to. I mean, for LA Thieves, all of their search and destroys have been tremendously close. The difference maker, though, has been Scrap. He has come through when the team has needed him most.
Scrap has
round 11, round 10 win against the Atlanta FaZe. We talked about that earlier from Atlanta's point of view. They had a round 11 loss to Cloud9 on Vault, but they're coming off of a very convincing win versus LAG where Scrap really did take over.
And that's the thing, is that they are finding a lot of success, even though it's all the way at the very end of these search and destroys, in those round 10s, in those round 11s, with a brand new roster. That's the scary part about this. Opening dual win percentage sitting at 11th, attacking overall number 1. Defense at number 8, but they still have an overall record of 3-1. They just have playmakers, even in a man-down disadvantage, still able to clutch up on these rounds. But it's not going to be easy going up against this Minnesota ROKKR squad. I'm telling you, they are phenomenal in search and destroy. Obviously, they got the new man, the new Iceman in Minnesota in Paul X. You can now not allow him to get active early on.
I'm 2 times
You got to remember, Paul's been around the league. He's been just about everywhere. He's the title man of the CDL. I'll see what kind of experience that will help this Minnesota team on. Again, here, a young spot overall. Scrap will take us off for first blood down B Street. Focus for the bomb, though, is fully on towards A. But the thing about this is you have
early blood on Paul X
to make sure you can watch this pinch.
Scrap just absolutely beating Paul X all the way across the map for that first blood. And now he takes that side of the map away from ROKKR.
Did he hear him?
It's a little bit of a sound cue that something fishy is happening over towards gold. Can he find the kill? No, Geo gets the better of him, 3v3.
That's
He got this top useless position.
Awkward
Nero over
gunfight there
towards
for
Art,
sure.
So Estrel's going to get the bomb planted. We've seen this already. You plant at B, it is extremely difficult to retake. There are just so many
very
angles that
open B
Minnesota can
plant.
watch this from. But Estrel, with an SMG in hand, will
Thieves
opt to
are
play this
almost
from the
like
bottom side
pinned
of
a
the
little
Nero
bit.
has backed all the way over towards P4. LA Thieves looking to break through the middle of this.
Hey, this is probably impossible, though. 30 seconds, you have all Minnesota ROKKR players playing different corners on your mini-map, and they all have an angle on the bomb. 20 seconds left. These have not yet to locate anyone.
But Estrel, I was going to say, Envoy
Yeah.
trying to make a proactive play by just hopping in.
It's hard
not
to
gonna happen.
it's hard to
Estrel gets the timing
retake
on the
B.
beat.
It's just so open.
Just too much to deal with. So here you go. First blood.
It's
on to
so
Paul. Doesn't
open
make
of a
much
bomb
difference.
site.
The play through pool in towards bottom vault leads to a plant that LA Thieves cannot retake.
Yeah, right there, the Thieves, though, they have to be quicker on their decision-making. They're realizing, okay, Scrap finds that first loader towards B Street, and now he pushes up towards gold. Even though he falls, we're all sitting around A and poolside, and there's no noise on this side of the map. If we give up that bomb plant on B, you see how difficult of a retake that can be, because there's so many different angles you can watch that site from. It's a perfect play from ROKKR, and the man disadvantage to take round number 1.
And it's just an interesting adjustment call, because like we talked about, you lose Paul on B Street, you got to keep someone behind to make sure there's no pinch coming around the backside.
Yeah.
But once you get
That
through
kill
A
on
cleanly,
Geo
that
would have been
turns into,
huge.
oh, okay, we'll just use that as a chance to wrap over towards B.
For that last round.
A little bit of aggression over towards the catwalk areas as Minnesota just full flying right down middle. Scrap's gonna get a solid read at this, but can't deal with Geo on the slide across. What an opener
And
for
we just
Minnesota!
got
A
melted
flawless round two.
Oh, they are in sync, man. They are in sync. They use the pre-nades
don't
to
love
open up that middle map area. And once they dominate that, then they realize, okay, they're not in A, the bomb's
love
not
that.
down yet, so let's just send it through the back of their spawn. And they find all 4 kills with ease and also catch the player going on that pinch. Minnesota ROKKR not making any mistakes, even in the 3v4, already up 2-0.
Liking what I'm seeing. And there's something about this team, like you said, it's a scrappy team. It's a team that doesn't really feel like it has much to lose, so like you lay it all on the line, but
I think
you look
Scrap
at all the individuals
is
and the teams
still
that they've
feeling
played
like
on over the
shit.
course
He
of the last,
looks
we'll say 3
he
years,
looks like he's
largely
going through
2,
it a little bit.
if you're taking the average. This are teams that have grown the most over the course of their years in the CDL. So you have to think that with these 4 players, a chance to kind of showcase that again is once more Bomb taking a very unorthodox approach, just playing in towards the midpoint, now moving over towards A, which is wide open.
Yeah, this is sort of the mind games right now in these, because they're expecting this match to be a lot more fast-paced, but once that bomb goes down at A, how do they try to find success on this retake? Envoy's realizing there's no one over towards pool. You guys are going to set up this pinch, and he's trying to time this pinch on the opposite side perfectly, but unfortunately
Dude,
gets
we're
left.
getting picked apart.
Could be another
in
flawless round
SND
here for
right
Minnesota.
now.
Ghosty, the last one left. 1v4 would have to come through. Deals with Nero cleanly. Paul gave it an effort, but backs away, knowing that numbers will likely just win.
All right.
This round outright, and that is indeed the case. Oh my goodness. This Minnesota team playing with some confidence.
And it just keeps on starting with taking mid-map away. Once you're realizing, okay, we have vault coverage through that bottom drop down, we don't have to show any presence over towards water, because if you're the opposing team in LAT, you're expecting someone to be watching that angle, not to be open for free when they're working that bomb plant. But Minnesota ROKKR just picking them apart one by one, slowing down this S&D, speeding up at the points where they need to, and now they're up 3-0.
Lots of comfort built in.
Definitely going to need to make some adjustments.
Tallies of 3-0 this quickly. You can start throwing some curveballs in the mix if you want to just try to keep this Thieves team guessing. Hydra, the rest of LA, try to play up top towards the hallway. You hear the RCXD already on the way over. Dives across. I don't know if it actually saw Hydra. Now it does. Has to be blown up. And in that moment, Geo finds first blood deep towards B Street.
You do have bomb down, though.
And now in the man advantage for ROKKR. You take your time on this retake.
Okay.
Narrow strikes first, though. Is able to take down Hydra. 3v2 now.
Astro trying to follow up from the same position, topside pool. Envoy has been traded. This is just down to can they find Ghosty. Paul is in the area. A couple of shots come through. No worries there.
Yeah, we're getting picked apart right now.
Off of it, and
getting picked apart in S&D.
You want to talk about slaying presence? You've got
Don't
5-0
look great
for one player, 6-0 for another. I think they've lost like 4 kills in 4 rounds.
And it helps when you're finding that first blood again all the way across the map. This time it was Geo getting the better of Scrap over towards B Street. And at that point, if you're the rest of the LA Thieves players who was showing a lot of presence over towards pool, you not have to worry about
first
your
blood
flank.
a lot.
And that's a lot of flank that you have to watch. So you don't want to try to rush that objective. And then when you think about that objective, Minnesota ROKKR already in a position to contest it. This is just great search and destroy from this young roster, man. They are slowly but surely picking apart the Thieves one by one and playing their numbers to perfection.
Astral is 5-0,
I don't even know if you can say slowly. This has been as fast as we've seen.
Yeah, I guess those B Street fights, yeah, first 5 seconds, yeah.
And now you got Geo and Estriel, who are really dangerously close to earning an early Hellstorm,
We
which
need
could
like
just
a
put
crazy
this game out of
timing or
reach.
something.
Bomb on the way over towards
go.
A. Ghosty watching
Finally get
through
first
pool, able to
blood.
catch the first blood. Geo's still holding over towards backside palms here, though. So if the Thieves try
Okay,
to push through, they may make
2v4, there we
contact,
go.
but not to be. Scrap finds the kill. Now 4v2. Estriel deals with the first point of contact. Follows up with the second. He's done his job.
Trade.
And look at Paul.
Oh, they don't know
He's
what
going
Paul
to
X
reroute
is.
behind all this. He may have an angle.
Oh, Scrap
Stun.
season, though.
Nade at the ready. Opening shots do not connect. But again, does he have a spot to just watch the bomb from being defused? There's the frag. It connects.
Nice.
Shots from Ghosty, though.
There we
A
go.
bold challenge, which he wins. And the Thieves will get on the board.
That's
There
a
we
big
go.
play right there out of Ghosty.
Needed that one.
That
Needed
nade
that
comes in
win.
and almost puts damage
That
into
got
both players.
that got
Scrap could
stressful
not go
too,
for that
and it
double chow.
probably
He
shouldn't
was one
have.
shot, but Ghosty with the confidence to just fly on out, win that one-on-one versus Paul. I thought when Estriel found out double, that was already be job well done because Paul X, like you said, had the stun, had the nade in the back pocket. Just not expecting the ego chow out of Ghosty. To finally put one on the board if you are the Thieves. I know if you are Nade Shot, you probably want to take these guys back to S&D school. Like, what they doing, man? I don't know.
It's just one of those things that, yeah, I think you're absolutely right in terms of like kind of setting the trend and setting the pattern. Minnesota on both sides of the bomb, you know, early through the first 4 rounds found so much value through the
Hydra's
middle of the map.
0-5. That's
Lately, we've seen
that is
Thieves
not
really
good
putting a
for
lot of attention
S&D
towards top catwalk over
for
towards
us.
marble side. And this time it's just the more traditional, let's just flood through pool, have someone sit behind and wait, keep Scrap alive. And Geo with the RCXD once again is trying to get to work clearing out mid, but the Thieves are fine with this.
Uh-oh.
Driving around trying to play for the info. Unfortunately, cannot find that kill. Because now with 30 seconds
now
left,
Ghosty brings out his
turn
own.
to drive around the auto bot. We're going to work our way right back into the site, and you got to get past that.
Yeah, but the problem is,
Well,
someone snuck around the back. That was
we
Estriel.
all
He finds
died.
elimination, and you're just hop. Last
We
cement fight
all
comes the way of
died.
Scrap. He's got to go, and he's got to go quickly. Already past the halfway point, and Scrap is not going to go back to check.
Oh,
what
that
looked to be
wasn't
kind
good.
of a botched RCXD initially from Minnesota. A worse one gets
That
played
was
by
not
Ghosty
good.
as he gets caught unaware by Estriel, and the follow-up elimination
lost our
was perfect
streak.
from ROKKR.
Yeah, that's just such a great RCXD right there out of
And
Geo. Even though it
got
doesn't
fried.
get a kill, you saw how much ground he was able to take away, at least force the repositionings out of Thieves, and that allows his teammates now to get pushed up on the map, take that map control away from them. And when I initially saw that round, they were playing real slow, and it was due to the fact that Estriel did, with that double in the previous round, pick up that Hellstorm. So
yeah.
Now Minnesota, with the success on the retake,
Estriel
put
has a
themselves
Hellstorm?
at game
Oh,
point.
dude.
Got the Hellstorm in the back pocket. Screw it. Let's just go B.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Opening nades just to see if they can contest over towards the catwalk, but you're absolutely right, Jay. There's the Hellstorm immediately afterwards. Now that they know the trophy is placed over towards the bottom side of the map, you put it into play, you get a read on where everyone is, and you should immediately hop on for the plant. Who can contest this? You've got Ghosty over towards Art.
They got nothing.
A couple of
We
shots
still
from him, but he
don't
does
get
not
the
find the
first
elimination.
blood,
Nero
though.
dancing with Envoy, gives time and space for
Dude,
Paul to
we
get
just
back
got
to the
ran
next.
through.
And
That was
woo,
bad.
Minnesota.
That was a
Hot and
bad
saucy.
search.
Here on the vault search and destroy, you blinked, you missed it. 6-1 tally, and Thieves can't believe it.
Yeah, nah, Thieves stood no chance on that search and destroy, man. We're talking
Yeah, that
about
was
these
bad.
rounds.
That was a bad
Slowly but
search.
surely starting to develop. We're getting first bloods in the first 5 seconds on both sides. But the man disadvantage, the game plan was just simply a lot better from Minnesota. Early into these rounds, it was the aggression to take the map away from Thieves, to have them on their heels on these offensive pushes. When you have a team that's being so
Hydra and
aggressive,
Envoy
especially on the
combined
defensive
for a
round through middle of the map,
2-14,
and you're thinking, okay,
man.
let's just
We're
drop
not gonna
into A, let's
win
plant that bomb,
like
let's
that.
play
Scrap
our
was
setup
3 and
around
5,
that.
Ghosty
Just
4 and
Minnesota
6.
ROKKR said, who cares? You
I
guys
mean, we
can
just
do that. We're
got
just gonna push
shit
right up
on.
the
They had
middle.
2 guys
I know
that
not all 4
went
of you
8
guys are
and
going to be
1.
in the site. A pitch is going to be open, and when they always
Wow,
are finding
that
out
is
this
not
first
good.
kill, look at that. That's
That is
5
not
first
good.
bloods compared to 2. That was just textbook search and destroy. Obviously, Estriel dominates when you drop a Hellstorm. That's bread and butter. Geo goes 8-1. Paul
All right, I'm gonna close the blinds and then I'm gonna go pee, and I'll be right back. Yeah, Destiny, that was rough. That was not a good. That was not a good map too. That was basically like a free series, even up there.
I think on using utility
That was not
early
good.
to gain control of that mid vault.
All right, I'll be right
drop down,
back.
and that worked out really nicely. So Minnesota, a lot of life in the lungs, trying to extend that map number 1, almost able to get it through the finish line, and then no breaks on the search and destroy as we head back to the desk at a 1-1 count.
It's a scary search if you're an LA Thieves fan in Minnesota. Really just taking control bright and early during this search. Can we talk about Estriel? What a terrible week 1 and what a bounce back here in week 2.
Yeah, I mean, even the respawns in their match prior to this one, he was balling. And in that search and destroy, I think people can learn a lot. I was having a conversation with some COD people talking about like RC cars and how people use them. Like using them early in the round was like one side saying it was bad, it's not good. Well, I think Minnesota just gave the league a crash course on how to use them early in rounds. You take space, and that was sort of the narrative. Even in the rounds without the RC, ROKKR were not afraid to get up close and personal. And as soon as the guy on the island dies, like the retake becomes that much easier, and that's what they abused the entire time against the LA Thieves. What a great search and destroy from Minnesota. Now 1-1.
7-1 from Estriel. Geo is right behind him, 6-1 to break out things in game 2. But you know, things are tied up.
Wait,
1-1.
we can't
gotta draw some conclusions.
No, not yet. Listen, he's been giving us gifts all day,
we
so we
have
got a
gifts for
couple.
you.
Listen, be careful with this one, all right, buddy?
You guys shouldn't have.
It's not double wrapped, you know. You should be able to get it in one go.
Well, this is more for Chris or for the people at home. Oh, here we go. Young Christopher Puckett.
20-year-old relic. Can I draw
handsome
some
man.
conclusions for y'all? I know some of you are about to take your senior pictures. I highly suggest the gamer stance. Put the elbows right there on the power thigh.
Yeah,
Distant, 90-degree angles. Girls, it drives them wild.
All right, we have one more for you. We have one more. You
Thank
get
you.
2. You get a special 2.
Absolute
Careful,
locked
careful.
gamer stance, by the way.
What is it? Shake it, baby.
Wait, what is it?
Number one host.
That's my
Oh,
host.
thanks, Alley Cat. You guys are the best.
Now we'll draw some conclusions.
All right, let's go.
I guess if we have to, oh my gosh, I almost took it off the thing. Let's hop right into it. It was hard in that first map, you know, because there were so many good moments, but I think this route really solidified it for me on the side of, let me get the right one for us. Hold on, this is Carolina Royal Ravens. This is not the right series. This is not the right series either.
Don't worry.
Don't worry, technical
This
difficulties.
is going to be the right
We might
series.
have to pop back out. We're going to get there eventually. We finally got there. All right, we're drawing conclusions. We're going to follow a route taken by Hydra, the French phenom. So in this situation, we're going to go into the mini-map and we're going to take a look. Clearly, LA Thieves are going to be in control right now, but there is a lot of pressure coming in from the front, and this is near the end of the game. We're talking 190 to 223. LA Thieves can win off this, but Minnesota ROKKR is looking for this break as well, and the next point is going to be on this side, so they're in a favorable situation if they can
had
get
to put
LA
the hoodie
Thieves off
on
this
to try
side.
and warm up a little bit.
Realizes this. He's going to get a kill. His teammates are still battling on the point, but he takes a risk, and he's going to go all the way through the middle side of the map to try and catch all of these players from Minnesota ROKKR off guard.
We're gonna need a big control here.
Going to push up into stage while they are still trying to pressure.
I feel like
and keep them
control,
off the
we
time.
just haven't
Not
looked
only
great.
That, though, but because there's nobody
Maybe
in the
it's
back,
just Vault.
he's going to secure spawns for
Maybe
next
they'll look
as
a little
well.
better
So
on
we're gonna let
protocol,
this
but
rock and see the crazy play.
I mean, that search
Hydra
was
wins.
not
Go ahead,
great.
Make sure LA Thieves got the win on hardpoint.
Yeah, it was big.
Gonna be
because they
falling
picked up a
back
bunch of
to
time,
our
right? So
respawns
they picked up a
here
bunch of time,
for
could've
sure.
potentially won off that. Obviously, the ending of this game is extremely hectic, but if he doesn't make this play, then Minnesota does. They would have ended
Forgot
up
I
closing
gotta
out once we
tweet.
get to that next rotation.
When we lose
So,
that
huge
bad,
play
I
by
forget I
Hydra.
have to tweet.
They got to clean up a couple of small things in hardpoint though, man. They weren't lying when they said they've been playing sloppy.
Did he end up going 0-7?
Who?
In search and destroy?
It's okay.
Just trying to balance things out, everybody. 1-1 is the score at the end of halftime. Coming up next, we got protocol control. Haven't seen this a lot, but we saw some yesterday.
Yeah.
Expectations from these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra's going to go berserk. If he gets in their base with that SMG, gets up top their building, you can go up and down the zip and just terrorize them. So look out for Hydra.
Study, can Minnesota steal this series?
Oh, yeah. They got the #1 control player in the league right now in Nero. 1.4 KD. Him and Hydra are going to have a battle. So they can definitely take this control because obviously neither squad has yet to play this protocol.
Yeah, man, I'm glad that you point out Nero in particular, because at moments throughout last year, he was, I think, the linchpin for success, you know, when this team was finding, you know, good moments. And like you said, Control, he's really found it. And a team that, like, again, we talk about their respawns overall, it's been like, no one's really standing out here and there except for the Control and except for Nero. So, yeah, I really love that call out. 1.42. He's also first in kills for 10 minutes, damage for 10 minutes, and attack KD, which is something that on Vault seems difficult to do. So, you talk about slipping the net and getting behind enemy lines, look to Nero to see if you can kind of match pace with Hydra for sure.
Yeah, man, getting lost on a map like Protocol, especially as an SMG, we know how difficult it can be for all my ranked players out there. When you're the team on the attack, you're in hell if you're spawning on the backside and they're already pushed up in your spawn, because they could just literally spawn trap you every single time. So the Death's hit on it, I hit on it, the battle between Nero and Hydra, that's going to be fun to watch on Protocol.
Yeah, indeed the case. So we'll see who finds favor there, or will there be other arenas that will dictate how this map goes? Again, we've only seen it once, and well, candidly, we watched Vegas play this map against Toronto. Those teams are what I would say maybe not necessarily on the same page. So see how this one goes.
Here we go. Astrial's already hitting zip.
Already up through the zip line. Expected by Scrap, and the Thieves will find the first couple of eliminations. Paul, the only one to find an opener for Minnesota, and he will quickly be denied as the Thieves will quickly get
Hydra's in their guts already.
It's a play right there from Scrap, because Estriel drops down from mid-gun. He does not touch that B point, but you still get a read that someone has got to be flanking my zip. And now you got to worry about a Hydra already pushed out in towards Grandma's, as that first segment is about to come in at A. You kill the player that's working that overextension. All the map being dominated right now by Thieves.
Yeah, this gets really dangerous really quickly. Although a nice recovery moment as Paul finds two that will clear off both zones. Envoy has to kind of wait for his teammates to come off spawn, and as he does, Estriel finds him completely by surprise. So now the Thieves in a little bit of pieces, kind of staggering their way across the map. Minnesota finding some decent movement over towards at least the Thieves building, but Scrap has found a key 1v1 and wins a second versus Paul to get the second tick of progress at A.
Second segment in, but you still have
Geo's still just chilling in our spawn
still
here,
rolling
though.
in your spawn. Geo finds the timing with the SMG. He puts down a couple shots onto Scrap to set up the
just got a pinch, though. Nice.
Now you just got to get someone back on that A point if you are the Thieves.
Damn, Estriel got that nade on the point.
Estriel, that's three, almost four dead. Last player alive is dead, Ghosty.
Estriel sliding over, Ghosty at range will fall. Does not get that last tick. So A will still stay open. As now all of a sudden, you've got Minnesota just playing the chalk it and rotate mode, just trying to get some high ground control.
We did end up capping A though, so that's nice.
Turner from Geo nearly snaps
have another minute 30, even lives here.
Keep LA Thieves playing a bit more reserved as they try to approach B.
Oh, and they finally in this 2 kills through top mid, so
yeah, those are 2 big kills.
They already have bottom comms, bottom bunker area in their favor. Ghosty, unfortunately, is going to fall in that position. Now Minnesota able to reinforce for now over towards that B Street area, but they're currently down by 3.
Gonna have to kill Geo here.
Timing good. Geo will catch the first for free. Ghosty didn't get the comp for it, or was focused at least on a long-range battle.
Here?
And now Geo is just running circles in your spawn. Oh, mercy. This is
what just happened.
Don't see a lot of protocol. Geo off 5 in a row. Little slip and slide nearly takes down Scrap, but the double comes through.
We're just not listening to comms.
Look at the lives. It very well may be dictated by who outslays who.
And you got to think about how much time Thieves are going to waste just checking all the corners, working out of their base. As now Estriel trying to set up on this pinch on Spiral, puts that guy one shot, but more focused on just playing his life.
Here.
Hoping that his teammates can pick up those kills on the back end. Nero finds a double. Estriel, your turn to strike. No more respawns for the Thieves. 6v3, 30 seconds.
And it's another one of those openings to a respawn where Scrap starts off
dominating
from the break-off.
Here.
It's just a follow-up after that. Not fully there. You kind of mentioned it at given moments in time, whether it be over towards A or in these last moments towards B. It just, again, it's so hard to find coordinated hits on this map because SMGs are always running around behind you. Moment here, though, Envoy able to catch a couple, say maybe if he wins one more 1v1, he could get a first tick of progress at B, but now it's just down to Scrap. Trying to play out the 1v4, and Nero will hit his
Geo getting away there.
Defense strong.
That really fucked us.
Even though they gave up 3 segments, just dominating the map control, man. That's all.
I mean, Ghosty didn't even turn.
When you're the team on the attacking side, and you're basically wasting a lot of time working out of your spawn, trying to clear all your corners in towards bottom 10, and then you're allowing Geo pulling out an SMG.
I don't know if it just straight up didn't register or what happened, but
going to have a good time. That's gonna
like
be
Ghosty didn't even turn his head
first
there.
Defensive round. Now, Can the Thieves do the same exact thing? This time, probably not allowing those 3 segments to get away from the mid-A.
That's, of course, the goal, but even if you allow it to be matched, the trouble spot on this map has always been that beacon.
Well, I'm sure there was a call out too. I mean, the mini map, like there's all kinds of things that I feel like should have forced Ghosty to
there's so many things you have to watch.
To like look that direction, and he just didn't. So I don't know what it was. I don't know why, but
find vacancy to get on towards a push up from Estriel allows him the freedom to do so. Plus Geo playing
this is
from the
not a
top
good
side
start
of their
either.
windows. Will find Hydra. So now all you can just focus on the front, but Scrap will take Minnesota off the zone, forcing Estriel to come back.
Yeah, big kill from Scrap to win that one-on-one on the A point, and at the same time, Envoy worked his way through bottom spiral to relieve that pressure at that A site. That first segment is about to come in. You have all of Minnesota roaming around top mid. Nera on 2, almost makes it 3. But Minnesota currently up by 3 lives, make it 4, and Estriel on 5 in a row.
I feel like we're just not getting the trades as efficiently as we need. I mean, Ghosty's 3 and 10.
Over through field side, up through the zip. Geo
Ghosty's typically the best
timing, but Nero off the
control
pinch,
player for the
Thieves. And keep the A zone safe.
So
25 plays 19 in favor of Minnesota, and 2 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock with Estriel working towards a Hellstorm on the corner. Hydra trying to pistol him away, but Scrap will eventually put Estriel out of commission.
Like that. Yep, that's what we need.
You just cannot allow someone to minimize those lives by spawn killing you a couple times. Thankfully, a player like Paul X able to catch a double off the respawn. And now look at your mini-map. Look at the route that Geo is hitting. He's trying to set up this pinch on the backside of tower to spawn him even deeper from this B point. This might be the opportunity Minnesota were looking for, but Hydra and Scrap shut it all down.
Yeah, they clear out the zone completely.
This team is stressing me out right now, bro.
Scrap right through the ladder, finds the elimination. Now Ghost is in your spawn, but quickly dealt with. I like this little pause here from Minnesota. Make sure all 4 players can come off spawn before we get a little bit too wild towards the B zone. Hydra just playing for contact on spiral stairs, and he's going to find 2 players, and that's just bad timing from him. Minnesota keeping things level. 15 plays 11, a little bit of a life lead, but the focus is how do you get onto the zone?
I like this from Scrap.
Minute 15 to go. When you're currently up by 3 lives, if you are ROKKR, you can slowly but surely turn this game into TDM because you have a lot of time to work with. Geo snapping onto Hydra. Out the window comes Estriel, and now Minnesota.
Are we getting like ping cheese or something? Like what's happening here?
Scrap trying to keep things together.
There's just like gunfights that I feel like the Thieves don't typically lose.
Nero, but the double comes
and we're just getting slammed.
And Nero is just slipping and sliding
like
all over the map. Back over
seriously,
to the zone.
like Hydra is 9 and 14. Ghosty 6 and 15. Like what is happening?
Get to 4 in a row off the top rope. Give him 5 in Minnesota. All over this protocol control.
Yeah, these are just not
legitimately lost right now, dude.
They're thinking all their bases
like
are
we
covered,
are getting
but they are
fried.
still missing 1 guy. And it's Geo at points with the SMG getting it done, but you know the best control play that we have in the game is going to put himself in the best play. Is Evine's 3. The stack comes in. Minnesota ROKKR
oh boy.
Up 2-0.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean,
you would have to think are the LA Thieves. This Minnesota team has been hard to really put a finger on. I think a lot of it is, again, because of the history they've already been able to put together. A couple of round 11 heroics to get them through a couple of squads. A round 11 loss to
Ghosty
Cloud9,
6
which,
and 15.
Again, a small mistake. Maybe gets that to a map 5.
Perhaps the only one positive for the Thieves.
But this Minnesota team is looking every bit of
we're just
real
like
at the moment.
We're not getting trades the way
we opening here in round 3 of the control.
We should be.
You already have a player in Estriel in towards bottom spiral. He's just waiting for his teammates to give the comm before he decides to strike. Now it's go time. You find that first kill onto Hydra. You find a double onto Scrap. Can we get out the damn window? No, he was not trying to. He finds a double with all the mishaps that was happening.
Good double there.
Triple.
There we go.
There we
go.
Get
loose. Get loose, Dan.
Slow first 2 rounds.
Get loose, Dan.
4 in a row. Clear space for Scrap to take care of the A zone and get right onto it, you would think. But Estriel, again, what is it about this Minnesota team where it's like, oh, it's a 1v3 situation remaining, and the one player for Minnesota just keeps things mixy by finding these surprising doubles.
Yeah, we need Odan Ghosty to
progress looking likely.
To keep frying here.
They have map control with no one in their spawn, but they are not watching that overextension. It's going to fall into the hands of Hydra. Has to watch multiple angles.
Nice,
Thankfully, catches the timing on the Estriel, and he still knows there's still pressure going to be on him.
There we
Tucks
go.
himself in the corner, and I'm telling you, Paco is just unreadable with what he does on the map.
Thieves starting to turn up a bit here. Third tick of progress on the way. Minnesota looked like they want to try to play this through.
Oh, I would have liked them to
the
keep
nade over
that
the top
A.
will work, but the focus for the Thieves is already rotated. They're trying to get over to B. Hold on a second. It's a 20 play 16, but the clock is becoming an issue as that third tick at A is being fully depleted by Estriel.
Now Scraps trying to locate where the hell did that player go.
Dude, he just needed to stay
the rest
up.
Of Minnesota are just working on the D cap. Only 30 seconds left. You want to trade effectively around this mid map. Somehow, some way, Hydra finds himself on 6 in a row, but the trade is there. 20 seconds left. Thieves gotta go.
And this is one of those moments, again, just take a look at the minimap. The Thieves are just going in one by one. These trades and these doubles are not enough to get on towards one of the zones. 14 plays 10. Paul through the middle of the map. Has a 1v1 with Envoy, which he wins. 9 seconds remaining.
No, Ernie scammed. He scammed so bad.
Of 3-0ing the Thieves on the control and taking the edge of the series. The next breakthrough for the Thieves. Get on towards the zone. Hydra saving the day. Maybe
oh my God, winning some big
Envoy
gunfights.
trying to keep him safe, but he gets pushed off the zone. Paul, can he step in to contest this? He tries to, but the extra 60 is tailing.
8v4,
and the Thieves have a
8v4.
4-life edge.
Oh, now Minnesota have no more respawns because they use all that they had to try to end that game in 3. But now with the time being extended, this is where Hydra can roam. This is where he can start the slay, throw the stun out, cast the timing, watch it go left. Omni movement too good. 1 player left in Estriel. This is looking like a Thieves round.
And he's bottom bunker, and it looks like the Thieves know exactly where he is. Okay.
Oh, man.
A bit of a saved moment for the Thieves.
Yeah, we should have lost that round there. I mean,
was just a difference maker, but
respectfully, Scrap definitely scammed on that 8 point. All he had to do was stay alive for literally half a second longer, and we capped that, and then he can die. Then he can die, and it is what it is. But when he died right before that, oh jeez, dude.
Just don't know if they were able to get anything done at that B point. But thankfully, you got players like Hydra able to catch miraculous 2-piece after 2-piece to keep you alive in that round.
Yeah, that was one of those situations where he would have just been better off like staying behind the gun.
Count for everyone and not lose track of anyone, because once they lose track, it's very difficult to locate where the hell that player went.
Yeah, it's just so much map to play around. Estriel holding off for a moment. Paul finds first blood towards Scrap. Thieves largely stacking from the bottom side of gun, and Estriel's just going to head to bunker, and this may be a full B break off here for Minnesota. They're already on. The read towards Hydra starts to come through. He slips away, still alive, and Ghosty will follow up with not 2 but 3. A full wipe, but Nero off spawn will get right onto A immediately.
Yeah, Minnesota get those close spawns over towards that 8 point. So how many nades are the Thieves going to invest over the top of that building? Zomboy strikes for the first. Estriel
huge.
Unfortunately, is going to fall. Gio, your time. Can you find anything? No, that's 3 dead. And now this is where the Thieves can put their foot on the gas. Keep them in their spawn as long as you can.
This is what we need.
Exactly
this is what we need.
Hydra off the double tries to gain some separation to delay the 1v1 with Gio, but the trade is out. And here we go again. Minnesota just not moving until all 4 members are up. Just try to teamwork out these key positions. Envoy playing over towards locker doors. 3 members of Minnesota there. It's costly, but Minnesota will get a little bit of breathing room. I say that with hesitation because the Thieves are now hitting over through B field, and they are just all over your spot, and woof. That's all you can say about this right now.
Yeah, chat, this is why we don't really see a lot of protocol, because all pro players can do this to pro players. It's very difficult to work out of a trap. As now with only 25 seconds left, not a single segment earned on this round. Minnesota gotta get a move on it. You do not want to be another attacking round.
Dan with a sub? Okay.
Might be the decision maker.
Okay.
Unbelievable. From what was a couple of seconds away from possibly a 3-0, we could be staring down the gun of Minnesota having to go to that offense, but the kills do come through.
I mean, it's only 8 lives.
On the clock. Full
as long as we don't scam, this should be our round.
Progressions, what we're looking towards here. It doesn't feel like this is going to be a super winnable round for Minnesota, but they are finding a couple eliminations. Second tick gets locked.
This is a lot of ticks for them, though, which isn't ideal.
He needs it badly. These will clear the point. Can they get back over to touch for this 3rd tick of progress? Paul finds 1 kill. Pistol out, but can't get there in time. And all of a sudden, what looked to be possibly a 3-0, the Thieves.
Dan with the sub was nice. He was moving.
Oh, yeah, they're going to have the heavy advantage in round number 5.
He was moving.
As they are going to be the team on the defensive end. Not any segments earned right there out of ROKKR, and I think it comes off to this breakoff. Like, we know how difficult it is to work over towards B. There's so many
boys got to ice up here. This is a big round 5.
A lot of players on that B street.
Big
all
round
of your
5.
Side and all through A, and that flank is wide open. Just when you allowed Ghosty to find that three-piece through,
started getting active a little bit.
Leave your spawn after that. Minnesota are feeling it now.
Well, I don't anticipate we're going to see that same break off again.
Hell no.
No, we won't. Little double stack over towards the top windows. Hydra looking for a quick route around the side, but he gets concussed, cannot quite lock over towards Zero. Even Trey,
nice.
Envoy around the back through spiral stairs. Now he's getting to work for the high ground, but Geo shuts it down. Still alive somehow. Figured he would have been surrounded at this point, but he's still up and active. And a couple of kills come through. And hold on a second, off spawn.
3 dead.
You've got Minnesota on the B zone all of a sudden.
Yeah, they're not really working for B, though. They're working on getting pushed up into kills. Like, they just want to put themselves in a position to find a couple of spawners and not work in their base. So, now with 2 kills going in favor of the Thieves and Ghost are already top windows control, just makes it a little bit more difficult for Minnesota to work out of their base. But Esther with that double, now you can go to B.
And these are the individual moments that we've been craving to see from Estriel after his performances at times last year. Kind of a late addition into the league, was in the running for a moment about the Rookie of the Year award. Paul controlling B stairs. Loses his compadre over towards the B zone itself, and
did they get that tick on B?
All over the zip. Will stop ROKKR once more back into their spawn.
ROKKR gonna waste a lot of time. They don't have a lot of time to play with, checking every single corner to try to work out of their spawn. Ghosty has been alive for about 3 minutes. We only have 1:30 every round in control. I don't know how he's still alive towards top window to try to locate where the hell did he go. He already jumps out towards mid-gun. 20 seconds. Steve's looking like they're going to steal this map away.
Hydra just failed.
Just desperation mode here for ROKKR. They're trying to stop the clock over towards B. First tick is done. Second on the way. But again, look at this angle. I mean, how do you fight from down here? May not need to. Paul's doing the work up top. And now you got progress happening on both zones at the same time. But Envoy single-handedly clears off the B zone. Geo, last one left remaining. The clock pause at 14.3, but he has to win this one versus Ghosty. He does so cleanly. ROKKR trying to get out of spawn.
Huge.
Envoy and Scrap in their way. Back over towards the A zone. Second tick being worked on, but it's just so damn hard to get it through the finish line. If you keep going one by one, the pressure on spawn maybe just a bit too severe, as Envoy's going to cut back across and make sure no one can get back over to B. Last hope for ROKKR's on the A zone.
There comes Envoy. The deciding factor right here.
Great,
you know that he's
great
on your
nade.
Oh,
let's fucking go, baby.
Thieves smiling at the end of this one.
Let's go.
That one away from ROKKR.
They iced up there. They iced up there.
Unbelievable. I mean, we are mere ticks on the clock away from a 3-0 ROKKR and a 2-1 edge of the series.
Wow.
But the
Phenomenal.
composure and the cooler heads
Phenomenal.
To allow for the pop-off. And I think it starts with that guy top right, by the way, because
seriously, they got to stop with these heart attacks, man. They got to stop. They got to knock it off.
With ROKKR feeling super confident, but all of a sudden that gets shattered and the Thieves find themselves an edge in the series.
And that's got to be a dagger right there if you are the ROKKR, man. You got to try to shake that one off with ease, because you were literally 4 to 5 seconds away from closing this one out 3-0 and putting yourself up 2-1 in the series. But the Thieves are never out of it all the way until the very end. It was Hydra, like you said, in round number 3 to keep them alive, but then Ghosty was the turning point factor. The fact that he was almost double negative in the beginning of that game and towards the middle half of that game, the final 2 to 3 rounds, he just started taking over. Staying alive in their spawn, ends the map 32-27 with 4,200 damage. That's how you get it done out of your main AR.
Yeah, huge bounce back from Ghosty there for sure.
As well on top of that, and again, that's coming off of what was a
gotta give them some hope. CDL.
But again, it's one of those maps that we haven't seen much of in official play.
Low key.
And I think we're starting to learn a little bit more about why it's just so difficult. I mean, with the zip line, you go from
I don't know though, Nade. I guess I could see Nade doing that just because he spent so much on the team. He's got to make the money back.
The offensive side in particular, just to get out of spawn and know that you're safe to approach these zones. And ROKKR, unfortunately, just a couple of seconds away from having an edge. Now all of a sudden have to load into a map 4 against the best hardpoint team in the game.
Yeah, on a rerun as well. That they have yet to play as a roster. Obviously, you're getting reps in on the back end in practice, but the Thieves have played this in official matches, and they are currently sitting at a 2-1 record with the one mishap coming versus Atlanta with that insane comeback towards the very end. But like I said, for this ROKKR squad, losing the way that you just did, you got to shake this one off quick, because like you said, they're going up against the best hardpoint team in the game. It was a slow start in that map number 1, and they started to fight back to keep it close towards the very end. You just need to have a hot start here if you're trying to force that game.
We're up 2-1. We have a little bit of breathing room, but we definitely need to win this hard point. And it's a rewind. This should be good for us.
And about even results.
Should be good for us. I don't want to jinx it.
I think the thing though is, again, looking at this rewind hard point, I think I'm thinking of two things immediately. The first is Thieves come out, they absolutely smoke Cloud9 in their opener, and we're sitting here like, holy cannoli, these guys are dangerous. But then you get to Atlanta's matchup, and honestly speaking, like outside of Cell popping off on that last hard point, I think Thieves are thinking back like saying, oh, we probably should have won that map as well. But till this point, they have played a pretty difficult stretch. And the Cloud9 was, I think, just again a surprise that they didn't come out as hot as they did.
I mean, honestly, the teams that the Thieves have been playing are not like chumps. Honestly, like this entire schedule for the Thieves is pretty solid.
That Boston team could be absolutely for real.
I mean, Boston has looked solid. Heretics haven't looked terrible.
What a dynamic duo. They have just been able to put it together since last year. Keep in mind, they might be a new roster.
This could be a decent stretch here.
They ended last season at EWC.
Yeah, they are good at this map. This is like the Thieves. The Thieves new Gavutu. It seems like
in year 2 or year 3,
back in
a lot more. He looks like a completely different player.
Back in Vanguard.
And then you add a player
at least it has potential to be.
Cold War Cammy from back in the day. I love that Boston squad. But back to this series we go. Minnesota. Look, they just got to bounce back here, man. I know it's very demoralizing after that control. They're going up against probably the best team in the game in Thieves, in their best mode in hard point.
Hey, they're still laughing, smiling.
The wall. Sometimes it's when you perform at your best. And I think the one guy that I'm really going to put a lot of focus on a map like Rewind is like, it has to be the ARs. We know that Estrio or Nero at certain points in this game will pull out that third.
The problem is everybody on the damn team is sick. See Hydra Coffin there. Ghosty was sick. Scrap is sick.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. So, okay.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out on them for those.
A Mixie team in the Minnesota ROKKR. Can they find a way to get this to another map 5? They've seen it a lot.
How you doing?
Talking back to their narrative after their last
Nadeshot does it really well, actually.
We didn't figure it out.
He does the how you doing.
They're very good, but they want to be
really
better.
well.
So what will they provide here on a map that they have
something
already
in that
shown
LA water? Well, they're in Texas, so maybe it's the Texas water that's catching them off guard.
On into DVD. First 2 eliminations are here. The breakoffs have continually been great for LA team.
Minnesota ROKKR. They were
my guess is it's just that like seasonal sickness type thing.
2 players that stay alive on the opposing side, they find those kills.
Good wins from
and now they
Homeboy.
have a natural pinch developing around this P1 area, and still Thieves spawning all the way across the map. So Minnesota work their way on in. Still a good chunk of time to fight for as they find every single kill in the feed, and they also have their rotation over towards New.
It's just
nice shots.
Again, it's one of those situations, man. This Minnesota team is just against all odds. And they get completely thrown away off the
big wins, big routes.
Off the respawn, right back into the mix. Pretty much
too bad we go 3 dead.
Trends start to move a touch.
Not ideal.
Towards P2, Minnesota holding the edge on the minimap.
Yeah, his Jennifer Coolidge one is good too.
It's just, how do they keep getting away with
Texas is hell on earth.
This is where the Thieves need to rally together. They need to stop relying on so many individual one-on-one routes.
I live in Arizona, so
it's not working because
heat-wise, that's probably the closest thing to hell.
Being set up, it's been too much so far. In this map number 4 is they have the spawns for P2. They're controlling that back. They find that pinch kill onto Hydra. Now all their focus on the front end, and they are still lighting up that kill feed.
Bro, low-key though, like the way the Thieves guys are dying, like when you look at their kill cams, they look like surprised. Like they look shocked at the ways they're dying. Are we getting like ping cheese going on here? Death Valley is Southern California, but the area that is considered Death Valley in Southern California, I believe, is like pretty damn close to Arizona.
And this is where the Thieves got to now fight their way back on in. You need this P3 to P4 chain. Nero starts off with that first kill, and you can already see what it does to the spawns as Estrio flies over the water, catch a double of his own. What looked to be Thieves winning a rotation, they get instantly flip on their head.
We are getting slammed.
Continuously running up that score.
How are we getting slammed?
Also putting some damage in on the cross. Paul, knowing that Envoy likely going to be playing over through the DVD area of the movie store itself. Estriel stuck on the dumpster. Good help from Nero. The isolation is perfect. The numbers
I mean,
continue
legit, the
to
Thieves just
find
seem like
ways to get
delayed.
to where they need to go.
Am I
for
crazy?
Minnesota. 85-22, and the Thieves are reeling.
You cannot allow Envoy
It just
to be the
seems
game
so
breaker, but
delayed.
It's already job well done. He finds one on the pinch, everyone else through the front end, and at the same time,
North
Thieves
of
is
England,
still so good at that
Iceman.
free time,
Oh,
able to flip these spawns
yeah,
on their
I don't
head.
do cold well.
And now Minnesota have
I
to
do
work
not
their
do
way
cold well.
all the way across the map to try to find a break on one of the most difficult hills we have
My
this
hands
season.
and feet are always cold. If it's like even remotely cold, my hands and my
Largely in
feet
hands of
shocked.
Minnesota, but we head over
Absolutely
towards
shocked.
New. Spawns are less than ideal right now for the ROKKR.
All right, we gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. 40-point deficit here.
Open up the beeper store. But right around through dumpster site, no one's even
they
watching
just
that.
break through the
Minnesota's gonna
front.
get around the back. Does this block the
What
spawns?
is
Not
happening?
fully. Thieves will get a couple of members that are nearby, but the
What are we
crossfire
doing?
setup is still so damn good.
What are we
Minnesota
doing?
wipe the floor, get the break. Still 35 seconds to fight.
Yeah, that's a misplay right there. The Thieves, you have the spawns. You only have Ghosty.
This is what I mean.
watching
Like, they
midstream,
legit
and
just
that's
seem
the main
lost
focus
right
of
now.
This hill. You cannot have 3 players stacked on the backside watching the overextension through office. You have to put your focus on mid-street, and they just walked right through the front door, able to execute a break and now continuously run up that score. Still 20 seconds to fight for the entire kill feed is purple, and Minnesota currently can do no wrong.
Look, Jay, I'm going to make just a little hot take right here. Minnesota may not have any particular
Like, the
individual
entire
that's
Thieves
gonna take
team just
over a
seems
map,
like they're
but
in the
These
blender.
guys made teamwork better than anyone else in the league right now. They are hitting everything together. They're isolating perfectly. The help has been so good. And the macro game for ROKKR continues to pan out
And we
as they will get a little bit of help here from Envoy's
Here.
team nade to possibly break on in towards Jens.
And Minnesota now setting up the pinch from every single angle. Nero starts it off with the AR, but there's more plays from the Thieves still surrounding
Okay, here we go.
this P5 area. That now leads to a clean 4 dead. 35 seconds, a lot
I'm
of
the
time
soak.
that Thieves need to get themselves back into this game. And they have all their angles cut off as well.
1v1 shuts down the pinch on this
Good
round.
win.
Yossi has to hold from right on the front doors. 4 in a row for him. Still tagged up, cannot get the regen. Nero Semtex opens the
Nice.
way. Hydra
Good
steps
win.
up and makes sure that Minnesota does not get any sort of a break. He also reads the play over towards P1, and all of a sudden Hydra's gotten active. And
Nice.
once he
Here we
does,
go.
he doesn't just get active. He takes over. How
Yeah,
about
we
3 in a
definitely need
row
to chain
as LA
P1
right
here.
back in this game?
Definitely
where
need
the
to change
Thieves
P1. I don't
turn
think
this
Envoy
game
saw
on
the
its
guy in
head.
Burger.
It's your
There's
now
no IDs there.
opportunity to
Yeah.
soak up a lot of this P1 time and chain it over towards P2. But with those couple of kills coming in favor of the ROKKR, they flip. Now they're spawning over towards Burger. Thieves just got to hold strong on a tight setup.
Hydra still off 4 in a row, gets his 5th.
Hydra's on a
Working
5.
towards potential Hellstorm, especially as this hard point opens up. He makes that extra objective score, but he's been seen over through Laundry.
He
And
got
that'll be enough
caught.
for Minnesota to isolate, find the kill, and now
Gonna
they
have
can
to try and
focus on
flip
the
these
front.
spawns,
Scrap
though.
just
They have
hoping he
spawns
picks
for-
the right
for,
angle
P2 here.
because there is just not any information to be gained with this current setup. It's all about just receiving
I
the
like
hit.
that,
And so
though.
far, the Thieves are receiving it beautifully. Geo, the only one left
Geo
alive.
gets
and
2
that might be
there,
all you
bro.
need. Geo gets 3. Envoy has
Got
to hit the
3?
deck for
How the
cover
hell did he
inside the
get
hard point. Here
3?
come the ROKKR with numbers off
4?
their
What are we
respawn.
doing?
Yeah, with Geo finding that 3, it at least secure the spawn for ROKKR over towards the new hill. But Thieves get 2 players to spawn over towards Burger and instantly are able to reinforce
There we
their
go.
way
Good
back
win.
on in. With Hydra now finding a double off the rotation. Still 2 players from ROKKR.
He's cutting.
Super Soul on the backside of Yellow.
Maybe.
Big kill coming in from Nero to try to maintain it until his teammate spins from the front.
Yeah,
This is basically a tie game.
Yeah, Minnesota just had no awareness that this pinch was coming through Burger because the first hard point was still active, so you don't get a read off of where
Yeah,
the spawns
spawns
are
just
from
have
your
to break
teammates.
now.
And now a chance for the Thieves to completely crack the code. Geo, finessing, still alive somehow. How is Geo still alive? Paul's trying to follow up on this, but has to take a bit of a beat. Thieves, nicely, comfortable in the backside of this hard point, still spawning close. The little slide through, though, as Paul is able to get himself 2.
Dude,
Ghosty can't
we
shut
gotta
him
get
down.
that trade.
Paul's done more than enough damage to allow Contest to come
We
out and
needed
Geo
that
will
trade.
secure a small break from the front.
I mean, we're good, though. We're still holding it. We had spawns. I'm tweaking. I'm tweaking.
It's now you're more focused on
Tie
not
game.
allowing any players from the Thieves to slip on by, potentially flip these spawns. Paul X with the awareness, able to catch a double, gonna slide, slippery side, trying to turn Invert onto Envoy, but he's not gonna run into you. Even though the Thieves take the lead, Minnesota win their rotation over towards New. Only down by
Big
9.
win from Scrap to get the guy off
Through
point.
glass.
Another big win.
And they do not know that Ghosty's around the back here. This is a huge moment for the Thieves, and yeah,
Huge
every single
break.
nation comes through
Huge
swiftly.
break.
Your exclamation was perfect, Jay. A massive opening shutdown from Scrap at range allows Thieves to flip the spawn.
That's what I thought he was gonna do. He looked like that's what he was starting to, and then I guess he must have just like changed his mind.
LA Thieves guns getting a little bit warm. Game plan is now starting to develop. They are currently up 520, still in control of the spawn. Scrap, unfortunately, is going to fall at that burger area, but that's why everybody else has an AR in the back pocket. Just continuously sit in towards dumpsters and soak that time.
Hydra nearly able to come around the backside of this play to shut down Minnesota completely, but now an opportunity for ROKKR with numbers to try to get in from the front. Envoy pistol out, cannot secure the
teammate though.
Teammate limits this approach though from ROKKR, still trying to secure some sort of a flip on the spawns. Next hard point over towards the right.
I agree. That was the only concern for me when he started to do that. Was I was like, oh shit, are they blocking though? Like,
yeah. And now the Thieves make their adjustment. Now there's 2 players watching that mid street, including the guy on hill. You have a player at Ghost. He pushed up towards courtyard. You're watching the overextension. No one can get by you. As Minnesota need this break, but I don't know if it's going to come in. It's already been 15 seconds uncontested.
That's an awkward gunfight there.
Mid courtyard is going to fall, and with that double, Minnesota got to go.
Yeah,
nice. 2 big kills though, right there.
But they cannot catch Scrap off the angle backside of the windows. Spawn still good for Thieves, and that will supply the support that they need perfectly. Street still in control though for Minnesota, which is going to be the venue for how they set up this continual break attempt. Team Fodder once again coming through. Scrap just trying to stay alive as the Thieves continue to spawn up behind this play, and the patience will pay out. It's a virtue after all, people. Thieves well in control of the map now, 220 to 152.
Basically a full 60 on this P4. Now only needing 20 seconds to close out this game.
Damn, Ghosty has so much time. Holy shit.
From this moment on, find your kills off at the rotation. Make it easier. Nero starts it off.
Huge help right there. They're going to have the awareness that Thieves are still spawning behind the old time. However, do they get a read that Envoy is setting up this long route? They know now because he's been able to secure an elimination. Here comes the full-on pinch, and the break is simultaneous. Minnesota have to play this through Zig, and it needs to find success immediately. Paul, Nero, first couple eliminations are good. Scrap one, last one left alive. Nade cooked up. Trophy system gets placed, though. It keeps Minnesota safe, and they're going to get all 4 members in here, Jay. Just comes down to can they get the trade onto Hydra? They do. It's a Nixie fight as the contest continues to be alive.
Nice 2-piece.
Oh, he's turning
up. Does he get 3?
3 in a row. The pistol coming through. Geo trying to play heroics once again, and Minnesota are still in this.
They're still in it. They're still fighting. Trading effectively in towards Gens. 56-point difference. Now you have a timing flank onto Nero. Can he find at least one? But the turn and burn from Scrap too good with the pistol. Now a 1-on-1 in the point. Hydra's able to win that one. 12 seconds needed from Thieves to close out this series. Minnesota, you gotta make it perfect.
Didn't check his corner.
Small moment here. Again, a bit of an unread spawn, but
big
Scrap
2 from Scrap
right
there.
through the courtyard. Breaks down Minnesota, leaving them with just individuals. And Scrap is teeing off on him. 3 in a row. 5 more seconds needed. Stuns his glass. He's got the read that Minnesota are spawning over towards courtyard side. The re-wrap back.
Nice. Let's go, baby.
For the kill, but it doesn't make a difference. The Thieves,
yeah, this team is very unselfish.
And secure the series in 4
very unselfish.
What a turning point of that.
I mean, they turned up at the end of that hard point there. They were getting beat up to start it, but they locked in.
Final 25. Then they chain it over towards P2. At that point, Minnesota give up the final.
Making us NJ people proud.
And the first 2 gunfights go the opposing way. All the pressure on the backside.
Ooh, wow.
Instantly spawn all the way across the map. It was just the Thieves flipping the switch on the
that one was a more stressful series than I was anticipating for today. I'll be honest.
Not only through the subs, but as well as the assault rifle players. And just once they were able to make the adjustments from that P3 to P4, not allowing Minnesota to just walk right through the front door, that was going to be a GG's, man. They're the best hardpoint team in the game. They make the adjustments
the Thieves suite is crazy, bro.
The series in full.
Yeah, Scrap goes massive in those last handful of hardpoints as well. And you can see the flip. As soon as we got to that second rotation of Hills, it just looked like the Thieves were kind of getting themselves into that full machine. All 4 players aware of what they needed to do, just not getting caught individually. And you can kind of see the dejection on the faces of Minnesota, the little surrender serpent there for a couple of players. They know that this is a series that not only could have gone 5, this was a winnable series for them. Could have 3-0'd the control. Definitely could have possibly won this map right here. And you can see it's just one of those moments you're going to look back on and say, look, we had these guys. We can fight with these guys. This is a key moment for Minnesota early in the series to know that, hey, let's learn from that. Let's grow from that because we're right there hanging with the top teams in the league.
Yeah, and a good saying that my old friend Rambo Ray always tells me is that winning is teaching and losing is learning. The fact that they just played probably the best team that we have in the CDL so far this season, as tight as they did, you're gonna go back and look at this
Chain
like,
the first
okay,
four,
that's
yeah.
one mistake, we changed that.
Yeah, the
We
second
could've
set of
taken that
rotations where they
okay,
just
on the control.
they
One
lock
mistake
down
there,
every hard
we could've
point.
closed out that series potentially in a clean 3-0.
Yeah,
Minnesota
that
ROKKR,
drone
even though it's a team
situation is
that
kind of
nobody really
crazy. I don't
wanted,
know what the hell is
their
going
teamwork
on.
is phenomenal, man. You gotta take your hat off for that series that they just played, even though they lost.
Yeah,
I
it's a
agree.
woulda,
They
coulda,
definitely
shoulda
could
for
be the black
Minnesota,
sheep.
But the other side of it
Low
is
key.
for LA. There's a difference between good teams and great teams. Good teams can keep it competitive. Great teams can close. And that's what LA Thieves showed throughout this series as we head back to the desk to recap the full day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we can make this one pretty quick because LA Thieves not allowing a game 5. They're not going to give Minnesota that round 11 opportunity. Instead, they crush the respawns. But we noticed something. If you're looking purely at the numbers, Hydra was proven to be a human today, Nameless.
Yeah, he did make a couple decisions this game. Like, he switched over to the AR. We saw Estro have an AR out quite a bit this map as well. It's just rewinding the way it plays, P3 to P4. That was a big decision by Hydra. Even though he's having a slow day, pulls the AR out, and you saw that rotation to P4 was just beautiful out of them. Able to shut them down on the street. They get a huge chunk of time, which basically secures them this map. So, you know, in the nitty-gritty, these games, these hardpoints have been getting to the wire for LA Thieves, but they've been closing them out.
Ali, on the other side of this fight, you had Nero 22 and 12 at one point. He was positive 10. He just goes off on specific games.
Wonder who they're going to have for the post-game
so
interview
tough.
here.
And honestly, I feel like he's been pretty consistent. It's just
Who
hard.
are we going to get today?
It's just hard when, like, you have the lead, right? You're 130 to 40. You get to the second set rotations. There's an unfortunate spawn out. And then, like, you give LA Thieves an inch, they're going to take a mile. And Nero, unfortunately, just cannot do it on his own sometimes.
Yeah, the most epic map in this series was the Control 100%. I mean, there was an opportunity for ROKKR to close it out 3-0, all spawning P2, but Thieves just recognizing the moment, just flooding and stacking point over and over and over to get that progression. Like, these guys are making great adjustments mid-game. For such a team that just combined and made their roster, it's beautiful to see a progression.
It's time to talk with a man returning to LA Thieves where he won a ring. Envoy joins us live. Congratulations on the dub tonight. And can you answer this one officially for the chat? Do you guys play in Texas or Los Angeles?
We're in Texas this year, man. You know, 2 years ago we were out in LA, but now this year we found ourselves in Texas.
Thank you. It's been settled, Chad.
But I wanted to ask you, did this series, was it as difficult as you expected it to be? Has Minnesota ROKKR maybe taken you guys by surprise at all in the league? Where do you think they stand?
Well, if you're basing it on scrim results, I feel like the first 2 weeks of the game, like when we were playing them before, you know, it got closer to our match versus them, they definitely gave us the best like map count and scrims and had like the best win percentage versus us. So we knew they were going to be a good opponent, and you know they're obviously good at search. That's what's been carrying them, I think, in a lot of the series. So it's definitely not an opponent.
All
to take
predictions
lightly,
correct,
but,
even down to the scores. Damn, Destiny knows ball.
Boys, so the hard points,
Destiny
like,
is
I think
a
we're
ball
dubbing you guys
knower.
the best hardpoint team in the game, but it's been real close, man. What's the difference?
Hey,
in these
Joe,
last couple
I
hardpoint
appreciate it.
showdowns
Thank you
come
for
down to
tuning
the
in.
wire?
I hope
Why are they
that's
getting
how.
away from you a little bit?
That's cool that I say your name
Yeah,
that
I
way.
think
I'm
at the
not really
beginning
sure
of
how
the
to
game, I
pronounce
think we were
it.
just like
So
really fast learners, and it was like
if that's not, I
a lot of our
apologize.
practice was
But
like unrealistic. Like people
thanks
would
for
just not
tuning
get
in.
100 points
Appreciate
on most
it.
of the hard points.
Get
And now I
yourself
feel
some
like
good
people are learning
rest.
the game, and
Have a good
you know,
Christmas
the
and a
mistakes
new
we make on
year.
the map are a lot more punishing.
Hope to
So I
see
think
you in
after
the watch
break, it's gonna be a
parties
big
after
thing.
the
Even
break.
just for me, it's always been a big thing for me on every team where I'm like looking at the mini map and trying to dissect why we're losing the maps or why the maps are hard. So I feel like it's all about just not filling in the right order and stuff like that. But I'm confident that we can get on the same page and clean it up. But I think the league is also just learning and coming to their senses more.
Oh, so people are just actually starting to turn their monitor on, is what you're saying. All right, beautiful.
Yeah.
Love to see that. Envoy, holiday plans. What are we doing?
Holiday plans, I'm headed back to Chicago to visit the family.
Yeah, no watch
for a couple
parties till
days, and then
afterwards.
We're back on the grind. We're actually going to go out to LA to the LA Thieves compound after the holidays as well, get some content in, visit all the other esports teams.
Can we get a zoom in of that picture? What is that?
Yeah, what is this?
Bring it closer.
Yeah, here, this is Paco and Dan.
Aww.
The gift from Shane, Secret Santa.
That's cute.
Wow.
That was the 1 point hard point.
That's an incredible frame.
It's the chemistry. It's the chemistry, man.
Envoy, great to have you. Congrats on a 4-0 start. We'll see you in round 2 of the minor bracket when we come back from the break.
Thank you. Have a good holiday, guys.
Thank you.
That's Envoy. LA Thieves wrap it up pretty quickly here as we get it done on Rewind. Minnesota was looking like a threat, but they're going to have to wait a few weeks to get another shot. Let's take a look, though, at our scuff play of the game.
We're all done for the calendar year. These finish off
Scrap is gonna let everybody
4-0,
know they need to take this to the next level.
I mean, he's been holding them to that standard,
I think I
right?
just
That's what
saw
you gotta
that
have when you want a winner mentality. And for Scrap, I mean, not only in this map, but in map number 4 as well, he called game. He started popping off once he realized that they had fallen.
I think I saw that the bracket for the minor is out. Let's take a look here. So, okay, we're on the same side of the bracket as Ultra, and we have a bye. We'll be playing either Heretics or FaZe in that round 2, and then we'll be playing one of these 3 teams, which ROKKR I think might take down LAG. I just don't see them beating Ultra. I mean, they did keep it competitive against us, so I mean, it's more than possible, but the Thieves have been playing a little sloppy. So hopefully when we get back to these matches that Thieves will be a little more back in shape, because despite how FaZe has been playing, I think if the Thieves play the way they did these last 2 matches against FaZe, I don't think it'll go our way. So, gonna have to kind of get back into shape before we get back to our online matches. But yeah, that's gonna do it for today. We'll have a video out tomorrow, hopefully for the matches this past weekend, and then yeah, we'll have a good chunk of downtime until we get back from holiday break. So I appreciate everybody who tuned into the watch parties, and I am excited to get back to this after the break. Hope you all have a good holiday season. Be safe and enjoy your time with friends and family, and I'll see you all in the next ones. Peace out, guys.